Chapter 211. Now that the four symbols arrow technique had reached the beginner level, Yi Xing left Zishan County and returned to the Falling Star sect. In the past half a month, although Yi Xing was in Zishan County, his name had spread throughout the Falling Star sect. Even in the Inner Gate, he had become a celebrity. This was because Yi Xing had found a star crystal lode, and the Falling Star sect had guarded it. Therefore, Yi Xing had received 10,000 contribution points. Chu Jingwei had also received 10,000 contribution points. Like Yi Xing, she was also famous in the Inner Gate of the Falling Star sect. 10,000 contribution points was a lot. According to the rules of the sect, 500 contribution points could be exchanged for one lower grade spiritual martial art. 10,000 contribution points could be exchanged for 20 lower grade spiritual martial arts. Therefore, 10,000 contribution points was indeed a huge sum of money. Not to mention the Inner Gate disciples. Even the core disciples did not have 10,000 contribution points. Not to mention having 10,000 contribution points, there were not many core disciples who had accumulated more than 10,000 contribution points. However, Yi Xing and Chu Jingwei, two Outer Gate disciples, had obtained 10,000 contribution points so easily. In their eyes, it was like a pie falling from the sky onto their heads. They thought that Yi Xing and Chu Jingwei had obtained 10,000 contribution points easily, but they did not think about it. If they had found a star crystal lode in the Kunyan Mountains, which was very close to the Dongfu sect, but very far from the wood, they had been able to keep it. Most people had always been jealous of the windfall. 10,000 contribution points was a huge sum of money. In the eyes of the disciples, Yi Xing and Chu Jingwei had obtained a huge windfall. Moreover, Yi Xing and Chu Jingwei had broken through to the Star Vortex realm because of the Star Crystal spiritual essence in the Star Crystal Lode. They had reached the Martial Sage realm in one step and became Inner Gate disciples of the Falling Star sect. This made the disciples feel that the two of them had gotten lucky. The disciples were envious and jealous of the two's windfall. They believed that the reason why the two had become Martial Sacred Realm was due to luck. Therefore, the disciples despised Yi Xing and Huang Xiaolong. Yi Xing was in Zishan Prefecture, so he naturally could not feel the contempt of the disciples of the Falling Star sect. However, Chu Jingwei, who was the first to return to the sect, could clearly feel it. Of course, beautiful women had their advantages. Many inner disciples turned into fans when they saw Chu Jingwei in person. These were all male disciples. The female disciples didn't like Chu Jingwei's beauty. This could even be one of the reasons for their jealousy, because Chu Jingwei was very unpopular among the female disciples. That was until something happened that changed everything. The elder of the Hua Tian Shu, the wife of the headmaster, had taken Chu Jingwei as her personal disciple. In an instant, Chu Jingwei's status had risen above that of an inner sect disciple. Being a personal disciple of an elder was a treatment that only core disciples could enjoy. Among hundreds of inner sect disciples, there were very few who could become a personal disciple of an elder. Only the top 10 inner sect disciples had this hope. Outside of the top 10, those who could become a personal disciple of an elder were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Although Chu Jingwei was only a one-star martial sacred realm, she had become a personal disciple of an elder. Naturally, her status was far beyond that of an ordinary inner sect disciple. Most of the inner sect disciples could only look up to her. There was a limit to people's jealousy. When a person's status reached a level that some people had to look up to, jealousy could easily turn into envy. Chu Jingwei had completed the transformation from being envied to being envied. As for why she was accepted as a personal disciple by Hua Tian Shu, Chu Jingwei was confused. Hua Tian Shu only accepted 2 personal disciples. The eldest disciple, He Hongjiao, had an 8-star orange fate. The second disciple, Zhen Xiuxi, had a 7-star orange fate. Chu Jingwei, on the other hand, had an ordinary 9-star fate. She was not even a 1-star orange fate. With such a fate, it would be difficult for her to cultivate in the Star Vortex realm in the future. Every time she advanced to the next realm, she would need to put in many times more effort than others, resources, and even opportunities. Logically speaking, with her aptitude, she should not have been accepted as a personal disciple by an elder. Firstly, she had no talent. Secondly, she was not a relative of Hua Tianshu. Therefore, when she became a personal disciple of an elder, not to mention the other intersect disciples, even Chu Jingwei herself was surprised. Regardless, being accepted as a personal disciple by an elder was a joyous occasion. Chu Jingwei was very happy in her heart, because Chu Jingwei had become an existence that all the intersect disciples looked up to. Of the two who had made a windfall and gotten lucky, only Yixing was left. He continued to be despised by the other intersect disciples. Yixing did not return to the sect. Because Lin Fenghua had just obtained the star crystal lode in the Shi was still in the lode. Therefore, none of the intersect disciples of the Falling Star sect knew that Yixing had been accepted as a personal disciple by Lin Fenghua. When Yixing returned to thee, he first returned to the second peak of the outer sect. Because his cultivation had broken through the star vortex realm and he had become a martial sage, he was promoted to an intersect disciple as soon as he returned to the sect's personnel hall to register. On the same day, Yixing moved into the intersect of the Falling Star sect, and there were two most lively halls. One was the affair hall, and the other was the sect affair hall. Inside the affair hall, all the affairs of the Falling Star sect were basically handled by the affair hall. Outside the sect affair hall, all the sect's missions were basically handled by the sect affair hall. Yixing had to go to the affair hall to receive his sect's contribution points. In the affair hall of the intersect, many intersect disciples came and went. When Yixing, an unfamiliar face, walked in, many intersect disciples sized him up before looking away. There were hundreds of intersect disciples, and it was impossible to know all of them. Every small group of people had their own small circle, and they rarely interacted with those they did not know. After Yixing entered the affair hall, he chose a line with fewer people and lined up at the back. Not long after, the disciple in front finished his business and left. A few new intersect disciples lined up behind him. "What's the matter?" The deacon inside glanced at Yixing and asked indifferently. Yixing looked at the deacon's badge. His name was Fan Gang, and he scanned his cultivation. He was a 5-star martial sage. Yixing handed over his intersect badge and said, "Receive your contribution points." Fan Gang took the badge and asked subconsciously, "Name, how many contribution points are you receiving?" The name was on the badge, and the amount of contribution points could also be found through the badge. Therefore, Fan Gang asked an unnecessary question. However, since the other party asked, Yixing did not pretend that he did not hear. He said, "Yixing received 10,000 contribution points." Swish. When Yixing said this, all the intersect disciples in the affair hall looked at Yixing in unison. When they first saw Yixing, none of the intersect disciples looked at him because they did not know him. Now that they heard him call himself Yixing, everyone's eyes were focused on him. It could be imagined that there were very few intersect disciples who did not know Yixing. Yixing's senses were extremely sensitive, and he immediately sensed everyone's gazes. He turned his head and swept his gaze over them, and he realized that everyone was looking at him with contempt. There was also envy and jealousy. It was because of envy that they were jealous, and it was because of jealousy that they despised him. He is Yixing. He doesn't look that old. Didn't he just become a martial sage because he swallowed the star crystal spiritual essence? How come he is already a 2-star martial sage? 10,000 contribution points. This kid is really lucky. TSK, TSK. That's right. What a lucky bastard. The intersect disciples suddenly whispered to each other. Yixing's hearing was very sensitive, and he could hear most of the whispers. He could not help but laugh in his heart. Lucky bastard, lucky bastard. It was luck, but it was a big mistake to attribute it to luck. If it were any other intersect disciple who discovered the star crystal mineral vein, the Dongfu sect would have taken away. That was because even Zi Chuanyu and the other 4, who were the first to arrive at the mineral vein, could not be killed by any intersect disciple of the Falling Star sect. Once one of them escaped, it would not be long before a large number of experts from the Dongfu sect came. If the Dongfu sect had taken the star crystal mineral vein before Lin Fenghua arrived, the Falling Star sect would have no hope of taking it back. That was because the Dongfu sect was stronger than the Falling Star sect. Like the Spiritual Moon sect, they also had 2 3-star spiritual masters. The Falling Star sect only had Lin Xiuyuan, and he was already old. The Falling Star sect had no other way to take the star crystal mineral vein, other than using the array to protect it first. Yi Xing ignored the inner court disciples. Instead, he waved his hand at Deacon Fan Gang, who had a surprised look on his face. Fan Gang was also an inner sect disciple. He knew very well how valuable 10,000 contribution points were. It was enough to exchange for 20 types of lower-grade spiritual martial arts. It could even be exchanged for 2 types of middle-grade spiritual martial arts. For a sect, like the upper-grade spiritual martial arts were extremely rare. They were basically the treasures of the sect, and very few people were qualified to learn them. Therefore, the highest martial arts that could be exchanged with contribution points were middle-grade spiritual martial arts. One middle-grade spiritual martial art was enough to make countless martial saints go crazy. 2 middle-grade spiritual martial arts were priceless. None of the inner sect disciples had learned middle-grade spiritual martial arts. Even among the core disciples, there were not many who had learned middle-grade spiritual martial arts. And Yi Xing, who had just entered the inner sect, could use contribution points to exchange for 2 middle-grade spiritual martial arts. How enviable was that? Even the core disciples were very tempted by 10,000 contribution points. Of course, no one thought that Yi Xing would spend 10,000 contribution points to exchange for 2 middle-grade spiritual martial arts. Normally, Yi Xing's current cultivation was too low. It would be extremely difficult for him to learn a middle-grade spiritual martial art. If he could not even enter the entry level of a middle-grade spiritual martial art, he would not be able to use it. It would be a waste of time. Therefore, according to the thinking of a normal person, they would first exchange for lower-grade spiritual martial arts and cultivation pills. They would only leave 5,000 contribution points for when their cultivation was higher and their lower-grade spiritual martial arts were higher. They would exchange for middle-grade spiritual martial arts to learn. Obviously, Yi Xing was different from most people. After he had received 10,000 contribution points from the affair hall, he headed towards the Falling Star sect's martial pavilion. His goal was to choose a middle-grade spiritual martial art. Third update. Yesterday's update has been made up. Today's update is 2. However, it still counts as owing 1. The extra 1 is a gift. Monthly votes ranking crisis. Please give me 10 monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 212. Martial Pavilion. When the Martial Pavilion elder, Gu Yingzhao, saw Yi Xing again, his face was full of shock. First, it was because Yi Xing had mastered the pure Yuan technique. Second, it was because Yi Xing had become a 2-star martial saint. Third, it was because Yi Xing had discovered a star crystal mine and was famous for it. Last time when Yi Xing had chosen the pure Yuan technique, the Martial Pavilion elder had advised Yi Xing against it, saying that it was difficult to master the pure Yuan technique and that only 1 in 100 years could master it in the Falling Star sect. Thinking about it now, the Martial Pavilion elder felt ashamed. The Martial Pavilion elder had a smile on his face and appeared to be more amiable than last time. Yi Xing, are you here to choose a spiritual level martial technique? Yi Xing nodded. The Martial Pavilion elder handed a book to Yi Xing. Our sect has a total of 23 types of lower-grade spiritual martial techniques. Among them, there are 5 types of Qigong and 18 types of martial techniques. Which one do you want to learn? This was a book that recorded the low-tier spiritual martial force. The spiritual martial force manual was extremely precious and could not be read by anyone. When the disciples chose the spiritual martial force, they would first look at the introduction of the spiritual martial force. After choosing the spiritual martial force, they would then receive the corresponding manual. Yi Xing flipped through the book that recorded the 23 types of lower-grade spiritual martial techniques and returned it to the Martial Pavilion elder, saying, "Elder, I would like to see the introduction of the middle-grade spiritual martial techniques. The Martial Pavilion Elder was slightly surprised. The difficulty of cultivating a middle-grade spiritual martial technique was much higher than that of the lower-grade spiritual martial technique. Normal martial saints would only start to come into contact with middle-grade spiritual martial techniques when they reached the 6th level of the Star Vortex realm. Although he was surprised, he did not say anything. The Martial Pavilion Elder took out another book and said, "There are only 7 types of middle-grade spiritual martial techniques in our sect. One of them has never been successfully cultivated, and one of them is extremely rare. Only 5 of them are relatively common. You should read them first." The Martial Pavilion Elder said it very tactfully. He did not say that he wanted Yixing to learn first. The book that recorded the middle spiritual martial force was much thinner than the book that recorded the lower spiritual martial force. There were only 7 types of middle spiritual martial force. Yixing quickly went through it. Purple Flame Sword Technique, Middle Class Spiritual Martial Arts, Fire Attribute Martial Arts. The Clear Breeze Shadowless Blade was a middle-level spiritual martial art of the Wind attribute. The Big Dipper Dragon Breaking Blade was a middle-class spiritual martial art with no attributes. The Sky Water Whirlpool Palm was a mid-level spiritual martial art of the water attribute. Sky Bat Steps, middle-level spiritual martial force, light body technique with no attributes. Purple Lightning Thunder Fist, middle-class spiritual martial art, thunder attribute martial arts. Dark Spirit Spear Technique, middle-class spiritual martial art, dark attribute martial arts. Among them, the Purple Flame Sword Technique, the Clear Wind Shadowless Blade, the Big Dipper Dragon Breaking Blade, the Sky Water Whirlpool Palm, and the Sky Bat Steps were the most commonly used. Most of the upper echelons of the Falling Star sect had learned these 5 middle spiritual martial techniques. As for the Purple Lightning Thunder Fist and the Dark Spirit Spear Technique, they were extremely rare. The Purple Lightning Thunder Fist required one to have the thunder attribute or to have understood the power of thunder and lightning. There would not be one in 100 years in the Falling Star sect. Right now, and there was only one person who had learned the Purple Lightning Thunder Fist. That was the head, Lu Tianyuan. The Purple Lightning Thunder Fist was only a middle-class spiritual martial art. However, with the Purple Lightning Thunder Fist, Lu Tianyuan was able to suppress all the enlightened masters of the same stage who had learned the upper-class spiritual martial arts. The thunder attribute martial arts were extremely powerful, but also extremely difficult to learn. Only a few special people could learn it. Therefore, to most people, this martial art was of little value. However, there were still people who could learn the Purple Lightning Thunder Fist. However, ever since the Falling Star sect had obtained the Dark Spirit Spear technique, no one had ever learned it. There were 2 conditions to learn a certain martial art. One was the innate condition, and the other was the acquired condition. As long as one met one of the conditions, they could learn it. The innate condition was the martial artist's physique. Based on the attribute of the physique, one could learn the inheritance and martial arts of the same attribute. This was determined from birth. The acquired condition was the martial artist's understanding. There were different types of forces in the heavens and earth. The forces were the essence of different attributes. When one understood the force of the heavens and earth, naturally, one could learn the inheritance and martial arts of that attribute. This was the condition obtained through hard work. It was the acquired condition. For example, Yixing had comprehended the wind force. He could learn the inheritance and martial arts of the wind attribute. Among the martial artist's physique, the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes were the most common. Next was wind, then thunder, then light, darkness, and other special attributes. A lightning attributed body was 1 in a million among martial sages. A body with a special attribute was even more so 1 in a trillion. It was simply too rare. In the 700 years of the Falling Star sect's history, there had never been a martial artist with the dark attribute. Therefore, no one had learned the Dark Spirit Spear technique. Not to mention that even in the entire Qingyun area, it was rare to see a martial artist with the dark attribute. After Yixing finished reading the introductions of the 7 middle-tier spiritual martial techniques, he made a decision. Elder, I want to exchange for the Dark Spirit Spear technique and the Sky Bat movement technique. Light body techniques were a must-learn. Among the 7 middle-tier spiritual martial techniques, there was only one light body technique. Therefore, Yixing had to choose the Sky Bat movement technique. As for the Dark Spirit Spear technique, Yixing had thought it over. Firstly, special attribute martial arts were extremely powerful. The power of the Dark Spirit Spear technique was even stronger than the Purple Thunder Fist. Secondly, although he did not know if his physique had the dark attribute, Yixing believed that he had a chance to learn the Dark Spirit Spear technique. It was because he had the Black Hole Astrology. Once he used the Black Hole Astrology, he could create a world of darkness. Yixing felt that with the help of the Black Hole Astrology, he had a great chance of learning the Dark Spirit Spear technique. Didn't the Sagittarius constellation allow him to learn archery by leaps and bounds? The Black Hole Astrology stood side by side with the Sagittarius constellation between his eyebrows. Since the Black Hole Astrology had the dark attribute, why couldn't he learn the Dark Spirit Spear technique? Furthermore, the Sagittarius constellation was an attack-type astrology, while the Black Hole Astrology was a support-type astrology. The Sagittarius constellation was useful for Yixing's martial arts training. The Black Hole Astrology should be even more useful. The Dark Spirit Spear technique was powerful, and he had a great chance of learning it. Of course, Yixing would choose it. However, the Martial Pavilion Elder furrowed his brows. The Dark Spirit Spear technique was described as powerful, but in reality, no one in the Falling Star sect had ever learned it. Learning the Dark Spirit Spear technique didn't depend on one's martial talent, but on one's ability. If you did not have the conditions, you would not be able to learn it even if you trained for your entire life. The Martial Pavilion Elder said, Yixing, with your cultivation, is still too early to learn a middle-tier spirit martial technique. If you must learn a middle-tier spirit martial technique, you can learn the Sky Bat steps as the only middle-tier spirit martial technique. But this Dark Spirit Spear technique, I don't think you should waste your sect contribution points on it. Learning a middle-tier spirit martial technique required 5,000 contribution points. Yixing only had 10,000 contribution points, which was just enough to learn 2 middle-tier spirit martial techniques. If Yixing did not learn the Dark Spirit Spear technique, then the 5,000 contribution points would be wasted. 5,000 contribution points were enough to learn 10 middle-tier spirit martial techniques. Many core disciples did not have that many contribution points. It would be a pity if it was wasted. In response to the Martial Pavilion Elder's dissuasion, Yixing still smiled indifferently. Elder, I choose these 2 options. The Martial Pavilion Elder's expression froze. He remembered the last time when he tried to persuade Yixing. In the end, Yixing still wanted to learn the Pure Yuan technique, and he had even succeeded. This made him feel ashamed. However, the Dark Spirit Spear technique was not the Pure Yuan technique. The Pure Yuan technique was only difficult to learn, and very few people had succeeded. However, the Dark Spirit Spear technique was something that no one had learned in the 700 years since the establishment of the Falling Star sect. In the past 700 years, the Falling Star sect had many outstanding disciples, but none of them had succeeded. Could it be that Yixing had succeeded? The Martial Pavilion Elder did not believe it as he said, Yixing, you should reconsider. The reason why you obtained 10,000 contribution points at once was because you were lucky enough to discover a star crystal lode. In the future, it will be difficult to obtain so many contribution points again. It is not wise to waste 5,000 contribution points at once. Yixing's expression was normal as he said, I have made up my mind. Even if I can't learn it, I will not regret it. The Martial Pavilion Elder was speechless as he shook his head. The admiration he had for Yixing had receded quite a bit. In his opinion, Yixing was clearly too stubborn and didn't know his own limits. He didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Not long after, the Martial Pavilion Elder sent someone to bring the Dark Spirit Spear technique and the Sky Bat movement technique martial arts manuals to Yixing. 1 month later, you must return the manuals. Within 1 month, you're not allowed to leave the sect. You're not allowed to divulge the contents of the manuals. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the sect rules. After the martial pavilion elder finished speaking, he said again, Yi Xing, if you change your mind now and want to learn other martial arts, I will still do it for you. Thank you, elder. I will only learn these two. Yi Xing declined and left the martial pavilion. I wish my brothers and sisters a happy new year. I sent a small red packet in the group. I don't know which brothers and sisters got it. I apologize for not updating well during the new year. Thank you, brothers, for your understanding. Chapter 213. As soon as Yi Xing left the martial pavilion, he bumped into Zhen Xiuxi. When enemies met, their eyes were filled with hatred. The two looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with anger. Yi Xing looked at Zhen Xiuxi with confidence in his eyes. When he left the Falling Star sect 2 months ago, Zhen Xiuxi was a 3-star martial saint who was ranked in the top 10 among the inner disciples. He was someone that Yi Xing had to look up to. He could only trap Zhen Xiuxi with his level 2 bronze wall array. Now, Yi Xing was a 2-star martial saint and had killed Du Bianying, the top inner disciple of the Dongfu sect, who was comparable to a 4-star martial saint. If he used all his trump cards, killing Zhen Xiuxi would be a piece of cake. In Yi Xing's eyes, Zhen Xiuxi was not worth mentioning. He could kill him anytime. When he saw Zhen Xiuxi, he was very confident. Yi Xing, you really came to the martial pavilion. Zhen Xiuxi stared at Yi Xing with a fierce gaze and a fierce voice. From his words, it was clear that it was not a coincidence that he met Yi Xing. He came to the martial pavilion on purpose to look for Yi Xing. Yi Xing looked at Zhen Xiuxi with a faint smile. You're looking for me? Zhen Xiuxi said coldly. Of course I'm looking for you. Yi Xing, you're also an inner disciple now. Come to the life and death arena with me. Let's end this grudge. My brother has been waiting for you in the underworld for a long time. When Yi Xing was an outer disciple, Zhen Xiuxi, as an inner disciple who was ranked in the top 10, was naturally embarrassed to challenge Yi Xing to the life and death arena. He also could not go to the outer disciples to bully Yi Xing. It was beneath his status. Therefore, he could only deal with Yi Xing with the help of an outer disciple or wait for Yi Xing to leave the Falling Star sect to settle his grudge. However, things were different now that Yi Xing had become an inner disciple. It was normal for inner disciples to challenge each other. Even though Zhen Xiuxi, as one of the top 10 outer disciples, challenging an inner disciple who had just been promoted to an inner disciple was clearly bullying, no one could say anything about it since there was a grudge between the two of them. The martial pavilion was also a place that disciples frequented. At this moment, there were a few inner court disciples who were either heading to or coming out of the martial pavilion who were watching from afar. They were all secretly astonished. They did not know about the grudge between Zhen Xiuxi and Yi Xing, but they knew that Zhen Xiuxi was the 10th inner disciple. Among the 3-star martial sages, his strength was top-notch. On the other hand, Yi Xing had only broken through to the martial saint realm with the help of the star crystal spiritual essence. He had just been promoted to an inner disciple. If he were to enter the life and death arena, wouldn't Yi Xing only die? He might even be instantly killed by Zhen Prison Temple. Yi Xing smiled indifferently. Enter the life and death arena? This was exactly what he wanted. As one of the top 10 inner court disciples, Zhen Xiuxi was a reputable figure among the inner court disciples. Of course, Yi Xing could not kill him casually. However, in the life and death arena, it was a matter of course to fight to the death. There were 2 ways to kill Zhen Xiuxi. One was to fight to the death on the life and death arena. The other was to secretly assassinate Zhen Xiuxi after he left the Falling Star sect. Compared to the latter, Yi Xing preferred to kill Zhen Xiuxi openly on the life and death arena. You can enter the life and death arena. Yi Xing nodded and changed the topic. However, today is not the day. Today, I have learned a middle-tier spiritual martial art in the martial pavilion. I need to practice it first. Do you dare to wait for me for a month? After a month, I will use this middle-tier spiritual martial art to take your life on the life and death arena. At this moment, other than the four symbols arrow technique, Yi Xing did not know any other spiritual martial arts. He had to rely on his astrology to fight with Zhenxiu Si on the life and death arena. Regardless of whether it was the Sagittarius constellation or the Black Hole constellation, Yi Xing did not want to reveal them in front of everyone. Thus, the best way was to kill Zhenxiu Si without using the power of the astrology. If he could master the middle-tier spiritual martial art, the Dark Spirit Spear technique, killing Zhenxiu Si would be a piece of cake. Therefore, Yi Xing wanted to postpone the battle to a month later. Although the four symbols arrow technique was also a middle-tier spiritual martial art, and its archery skills were powerful, it was not inferior to the Dark Spirit Spear technique. However, archery skills needed space to be used. The life and death arena was only 100 meters in radius. For a martial saint, it was almost a square foot. It would be difficult for him to use his archery skills. Furthermore, Yi Xing believed in his talent. If he could master the four symbols arrow technique in half a month, then he should be able to master the Dark Spirit Spear technique in the same amount of time. Yi Xing had given himself 1 month, which was twice the time to master the four symbols arrow technique. It should be more than enough time. Zhenxiu Si's eyes flashed as he thought quickly. Although Zhenxiu Si could not wait to tear Yi Xing into pieces, Yi Xing did not reject his challenge. He had only postponed the battle for a month. As one of the top 10 inner sect disciples, he had to accept Yi Xing's suggestion. Or else, if word got out, wouldn't people say that Zhenxiu Si did not dare to give Yi Xing a month's time? This was an extremely embarrassing matter. How could he not dare to do it? What could he do in a month's time? Even if Yi Xing practiced in lower-tier martial art, it would be difficult for him to master it in a month's time. Furthermore, Yi Xing had just said that he had learned a middle-tier spiritual martial art in the martial pavilion. He wanted to learn a middle-tier spiritual martial art in a month? What a joke. Even if he had a year, or even a few years, he would not be able to learn a middle-tier spiritual martial art at the initial stage of the Star Vortex realm. In Zhenxiu Si's eyes, Yi Xing wanting to learn a middle-tier spiritual martial art in a month's time was a complete joke. Now that there were other inner sect disciples watching from the side, Zhenxiu Si could not let others look down on him. Although he was unwilling, he could only say with hatred, "Fine, Yi Xing, I'll give you a month's time. I want to see how far you can go with the middle-tier spiritual martial art you just learned. Next month on this day, I'll take your life in the life and death arena." After saying this, Zhenxiu Si looked at Yi Xing with murderous intent and turned to leave. Cold laughter could be heard. In Zhenxiu Si's eyes, Yi Xing only set the life and death duel a month later because he was afraid and wanted to buy time to find a way out. Zhenxiu Si sneered in his heart. He did not think that Yi Xing had a way out. If Yi Xing stayed in he would have to go to the life and death arena in a month's time. If he escaped from Theet, would be even better. He would die even faster. Yi Xing also had a faint smile on his face. In his eyes, a month's time was enough for him to learn the Dark Spirit Spear art. By then, taking Zhenxiu Si's life would be a piece of cake. Moreover, even if Yi Xing did not learn the Dark Spirit Spear art, Yi Xing still had the ability to kill Zhenxiu Si. By then, he only needed to use the Black Hole astrology to cover Zhenxiu Si in a world of darkness. Then, he would use the four symbols arrow art to kill Zhenxiu Si. Although Yi Xing did not want to reveal his astrology, he had no choice but to use it in a life and death situation. If he had no other choice, he would have to use the power of the astrology. Comparing the two, only the Black Hole astrology could be used. The Sagittarius astrology was too obvious and could be easily recognized. However, the Black Hole astrology was too rare. Basically, no one could recognize it. They could only see a black star and could not judge anything. As for the world of darkness and the dark vortex, they could only be seen when Yi Xing attacked. As long as he used the Black Hole astrology, he would not leave the target alive. Outsiders would not know the secret of the Black Hole astrology. When Zhenxiu Si and Yi Xing left one after another, The inner disciples near the martial pavilion immediately burst into an uproar. There was a lot of discussion, and the news quickly spread. In a month's time, the 10th inner disciple, Zhen Xiuxi, would fight the new inner disciple, Yi Xing, on the life and death arena. This news quickly spread throughout the entire inner sanctum. All the inner disciples, deacons, and even elders were shocked when they heard the news. On the life and death arena, there was only life and death, no victory or defeat. There were too few people who went up. As disciples of the same sect, there were very few who would fight to the death on the life and death arena. When someone went up to the life and death arena, it was a big deal. Moreover, both Zhen Xiuxi and Yi Xing were famous among the inner disciples. Zhen Xiuxi was ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect. As a direct disciple of an elder, there was no inner disciple who did not know him. Yi Xing was originally an outer disciple. Not long after he entered he became the #1 outer disciple. He even found a star crystal mine and obtained 10,000 contribution points. With the help of the star crystal spiritual essence in the mine, he broke through the star vortex realm and became a 2-star martial saint. Such an experience filled the hearts of countless inner disciples with envy. But more than that, they were jealous. Therefore, when Zhen Xiuxi and Yi Xing dueled, there was no doubt that the majority of the inner disciples would stand on Zhen Xiuxi's side. In a month's time, Yi Xing would become a dead man. Those who could become inner disciples were all martial saints. They were already the backbone of the sect. Although the sect allowed disciples to resolve conflicts on the life and death arena, every pair of disciples who went up to the life and death arena would be dissuaded. Yi Xing and Zhen Xiuxi were no exception. As a result, the grudge between Yi Xing and Zhen Xiuxi was dug out by the sect, and everyone knew about it. Originally, the majority of the inner disciples stood on Zhen Xiuxi's side. Now that they knew that Zhen Xiuxi was avenging his brother's death at the hands of Yi Xing, their stance became firmer, and they collectively placed Yi Xing on the opposite side. As long as Yi Xing kneels every 3 steps, kowtows every 9 steps, and cuts off one of his arms in front of my brother's grave as an apology, we will let him live and cancel the duel on the life and death arena. Under the mediation of the sect, Zhen Xiuxi made a public announcement. Zhen Xiuxi's words were quickly conveyed to Yi Xing by a deacon of the sect. When Yi Xing heard it, he smiled faintly. Yi Xing replied, "As long as Zhen Xiuxi slaps himself and apologizes to me in front of all the inner disciples, the duel on the life and death arena can be canceled. Otherwise, I will take his head a month later." The two of them did not give in to each other. Instead, the smell of gunpowder was even stronger. Everyone could see that the duel between the two of them was inevitable. The mediation of the sect was ineffective. Everyone was looking forward to the duel between Yi Xing and Zhen Xiuxi in a month's time. During the Spring Festival, I was busy in my hometown and basically did not go online. I was busy and had fun, but I did not update for 10 days. I am sorry, very sorry. With Archer God's previous monthly votes, as long as I updated during the Spring Festival, I would definitely be in the top 10. However, because I did not update for 10 days, my monthly votes fell out of the top 10. What a pity. I can only blame myself for this. When I write, I need to integrate my spirit into the fantasy world of the book. However, during the Spring Festival, I went to visit my relatives every day. I lived a very realistic life. So realistic that my spirit did not have the time to look into the world of the book. Therefore, I did not have the intention to write for 10 days. In March, I will make up for the missing chapters. Last month, I did the math once. 1 chapter a day, I owed 21 chapters. Now that I have another 10 days, plus the 2 days I did not update on the 16th and 17th, I owe another 12 chapters. Therefore, I owe a total of 33 chapters. Brothers, don't worry. I will definitely pay back these 33 chapters in March. I will drive from my hometown to Liaoning on the 3rd of March and arrive at Lighthouse City in Liaoyang on the 5th. I will first stay at my wife's grandfather's house for a day. On the 6th, I will go to Shenyang to meet my friends. On the 10th, I will start to make up for the missing chapters in February. I will definitely pay it back by the end of the month. Chapter 214. Back Mountain. Yixing held the purple feather spear and brandished it according to the moves in the Dark Spirit Spear art. Purple light flashed, and the spear shot out like a dragon. However, although the moves were displayed in a decent manner, it was just an empty shell. In any case, it could not reach the terrifying power described in the secret manual. When Yixing displayed the Dark Spirit Spear art, it did not look like a middle-grade spirit martial art. It was even worse than a low-grade spirit martial art. It seemed to be an ordinary martial art that paid attention to the changes in moves. Of course, the Dark Spirit Spear art was not that bad. However, Yixing's cultivation of the Dark Spirit Spear art was not even at the entry level. As such, he could not display the slightest power of the Dark Spirit Spear art. Yixing followed the moves in the secret manual and practiced several times in a row. However, he did not make any progress. Although he circulated his celestial essence according to the Dark Spirit Spear art, there was no special effect. It was no wonder that after the Falling Star sect obtained the Dark Spirit Spear art, no one had been able to successfully cultivate it for more than 700 years. It was simply impossible to practice the Dark Spirit Spear art. With Yixing's martial arts talent, he had no clue how to cultivate the Dark Spirit Spear art. One could imagine that without any conditions, it would be impossible to practice the Dark Spirit Spear art. The sun rose and set, and the day quickly passed. Yixing did not use the power of the black hole astrology. Cultivating for a day did not have the slightest effect. Although the black hole astrology looked like a huge dark star to outsiders, Yixing did not want others to know that he could use the astrology to cultivate dark-attributed martial arts. After returning to his residence and having dinner, Yixing went to the back mountain to cultivate. It was not until night fell that Yixing used the black hole astrology. At this moment, darkness shrouded the area. Although it was not so deep that one could not see their fingers, it was still difficult to see 3 feet. At this time, Yixing used the black hole astrology. Everything above him was pitch black, and no one could see anything. As soon as he used the black hole astrology, Yixing felt that his surroundings had turned into a world of darkness. It was much darker than a normal night, and he could not even see his own fingers in front of him. At this time, Yixing was like an emissary of darkness. The darkness in all directions had become his sense of touch. Everything in the darkness, even the slightest change in a radius of several miles, Yixing could clearly sense it. This was even clearer than a superbrain scan. Whoosh! With a flash of purple light, the purple feather spear appeared in Yixing's hand. Undercurrents were surging. A thought flashed through his mind. Dark Spirit Spear. Yixing immediately started cultivating according to the moves recorded in the Dark Spirit Spear art. At the same time, the celestial essence within his body also started circulating according to the method recorded in the secret book. As expected, although Yixing's Dark Spirit Spear art was still powerless, Yixing felt completely different from during the day. During the day, he did not feel anything. No matter how many times he cultivated, it was like he was doing something useless. But now, he felt that he was going in the right direction. Yixing was overjoyed. The black hole astrology was indeed useful for cultivating the Dark Spirit Spear art. In this way, he could definitely master the Dark Spirit Spear art. Now, there was only one thing he needed to do, and that was to master the Dark Spirit Spear art within a month. He needed to at least reach the entry level. The entry level of the middle level spiritual martial art was equivalent to the great completion level of the lower level spiritual martial art. Yixing was very sure that as long as he mastered the Dark Spirit Spear art, he would definitely be able to defeat Zhenqiu Si. Zhenqiu Si was only a 3-star martial saint. The possibility of him reaching the great completion level of the lower level spiritual martial art he had learned was very small. At that time, in terms of martial arts, he would not be able to compete with Yixing. In terms of celestial essence strength, although Yixing's cultivation was 1 realm lower, he cultivated the pure essence technique. Therefore, he was not inferior to Zhenqiu Si, who was 1 realm higher. His celestial essence was not inferior. His martial arts were better, and his weapon was also stronger than Zhen Xiuxi's. On the life and death arena, killing Zhen Xiuxi would definitely be a piece of cake. The Dark Spirit Spear art did not have many moves, so Yixing quickly finished practicing it. Although he had finished practicing the moves, there was still a lot of lingering feelings in his heart, which made Yixing recall a lot. Even in this state, the difficulty of cultivating the Dark Spirit Spear art was still very high. However, Yixing was 100% confident that he could master the Dark Spirit Spear art and reach the entry level within a month. Yixing did not rush to practice the first time. Instead, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, keeping the black hole astrology unchanged. He felt the lingering feelings of the previous cultivation. After comprehending the lingering feelings, Yixing still did not rush to practice the second time. Instead, he continued to feel the darkness around him. Yixing's purpose was obviously not just to cultivate the Dark Spirit Spear art to the entry level. What he pursued was the minor accomplishment, the great accomplishment realm, and even the perfection realm one day. It was easy to cultivate to the entry level, but the minor accomplishment realm was 10 times more difficult. The great accomplishment realm was 10 times more difficult. Therefore, the hope of reaching the perfection realm was very slim. If one wanted to have achievements in martial arts, diligence was only one of the reasons. Comprehension was more important. Under the black hole astrology, Yixing's perception of the darkness could be said to be insightful. Under such a state, comprehending the power of darkness could be said to be the most suitable. If he could comprehend the force of darkness, then Yixing's cultivation of darkness attribute martial arts would be twice the result with half the effort. He would be able to cultivate the Dark Spirit Spear art to the minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, and even perfection realm. To others, darkness was like a prison that prevented a martial artist from exploring the world. But to Yixing, who possessed the black hole astrology, the darkness was like his eyes. It was like his sense of touch. He could feel any changes in the darkness. Although the range of darkness that Yixing could sense was limited, Yixing believed that as his comprehension of the force of darkness increased, the range of darkness that he could sense would also expand. If he could control the darkness, he would become a true emissary of darkness, the king of darkness. The force of darkness was not something that could be comprehended just because one said so, even if Yixing had excellent conditions that others did not. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. The east was white and the sky was about to brighten. Yixing had a lot of feelings about darkness, but he was still far away from truly comprehending the force of darkness. Yixing withdrew the black hole astrology and returned to his residence from the back mountain. At this time, the sky was already bright. Yixing rested for a while in his residence. After breakfast, he lay on his bed and slept. Since he was cultivating at night, he naturally had a rest during the day. Although Zhen Xiuxi did not think much of Yixing, he was very concerned about Yixing's performance on the life and death arena. After all, it was a battle of life and death. When he first heard that Yixing was cultivating martial arts in the back mountain, Zhen Xiuxi did not think that Yixing could reach a high level in 1 month. Later on, when he heard that Yixing had exchanged the Dark Spirit Spear art for the middle spiritual martial art from the Martial Pavilion, Zhen Xiuxi was even more disdainful. Who did not know that the Dark Spirit Spear art was a martial art that no one had successfully cultivated since the establishment of the Falling Star sect? Who did Yixing think he was? Did he think that he could surpass all the talents of the Falling Star sect since its establishment? Zhen Xiuxi was very disdainful of this. He did not think that Yixing could cultivate the Dark Spirit Spear art, especially in 1 month. It was absolutely impossible. As a result, Zhen Xiuxi looked down on Yixing even more and was even more disdainful. Today, Zhen Xiuxi heard that Yixing did not come out of his residence after breakfast. According to the deacon who was checking the room, Yixing was sleeping in his residence. Zhen Xiuxi laughed even more loudly. It seems that he knows that he can't cultivate the Dark Spirit Spear art no matter what. He might as well daydream. Ha ha! The trace of vigilance and caution towards Yi Xing disappeared with a laugh. In Zhen Xiuxi's eyes, Yi Xing had completely become an ant that he could step on at any time. Yi Xing slept for the entire morning and woke up punctually at noon. After lunch, he went to the back of the mountain and pretended to cultivate the dark spirit spear art. However, he did not cultivate much and had more time to rest. It was not until night fell and darkness shrouded Yi Xing did he begin his real cultivation. On the second night, Yi Xing was still comprehending the darkness. On the third night, in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and it was the 10th night. For 10 consecutive nights, Yi Xing had been comprehending the darkness in the dark world of the black hole astrology. The darkness around him was like his sense of touch, allowing him to sense everything around him clearly. As time passed, Yi Xing's perception range in the darkness became wider and wider. His spirit and the darkness became more and more harmonious, and his understanding of the darkness became deeper and deeper. Finally, on this night, Yi Xing's perception of the darkness underwent a qualitative change. His perception range in the darkness suddenly doubled. Moreover, Yi Xing could sense everything in his perception range more clearly. Even a movement of the antennae on the head of an ant, Yi Xing could clearly see it. Yi Xing was overjoyed. He had finally taken the first step. He had comprehended the dark force. Everything in the world had its own force. Even a genius martial sage who could comprehend the force of heaven and earth was very impressive and rare. As for Yi Xing, he had comprehended the wind force by chance before becoming a martial sage. Now, with the help of the dark world formed by the black hole astrology, he had comprehended the dark force. In the entire world, it was unknown whether it was unprecedented or not. At least, it was unique in the current era. Yi Xing had a smile on his face as he immediately withdrew the black hole astrology. The dark world, formed by the black hole astrology, naturally disappeared along with it. However, Yi Xing's perception of the darkness did not disappear. The darkness around him was still like his sense of touch, and he could sense everything. However, the clarity and range of his perception were much smaller than when he had been under the black hole astrology. However, this already proved that Yi Xing had comprehended the dark force and had a certain degree of control over the power of darkness. Of course, compared to the entire dark force, what Yi Xing had comprehended was only a very small part. In the future, he still had a very long way to go in terms of comprehending the dark force. However, even if it was a very, very small trace of dark force, it was still an incredible existence. If one did not have an innate darkness constitution, even an enlightened being would not be able to comprehend dark force. In this regard, Yi Xing was ahead of countless warriors. Most importantly, Yi Xing had comprehended the dark force. Even though it was not inferior to the black hole astrology, he still had the conditions to cultivate the dark spirit spear art. Even during the day, Yi Xing could cultivate the dark spirit spear art effectively. It's March, and I will continue to update at the beginning of the month. On the 10th, I will start to make up for the 33 chapters 1.0 in February. It's almost Monday. I'm asking for a recommendation ticket and a guaranteed monthly ticket for my brothers. Thank you. Chapter 2:15. Even though he had comprehended the dark force, Yi Xing still rested most of the time during the day. Even in the afternoon, when Yi Xing was practicing the dark spirit spear art, Yi Xing was just putting on a show. Most of the time, he was sitting cross-legged and practicing the dark spirit spear art in his superbrain. At night, Yi Xing wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivating the dark spirit spear technique. As a middle-grade spiritual martial artist, the dark spirit spear art was not something that could be successfully practiced from the aspect of the art. Proficiency in the art was only a prerequisite. The real advancement of the art depended on the comprehension of the soul. The reason why martial arts were called martial arts was not because of the word martial, but because of the word Tao. This was because martial arts had the Tao realm. Without the Tao realm, martial arts were just ordinary martial arts. Above the spiritual martial artist, All martial arts had their own Tao essence. Only by comprehending the Tao essence could one improve their martial arts attainment. Only after becoming a martial sage could a martial artist cultivate the spiritual martial artist and comprehend the Tao essence of martial arts. Therefore, breaking through the star vortex realm and becoming a martial sage was the true beginning of martial arts. As for the star tempering realm, ordinary martial artists could only cultivate ordinary martial arts. They could not even be considered to have entered the door of martial arts. The superbrain could quickly improve one's skills, but it could not improve the Tao essence. Yi Xing needed to comprehend it through practice. Of course, the superbrain was still very useful in comprehending the Tao essence. This was because Yi Xing's brain was much better than other martial artists. Therefore, Yi Xing's comprehension ability was also very outstanding, far surpassing that of ordinary people. No one in the Falling Star sect knew that the Dark Spirit Spear art, which no one had been able to cultivate in the past 700 years, was being practiced by Yi Xing. Moreover, Yi Xing had already comprehended the Tao aura and opened the door. It was only a matter of time before he mastered the Dark Spirit Spear art. Under the Black Hole astrology, Yi Xing's cultivation of the Dark Spirit Spear arts was already much easier. After comprehending the Dark Force, his cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. In just one night, Yi Xing's cultivation of the Dark Spirit Spear arts had made qualitative progress, reaching the entry level. Yi Xing had used 10 nights to comprehend a trace of the power of darkness. But because he had comprehended a trace of the power of darkness, he had only used 1 night to master the Dark Spirit Spear art. If he had not comprehended the power of darkness, Yi Xing estimated that he would have needed at least half a month to master the Dark Spirit Spear art. There was a difference of 4 days. If the difference of 4 days was not big, then he had only reached the entry level. What if he had reached the entry level? The difficulty would be 10 times higher. If Yi Xing needed half a month to master the Dark Spirit Spear art to the entry level, then he would need at least a year to master it to the entry level. Perhaps he would need at least 10 years to master it to the entry level. And after comprehending the Dark Force, this time could be shortened by more than 10 times. It was not just a difference of 4 days, but a difference of several years or even 10 years. Sharpening a knife would not delay the cutting of firewood. This saying was indeed true. The entry-level Dark Spirit Spear art was not weaker than the entry-level lower spiritual martial art. With his current strength, Yi Xing was more than 80% sure that he could kill Jin Xiuxi. Even if there was a difference of 1 level between them, and Yi Xing did not plan to use his astrology, he was still very confident. However, he and Jin Xiuxi had already agreed to fight in a month. This matter was known to all. Naturally, there was no need to change it. There were still 19 days left. Yi Xing planned to continue practicing the Dark Spirit Spear art and increase his attainment. 1 month later, on the life and death arena, it would be either life or death. Yi Xing did not only have 80% confidence, he had to have absolute confidence in winning. Therefore, he had to continue consolidating his attainment in the Dark Spirit Spear art. It would be best if he could cultivate it to the level of minor accomplishment. It would be a surefire way to kill Zhenxiu Temple. However, even if he couldn't reach the level of minor accomplishment, he had to try his best to reach the level of minor accomplishment in order to maximize his chances of winning. It was not easy to be reborn in the Starland. Yi Xing did not want his life to end in the hands of Jin Xiuxi so soon. In this life and death battle, he had to survive. Therefore, he could only let Jin Xiuxi die. He had to kill Jin Xiuxi. Time passed by day. Every day, Yi Xing would sleep in the morning and practice the Dark Spirit Spear art at the back of the mountain in the afternoon. It seemed that there was no progress, and few people paid attention to him. During this period of time, the Falling Star sect and the Dongfu sect had fought twice because of the star crystal load. However, Lin Fenghua had set up layers of level 3 formations around the star crystal load. Moreover, Lin Xin, the Grand Elder of the had come out of seclusion and participated in the battle. He had defeated the Grand Elder of the Dongfu sect, Du Bianshan, so the Falling Star sect had the upper hand in both battles. However, at the same time of victory, there were some people who were puzzled. Because in the battle over the star crystal lode, the Dongfu sect supreme elder Du Bianxiong had not appeared. Du Bianxiong was also a 3-star venerable. If Du Bianxiong took action, the Dongfu sect would have 2 3-star venerables working together. Even if the Falling Star sect had the advantage of formations, it would be difficult for them to gain an advantage over the Dongfu sect. Because of the 2 victories, the Falling Star sect's disciples were intoxicated with the victory of their sect. No one had the time to pay attention to Yi Xing. No one had expected that the Dark Spirit Spear technique that no one in the Falling Star sect had been able to successfully learn since the establishment of the sect 700 years ago had already been learned by Yi Xing. Moreover, Yi Xing's attainment in the Dark Spirit Spear technique was still improving at a rapid speed. From the initial stage to the initial stage, it seemed that there was not much difference. However, for middle stage spiritual martial force, it was an extremely difficult gap to cross. Many martial saints would remain at the initial stage for their entire life after they had started cultivating the middle stage spiritual martial force. Only marquis martial saints had the hope of reaching the initial stage. For marquises, perhaps it was not difficult to cultivate a middle-tier spiritual martial art to the small success stage. However, for middle-tier martial saints, it was extremely difficult. For beginner-tier martial saints, it was simply impossible. For example, it wasn't difficult for an adult to carry something that weighed more than 50 kilograms. However, for a 13 or 14-year-old child, it was extremely difficult. For a 7 or 8-year-old child, it was simply impossible. A martial artist's comprehension ability would increase as their cultivation level increased. It was just like how a normal person's strength would increase as they grew older. Therefore, for some advanced martial techniques, martial artists could not learn them at the beginning. However, when their cultivation level reached a certain level, they could learn them. Even if the cultivation level was much higher than the martial technique realm, it would not be difficult to learn them. For example, when a perfected person cultivated a middle stage spiritual martial force, it would be a matter of course. However, there would always be exceptions. For example, some 13 or 14-year-old children would have strength that far surpassed their peers and could carry 100 pounds of weight. Some of the more talented ones could even carry 100 pounds of weight at the age of 7 or 8. If Yi Xing could reach the initial stage of the Dark Spirit Spear technique, when he was an initial stage martial saint, it would be as shocking as a 7 or 8-year-old normal child carrying 100 pounds of weight. It would be extremely rare in the world. It was the last day of the 1-month deadline. Yi Xing's attainment of the Dark Spirit Spear technique had already reached the limit of the initial stage. He was only half a step away from the initial stage. It was like there was a thin barrier between them. After breaking through this barrier, Yi Xing's attainment of the Dark Spirit Spear technique would reach the next level and reach the initial stage. Its power would greatly increase. Although Yi Xing was almost certain that he could kill Zhun Xiuxi with his attainment of the Dark Spirit Spear technique, Yi Xing still hoped that he could reach the initial stage of the Dark Spirit Spear technique before the battle of life and death. As long as the Dark Spirit Spear technique reached the initial stage, even if there were any accidents during the battle of life and death, Yi Xing would not need to use the power of the astrology. He would be able to crush all the initial stage martial saints. Yi Xing would not even be afraid of a 4-star martial saint. Without using the power of the astrology, he would dare to fight with the spear in his hand. That night, Yi Xing was not in a hurry to cultivate the Dark Spirit Spear technique. Instead, he sat cross-legged and calmed his mind. More haste, less speed. Blindly cultivating might not be the best path. At certain moments, an appropriate pause might lead to unexpected results. Yi Xing sat quietly. His thoughts drifted back to the moment when he first arrived at the Star Continent. In the past year or so, he carefully recalled his journey in the Star Continent. Faces, events, battles, all of them appeared in Yi Xing's mind. His experiences in the past year or so were really complicated and changed. They surpassed his life in his previous life. Until now, Yi Xing's memories of his previous life had become fainter and fainter. 9 out of 10 of his memories were his experiences in the past year or so in the Star Continent. In these experiences, there were joys, sorrows, people he missed, people he cared about, people he respected. Of course, there were also enemies he hated. Every experience he recalled gave Yixing a different kind of emotion. Different experiences flashed in his mind, but the emotions generated by Yixing did not end with the end of the scenes in his mind. They changed one after another, settling down and intertwining with each other. At this moment, Yixing could be said to be filled with a myriad of emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, concern, melancholy. All kinds of emotions intertwined, causing Yixing's mind to fluctuate to a level that he would not normally be able to feel. At this moment, Yixing felt a wave of anger in his heart that needed to be vented. Although his heart was not calm and his mind was restless, Yixing's mind flashed with a light. He did not forcefully calm his mind, but followed the anger in his heart. He stood up, raised his hand, and took out the purple feather spear. A set of dark spirit spear arts was naturally displayed. At this moment, Yixing practiced the dark spirit spear arts. He felt that there was something more compared to the past month of practice. After a set of dark spirit spear arts was displayed, Yixing did not withdraw the purple feather spear. Instead, he maintained the posture of the spear like a statue standing still. He felt that the dark spirit spear arts was a whole new world, but the feeling was still very hazy. He needed some time to slowly understand it. Yixing maintained the posture of the spear. After more than 2 hours, when half the night had passed, he suddenly moved. The corner of his mouth had a trace of a smile as he displayed the dark spirit spear arts once again. However, this time, it was completely different. Yixing's cultivation of the dark spirit spear arts had broken through to the small success stage. Author's note: in the process, I can only update once. I owe 36 chapters. In short, after the 10th of this month, I will go into seclusion to write. Chapter 216, The Inner-Gate Life and Death Ring. Today was the day of the life and death battle between Yixing and Zhen Prison Temple. All the Inner Gate disciples in the sect had rushed over. Many Outer Gate disciples even came to the Inner Gate Square through their connections to watch the life and death battle between Yixing and Zhen Prison Temple. Moreover, a few of the high and mighty core disciples also showed up one after another. Core disciples were the true elites of the younger generation in the Falling Star sect. There were not many of them, only about 20 of them. Each of them was a personal disciple of an elder and had a respected status. Core disciples were very talented. In the future, they would at least be marquis or even half-step to sage. There were even a few who would reach the sage realm and become Inner Gate elders. Therefore, even some Inner Gate deacons with high cultivation were respectful to the core disciples. The appearance of the core disciples showed that the life and death battle between Yixing and Zhen Prison Temple had attracted a lot of attention in the Falling Star sect. Senior Brother Ma Ji, Senior Brother Lu Ju, Senior Brother Gu Ming. Wherever the 3 core disciples passed, all the Inner Gate disciples made way for them and bowed respectfully. Ma Ji, Lu Ju, and Gu Ming had arrogant looks on their faces. They nodded slightly at the crowd and walked straight to the life and death ring. Among the 3 of them, Ma Ji was in the middle and stood slightly in front. Lu Ju and Gu Ming were half a step behind. It was obvious that Ma Ji was the leader of the 3. Although the 3 of them were 4-star martial saints, in terms of cultivation, Ma Ji was the highest. He was at the peak of the 4th level star vortex stage and was not far from becoming a 5-star martial saint. Moreover, in terms of strength, Ma Ji was the strongest among the 3 of them. Moreover, Ma Ji was the youngest. This showed that Ma Ji's potential was greater than theirs, and his achievements in the future would be greater than theirs. Senior Brother Ma, the life and death battle between an Inner Gate disciple who became a martial saint by luck and Zhen Prison Temple is not worthy of your attention. You're giving them too much face by coming to watch the battle. Gu Ming scanned the surroundings and then looked at the empty life and death ring. They had arrived a little earlier. he said unwillingly and flattered Ma Ji at the same time. Core disciples were the future leaders of the sect. When they were young, they had already started forming circles. Ma Ji himself was the direct disciple of the Falling Star sect's law enforcement elder. His brother Marun was the direct disciple of the sect master. Lu Ju and Gu Ming walked together with Ma Ji and had always respected him. Lu Ju was a man of few words, but he nodded at Gu Ming's words. Ma Ji said indifferently, "If not for giving senior sister he face, why would I come to watch such a boring battle? An ant-like existence, relying on luck to become a martial sage, relying on luck to obtain 10,000 contribution points. Yet, he thinks that he is infallible, arrogant, and complacent. He thinks that by relying on the astral crystal spiritual essence to become a 2-star martial sage, he can do whatever he wants in the inner sect. Humph! He had just become an inner disciple, yet he dared to accept the challenge to the arena of life and death with Zhen Xiu-Si, one of the top 10 inner disciples. The time limit was only 1 month. Did he think that he could enter the top 10 just by cultivating for a month? What a joke! Ma Ji obviously did not like Yixing and did not think highly of him. He saw him as an ant. As for the senior sister that he mentioned, it was naturally He Hongjiao, the direct disciple of the sect master's wife. He Hongjiao was an 8-star martial sage, Tian Ming. Her cultivation was at the peak of Star Vortex Realm Level 5. Among the core disciples, she was a well-known existence and was ranked at the top. Moreover, there were rumors that she and Ma Ren were a couple. Since there were rumors, they were naturally not groundless. He Hongjiao and Ma Ren were indeed close. Because of this, Ma Ren's younger brother, Ma Ji, brought Lu Ju and Gu Ming to support Zhen Xiu-Si. Zhen Xiu-Si obviously did not have such great influence. This was all because of He Hongjiao. As soon as Ma Ji finished speaking, there was a commotion at the side. Senior sister He Hongjiao. One after another, excited voices could be heard. It was He Hongjiao who had arrived. She was extremely popular in the Falling Star sect, and was the goddess in many disciples' hearts. And there were 2 female disciples who were the most popular. One was He Hongjiao, and the other was Lin Tongyu. The former was the #1 beauty among the core disciples, while the latter was the #1 beauty among the inner disciples. However, Lin Tongyu had become a core disciple half a month ago and no longer had the title of the #1 beauty among the core disciples. The 2 of them were known as the Falling Star Duo. He Hongjiao was 22 years old this year. She had an 8-star orange life and was at the peak of Star Vortex Realm Level 5. It was impossible to determine He Hongjiao's age from her appearance. She wore a pink long dress and looked like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Her skin was smooth and white, and her skin was like snow. She looked extremely pleasing to the eye and made countless female disciples feel ashamed of themselves. Zhen Xiu-Si arrived together with He Hongjiao. Although Zhen Xiu-Si was the main character of today's life and death battle, he was obviously ignored by the other disciples because he was walking together with He Hongjiao. Amidst the excited shouts, everyone's target was He Hongjiao, and no one paid any attention to Zhen Xiu-Si. Perhaps there were some who called out to him, but it was completely drowned out by the crowd's shouts for He Hongjiao. No one heard the shouts of Senior Brother Zhen or Senior Brother Zhen Xiu-Si. Zhen Xiu-Si walked behind He Hongjiao and heard the shouts of the disciples on both sides. He was very envious and hoped that he could have such a day and have such high popularity and prestige among the Falling Star sect's disciples. As one of the top 10 inner court disciples, Zhen Prison Temple would usually take the initiative to address him as Senior Brother Zhen when he met other inner court disciples. However, compared to He Hongjiao, his little bit of prestige was nothing at all. As long as I have enough strength, I will have such a day too. Prestige needs to be accumulated step by step. Today is a good opportunity to kill Yixing in front of everyone and let everyone see my strength and skills. They will admire and fear me from the bottom of their hearts. Zhen Xiu-Si thought to himself and clenched his fists involuntarily. Senior sister He Hongjiao led Zhen Xiu-Si forward and came to the side of Ma Ji Lu Ju, and Guming. The latter three nodded at Yi Hongjiao in greeting. Senior Brother Ma, Senior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Gu. As an inner disciple, Zhen Xiuxi's status was lower than Ma Ji and the other two core disciples. He also nodded at them one by one. The three of you are early. Yi Hongjiao nodded at Ma Ji and the other two core disciples. She looked around and frowned slightly. That kid is not here yet. Guming laughed and said, that kid is obviously going to die in a life and death battle with Junior Brother Zhen. I'm afraid he is too scared to show up now. Why would he be in a hurry to die? The life and death battle has been agreed. It's not up to him to decide. Even if he doesn't show up, someone will catch him and put him on the life and death platform. Huh. Lu Ju, who had always been a man of few words, sneered. Ma Ji laughed coldly and said, let's not talk about how weak he is and how he became a martial sage by luck. Even if he is really strong and is a martial arts genius, he is still an ignorant fool who is fighting on the life and death platform with his status as an inner disciple and a pro-disciple. A mere inner disciple cannot kill a pro-disciple, even if it is on the life and death platform. He, Zhen Xiuxi, smiled. In this life and death battle, not only did he have 100% confidence that he could kill Yi Xing, but he also had 100% assurance that his life would not be in danger. At this moment, the inner disciples at the side were in an uproar. The commotion caused was not smaller than when Yi Hongjiao had arrived. Other than Yi Hongjiao, there were only two other people who could cause such a commotion among the inner disciples. One was the eldest senior brother Marun, a 9-star orange fate genius. He was the strongest among the younger generation of Thea, 6-star martial sage, and a pro-disciple of the sect leader. He had a high prestige among the disciples of the Falling Star sect. However, Marun was not in the Falling Star sect at this moment. He had participated in the dispute with the Dongfu sect over the star crystal mineral lode and was still there. If it was not eldest senior brother Marun, it would be the other one. As for the other one, it was naturally Lin Tongyu, who was known as the Twin Beauties with Yi Hongjiao. Lin Tongyu was once the first inner disciple of the Falling Star sect. 1.5 months ago, she had returned to the sect and was promoted to a core disciple because she had become a 4-star martial sage. Her father was the only formation elder of the Falling Star sect and the only level 3 formation master. Her status was prominent. Her grandfather was the legend of the Falling Star sect, Grand Elder Lin Shuyuan. Her status was not ordinary. In terms of status, she was superior to Yi Hongjiao. In addition, her stunning appearance was not inferior to Yi Hongjiao's. Naturally, her fame was not inferior to Yi Hongjiao's. It was normal for her arrival to cause such a commotion. The twin beauties of the Falling Star sect were rarely seen. Today, they actually appeared in the inner square together. It was very unexpected for the inner disciples. It was reasonable for Yi Hongjiao to come, because Yi Hongjiao was the senior sister of the Zhen prison temple. The two of them had the same master. This kind of senior-sister relationship was not comparable to other senior brothers and sisters in the same sect. But why was Lin Tongyu here? No one would believe that she was attracted by the duel. 99% of the inner disciples thought that this was a duel without any suspense. Yi Xing would be defeated miserably. Moreover, he would be defeated instantly. There was not much to see at all. Therefore, Lin Tongyu's arrival shocked the inner disciples. But what shocked them even more was that Lin Tongyu did not come alone. Instead, she came together with Yi Xing. Lin Tongyu and Yi Xing walked side by side towards the arena of life and death. Some of the inner disciples excitedly shouted, "Senior Sister Lin." In the next moment, their mouths were agape, and they were frozen in place like statues. They were completely stunned. Lin Tongyu came together with Yi Xing. What was the relationship between them? How did the two of them know each other? The inner disciples finally understood why Lin Tongyu came. It was because of Yi Xing. But why did Lin Tongyu know Yi Xing? Why did she come together with Yi Xing? This was completely baffling and shocking. Zhen Prison Temple, Yi Hongjiao, and the rest were very surprised by Lin Tongyu's arrival. Their faces were filled with surprise. Yi Hongjiao was the first to calm down. She patted Jun Prison Temple's shoulder and said, "Junior brother Jun, once you enter the arena of life and death, no one can interfere. No one can stop you from killing that brat." Jun Prison Temple's eyes flashed fiercely as he nodded his head. At this moment, Yixing jumped up like a wild goose and landed directly on the arena of life and death. Today's update is now at 37 chapters. Many people want to see me make a fool of myself. Previously, some people said that I was a eunuch. Now, I have updated. Those who said that I was a eunuch can get lost. Now, some people say that I won't pay back my debts. I can't tell these people to get lost yet, but sooner or later, you'll all get lost. Not only will I pay back my debts, but I will also explode for several months this year. This is my habit. Every year, I will explode for at least half of the days. Chapter 217. Yixing's eyes were like swords as he glanced at Jin Xiuxi. "Come up and die." His tone was clean and decisive, as if he was saying something that was bound to happen. It was like saying at dusk that the sky was going to turn dark. It was like saying at dawn that the sky was going to turn bright. From Yixing's tone, he had already determined Jin Xiuxi's fate, death. Jin Xiuxi was naturally infuriated by his tone. The rest of the inner disciples also started to jeer. They thought that Yixing was too arrogant. Tisk, among the few core disciples, Ma Ji curled his lips and said in disdain, "This brat does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Junior brother Jean, there is no need to be polite with him. If you kill him in more than 3 moves, you will be the one losing face." Even the beautiful He Hongjiao had a cold expression on her face. She said coldly, "There is no need for 3 moves. Junior brother Jean, just use the universal fire and kill him in 1 move." The universal fire was the ultimate move of the flame blade technique. In the past month, Jin Xiuxi had been practicing the flame blade technique. Jin Xiuxi's flaming saber technique was already close to mastery. In the past month, Hua Tianshu had often given him pointers, and He Hongjiao had also been practicing with him. Although the flaming saber technique had not reached mastery, Jin Xiuxi's universal extermination of fire had reached mastery under the guidance of Hua Tianshu and He Jiao. Its power was on par with the mastery of the flaming saber technique. It was extremely rare for an initial stage martial saint to be able to train an inferior stage spiritual martial force to the great completion stage. Once a lower stage spiritual martial force reached the great completion stage, then their strength would increase greatly. Although Jin Xiu Temple was only ranked 10th among the inner disciples, just the fact that he had reached the mastery stage of extinction of fire was enough to raise his ranking by several ranks. If a competition was held, Jin Xiu Temple could definitely charge into the top 5 of the inner disciples, or even the top 3. Killing Yixing was not only Jin Xiuxi's personal grudge, it was also Hua Tianshu's order. The reason why He Hongjiao was so concerned about this battle was not because of Jin Xiuxi, but because of her teacher, Hua Tianshu. Hua Tianshu's order was to kill Yixing as soon as possible. Hua Tianshu was very clear about Zishan Ho's hatred towards her. She couldn't let anyone who came from Zishan Ho's side achieve anything. Otherwise, they would become a huge problem in the future. Jin Xiuxi nodded solemnly and leaped into the life and death ring. The life and death stage was guarded by a half-step enlightened being elder. When Yixing and Jin Xiuxi both got on the stage, an old man in his 60s floated out from a nearby building. "Elder Wang!" All the inner disciples shouted in unison. The core disciples also nodded their heads slightly to show their respect. There weren't many true masters in only a dozen or so. Every one of them held a high position and was the head of a department. For example, the Enforcement Elder, Affair Elder, Sect Affairs Elder, Formation Elder, Martial Pavilion Elder, and so on were all Astral Realm Enlightened Masters. The Falling Star School was a big family with many things to do. Even though the true Immortal Elders were the top figures in each department, they would be too busy to manage everything. Therefore, the ones who were really in charge were the half-true Immortals. The half-step enlightened masters all had real power in their hands. Even the core disciples had to treat them with respect. The half-step enlightened master guarding the life and death ring was named Wang Shui. He belonged to the affair hall, which was in charge of all the internal affairs of the sect, including the fights between the disciples. Wang Shui stood on the life and death ring and glanced at Yi Xing and Jin Qiusi. One of them would die in the life and death ring. Wang Shui obviously didn't care who would live and who would die. Wang Shui said, "In the life and death ring, there is no winner, only life and death. You two, once the battle starts, you can't back out. Have you thought about it?" Yi Xing and Jun Qiusi both nodded with confidence in their eyes. Wang Shui sighed inwardly. He had been guarding the life and death ring for more than 10 years. Although the disciples rarely went on the life and death ring, Wang Shui had seen a few life and death battles. In every life and death battle, both sides were full of confidence. They thought that the one who would die in the battle would be the other, and the one who would survive would be themselves. However, no matter how confident they were, one of them would definitely die. If the other was lucky, he would be able to defeat his opponent and come out unscathed. If he was unlucky and the two of them were of similar strength, if one of them died, the other would definitely not have a good ending. In the few life and death battles that Wang Shui had seen, the victors had won completely. There was not a single person who came out unscathed. There was only one person who was lightly injured and another who was seriously injured. As for the rest, although they had killed their opponents, they had also suffered fatal injuries. After the battle, they either didn't live for long before dying, or their bodies were crippled and they were barely hanging on. Therefore, Wang Shui didn't like the disciples who went on the life and death ring. This was because there was a 90% chance that both sides would be injured. Wang Shui didn't say anything else. He waved his hand, and 8 formation flags flew out and stood in 8 directions of the life and death ring. A formation light shield covered the entire life and death ring. Yi Xing was surprised. Elder Wang was a formation master. The formation he had set up was the 8-gate formation. The 8-gate formation was a grade 2 formation. A great perfection 8-gate formation was sufficient to trap a noble grade martial sage. When the great perfection 8-gate formation enveloped the life and death arena, there was no way out. If one fought inside, one would either die or live. "Let's start," Wang Shui said indifferently. His body flashed, and he passed through the formation light shield, leaving the life and death ring. As the array master, Wang Shui was not restricted by the formation light shield. After Wang Shui left, a ferocious smile appeared on Jun Qiusi's face. His eyes were like a poisonous snake as they locked onto Yi Xing. At the same time, around the life and death ring, all the warriors, be it inner disciples, core disciples, or sect deacons, were energized. Their eyes were focused on the life and death ring. They were paying attention to the life and death battle that could erupt at any time and end at any time. Jun Qiusi laughed. "Yi Xing, let's see how you can survive this time." The only thing you can leave behind is your last words." Yi Xing raised his hand, and a purple spear appeared in his hand. It was the purple feather spear. With the spear in his hand, Yi Xing's temperament changed drastically. He changed from a gentle prince to a conquering general with the power to sweep away thousands of troops. Yi Xing was not as emotional as Jun Qiusi. He was calm as usual. He pointed his spear at Jun Qiusi and said, "The one who will leave behind his last words is you." Jun Qiusi was furious and shouted, "You're courting death." With this roar, the flame celestial essence in Jun Qiusi's body started to boil. A ball of almost transparent flame rose from his body. The temperature around him suddenly rose sharply. The spiritual weapon in Jun Qiusi's hand turned red in an instant. Then, with a flash of sparks, it burned with raging flames. 8 desolation flames. Jun Qiusi roared and waved the spiritual weapon in his hand. In an instant, Jun Qiusi's figure disappeared and the flaming saber light flashed. Flaming saber light shot out one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were 8 flaming saber lights. Each flaming saber light was dozens of feet long and contained a terrifying power. They came from 8 directions and slashed at Yi Xing at the same time. 8 flaming saber lights from 8 directions. Each of the saber lights was connected to each other, and the power circulated endlessly. No matter how he fought back, unless he destroyed all 8 flaming saber lights at the same time, it would be useless. 8 desolation flames, 8 flaming saber lights appearing at the same time. This is the ultimate move of the flaming saber technique. Has Senior Zhun Xiu Si's flaming saber technique reached the great completion realm? As soon as Zhun Xiu Si made his move, the inner disciples below the life and death ring immediately exclaimed. At the same time, a large number of martial sages exclaimed. Obviously, they were shocked by Zhun Xiu Si's saber technique. Impossible! If Zhun Xiu Si's flaming saber technique reached the great completion realm, he wouldn't be the 10th inner disciple. He would be the first inner disciple. He must have practiced the 8 desolation flames diligently for the past month and was guided by an expert to reach the great completion realm instead of the entire flaming saber technique reaching the great completion realm. A knowledgeable and well-informed person said. In the blink of an eye, while the martial sages were still exclaiming, the 8 flaming saber lights had already surrounded Yi Xing and engulfed his figure. In the eyes of the martial sages, it didn't matter whether Zhun Xiu Si had reached the great completion realm or the entire flaming saber technique. This move was enough to take Yi Xing's life. Moreover, Yi Xing would die without a complete corpse. Such a terrifying move was enough to split Yi Xing's body into pieces. However, this was not the case. Suddenly, Yi Xing's voice came out from the flames. This is your martial arts attainment after a month of hard work. His voice was full of disdain. As Yi Xing spoke, the purple feather spear in his hand moved. Dark Spirit Spear Technique, Undercurrent Surge. Yi Xing had only displayed the power of the Dark Spirit Spear Technique to the beginner level. However, he had integrated the power of darkness into it. When the purple feather spear stabbed out, it turned into darkness. The darkness spread instantly. It first surrounded Yi Xing, then the 8 flaming saber lights, and then the entire life and death ring. Below the life and death ring, cries of surprise rang out. The eyes of the martial sages were filled with shock at this moment. The life and death ring suddenly turned dark. It seemed like the 8 flaming saber lights had been destroyed in an instant. Of course, the power of darkness of the spear was not enough to destroy the 8 flaming saber lights. However, under the cover of the power of darkness, the 8 flaming saber lights could not be seen. The moment the darkness enveloped the life and death ring, the purple feather spear turned into a surging undercurrent and swept out. The 8 flaming saber lights were all destroyed by Yi Xing's move. The darkness that enveloped the life and death ring only existed for a moment. When the darkness disappeared, everything returned to normal. The 8 flaming saber lights were no longer around Yi Xing. There were only a few flaming sparks left. Dark power of darkness. Zhun Xiu Si, who was on the life and death ring, and the martial sages below the life and death ring all exclaimed in unison. This chapter was written yesterday. I was at my wife's grandfather's house last night. I couldn't enter the Qijin platform and couldn't update. Everyone, wait, there was a message in the letter. Some readers knew about it, but some didn't. Sorry, I updated a chapter yesterday, and I'm overdue for 38 chapters. I'm back in Shenyang today. I'll update at least 2 chapters. The updates will stabilize in the future. It seems that I can start updating before the 10th. Brothers, please pay attention to my gong. Everyone, wait. Letter. EK Chocolate. If there's anything, I'll announce it in the letter. Also, I'll publish Yi Xing's picture in the letter tomorrow. Chapter 2:18. Force was the Tao of heaven and earth, the essence of all living things. When a martial art is cultivated, it was not only the Tao of martial arts, but also the Tao of heaven and earth. However, the Tao of heaven and earth was more profound and difficult to control than the Tao of martial arts. When a martial artist stepped into the celestial vortex realm, he would enter the door of martial arts and begin to comprehend the Tao of martial arts. However, it was much later for him to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. It was not easy for a martial sage to comprehend a Tao of heaven and earth. Moreover, only martial sages of the noble level could reach this step. Among the Tao of heaven and earth, the Tao of the five elements was the most common, followed by wind, thunder, and then other special Tao of heaven and earth. The Tao of darkness was one of the special Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was difficult to comprehend a Tao force, but it was even more difficult to comprehend the Tao of darkness. Yixing had just become a martial sage and was only a 2-star martial sage. However, he had already comprehended the Tao of darkness. This shocked everyone. Among the martial sages present, there were only a few who had comprehended the Tao of force. Moreover, none of them had comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth. The martial sages looked at Yixing as if they were looking at a freak. To comprehend the Tao of darkness at the second level of the celestial vortex realm, what kind of comprehension did that require? What kind of martial arts genius did he have to have such comprehension? Yixing had comprehended the Tao of darkness and mastered the dark spirit spear art when he was only a 2-star martial sage. This was not surprising. On the life and death ring, Zhenxiu Si was shocked and his voice trembled. You have comprehended the Tao of darkness and mastered the dark spirit spear art? Zhenxiu Si was shocked. Although he sounded like he was asking, he was actually stating the truth. It was obvious that Yixing had comprehended the Tao of darkness and mastered the dark spirit spear art. With the Tao of darkness and the dark spirit spear art, Yixing had the ability to kill Zhenxiu Si. Therefore, Zhenxiu Si could not help but be shocked. However, Zhen Prison Temple still had a trump card in hand. Therefore, even though he was terrified of Yixing's strength, he did not let it get to him. His expression quickly calmed down. Pointing his spear at Zhen Prison Temple, Yixing said indifferently, "That's right, it's your honor to die under the Dark Spirit Spear Art." Dark Spirit Spear Art, Divine Light Flash. As soon as Yixing finished speaking, he unleashed his killing move. The purple feather spear in his hand pierced forward, and in an instant, a dark spear light shot out. The speed of the spear radiance was like a flash of inspiration in his mind. It was unbelievably fast. In an instant, it shattered all the air currents and arrived in front of Zhenxiu Temple. The power of darkness came along with the purple feather spear. Zhenxiu Si felt his vision go black. He was suddenly in darkness, unable to see any light. At this moment, even if Zhenxiu Si's strength was doubled, he would not be able to escape the fate of being killed by Yixing's spear. This made Zhenxiu Si's heart tighten as he shuddered violently. Below the life and death ring, many martial saints became nervous at this moment. Their eyes widened. They had already expected this outcome, but they could not believe it. They could not believe that Zhenxiu Si, who was ranked in the top 10 of the inner disciples and had mastered the vast desolation of fire, who was ranked in the top 5 of the inner disciples, would be killed by Yixing in one move. At this moment, only 2 people remained calm. One was Lin Tongyu, and the other was He Hongjiao. Even a half-step Jinren elder, Wang Shuyi, had a strange look in his eyes. Lin Tongyu's expression was calm. This was understandable because Yixing had the upper hand. There was no need for her to be nervous. In terms of quantity, she was just surprised at the speed of Yixing's strength improvement. On the other hand, He Hongjiao's expression was calm. This was meaningful. Logically speaking, Zhenxiu Si would definitely die under this spear. He Hongjiao should be shocked. However, she did not. Her expression was calm. It was obvious that Zhenxiu Si would not die under this spear. Zhenxiu Si, who was in the dark, felt a chill in his heart. He waved his hand and a ray of light suddenly flew out. Clang! In an instant, this ray of light collided with the purple feather spear, causing an explosion. It was the first time Yixing's expression changed. He was shocked as he felt a terrifying force coming from the tip of the spear, causing his attack to be hindered. Not only did it come to a stop, It even felt like he was being pushed backward by the force. This wasn't the only attack Zhen Qiu Temple had thrown out. After an explosion, the ray of light split into three and suddenly shot towards Yi Xing from three directions. At this moment, Yi Xing activated his super brain to scan. The three rays of light were clearly scanned into his mind. They were three flying daggers. With Zhen Qiu's strength, it was obvious that he could not use the flying daggers to block Yi Xing's divine flash. Therefore, the terrifying force that Yi Xing felt was not Zhen Qiu's power. It came from the three flying daggers themselves. Yi Xing was stunned. These three flying daggers were a very terrifying weapon. They were forbidden weapons. Forbidden weapons were different from conventional weapons. They were not weapons that could be used for a long time. They were weapons that would be destroyed after one use. It was very difficult to make forbidden weapons. The materials needed were also very precious. They would be destroyed after one use. The price was very high. There was no such luxurious weapon on the market. In this situation, only a craftsman would be willing to spend a lot of money to make forbidden weapons for use in times of danger. Zhen Qiu was a craftsman, and so was He Hongjiao. However, neither Zhen Qiu nor He Hongjiao could make forbidden weapons as powerful as these three flying daggers. Zhen Qiu and He Hongjiao's master, Hua Tianshu, was also a craftsman. Moreover, she was a mid-level spiritual craftsman. It was more than enough for her to make forbidden weapons like these three flying daggers. Therefore, it was obvious that these three flying daggers were Hua Tianshu's. No wonder Zhen Qiu was defeated. He Hongjiao's expression was still calm. She was not worried that Zhen Qiu would be killed by Yi Xing. It turned out that she knew that Zhen Qiu had Hua Tianshu's forbidden weapons. These three flying daggers were Zhen Qiu's real trump card. The situation suddenly changed. Zhen Qiu was about to be killed by Yi Xing's spear. Suddenly, he used a weapon to turn the situation around. Yi Xing, on the other hand, was in a life-and-death situation because of the three flying daggers. The changes in a battle were really fast. Until the last moment, no one dared to say that they would definitely win even if they had the upper hand. Forbidden weapons. Some people with good eyesight instantly recognized the types of the three flying daggers and exclaimed. When the martial sages heard this, they were all shocked. Forbidden weapons were treasures that could only be found by chance. Zhen Qiu actually had such a powerful forbidden weapon. Perhaps even a 4-star martial sage could be killed by these three flying daggers if he was caught off guard. The martial sages were still nervous. However, they were not nervous about Zhen Qiu, but about Yi Xing. Before the battle, most of the martial sages were on Zhen Qiu's side. However, Yi Xing's amazing spear had shocked everyone and made them submit. The martial sages felt that it was a pity that such a martial arts genius had fallen. This was because they knew that if Zhen Qiu did not use the forbidden weapon, he would definitely not be a match for Yi Xing with his true strength. Yi Xing, even if you have mastered the Dark Spirit Spear Art, so what? You will still die under my master's fatal flying daggers. When Zhen Qiu saw that the fatal flying daggers had broken Yi Xing's attack and instantly put Yi Xing in a life-and-death situation, he felt very happy and could not help but cheer. There were a total of 3 fatal flying daggers. Hua Tianshu had specially refined them for the battle between Zhen Qiu and Yi Xing. The higher the level of the forbidden weapon, the more expensive the materials used. The fatal flying daggers refined by Hua Tianshu were equivalent to a full-strength attack of a 4-star martial sage. In her opinion, even if Zhen Qiu could not do anything to Yi Xing, this set of fatal flying daggers was enough to take Yi Xing's life. When the fatal flying daggers were thrown out from Zhen Qiu's hands, Yi Xing's hair stood on end. He reacted quickly and instantly felt the threat of death. Dark Spear Curtain. Yi Xing took the opportunity to put away the purple feather spear. His body also followed the terrifying force and suddenly retreated backward. The purple feather spear instantly turned into a dark spear curtain. This move was a defensive spear move of the Dark Spirit Spear art. When Yixing used it together with the Dark Force, its defensive power was shocking. Moreover, while Yixing borrowed the Force to retreat, he also condensed his celestial essence into a pair of wings. At the same time, he also used the Wind Force. Even though he did not know any spirit martial arts movement technique, his speed was still as fast as lightning. Clang, clang, clang. 3 explosions sounded almost at the same time. The power of the fatal flying daggers was indeed terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 3 cracks were torn in the dark spear curtain. The 3 flying daggers, with bright brilliance, continued to shoot forward and kill Yixing. However, although Yixing's spear move was blocked, the dark spear curtain still had a certain degree of effect. It greatly weakened the power of the life-seizing flying dagger, and also reduced its speed. Whoosh Yixing used the wind force and flapped his star essence wings. His speed was as fast as flying. Like a streamer, he flashed to the right in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 flying daggers almost brushed past Yixing's afterimage. In an instant, they pierced the light shield that covered the life and death ring, making a sound of gold and iron hitting each other. The grand completion 8-gate formation could even block the attack of a noble realm martial saint. The fatal flying daggers were only equivalent to a full-strength attack of a 4-star martial saint. Naturally, they could not affect the light shield at all. The 3 flying daggers bounced back and exploded into pieces in midair. After a strike, a forbidden weapon, whether it succeeded or not, would be scrapped. It would no longer be useful, and even the materials would not be left. The forbidden weapon was destroyed, but Yixing, holding the purple feather spear, was safe and sound. Below the life and death ring, all the martial saints were shocked. Even Yi Hongjiao and Lin Tongyu were so. There were even some who were dumbfounded at this moment. This was a forbidden weapon. A forbidden weapon refined by Hua Tianshu, the wife of the sect leader, who was a level 2 weapon refining grandmaster, could not hurt Yixing at all. How is this possible? The forbidden weapon is very powerful, but I don't believe that you have a second forbidden weapon. Yixing's cold voice sounded. Today, I still only updated 1 chapter. The number of chapters 10 is 39. I'll start to make up for it tomorrow. I will work hard and try to pay back all the chapters 10 by March. Chapter 219. Zhen Xiuxi's expression turned into horror. This time he was truly terrified. Yixing was right. He did not have a second forbidden weapon. Forbidden weapons were extremely precious. Hua Tianshu had given the fatal flying dagger, a forbidden weapon that was equivalent to a full force attack of a 4-star martial saint, to the Zhen prison temple. It was already a foolproof plan. Who would have thought that even this could not kill Yixing? When Zhen Xiuxi met Yixing's sharp gaze, he immediately took a step back, and his momentum was greatly reduced. Yixing, I am the pro-disciple of the Weapon Pavilion Elder. Pro-disciples have. Zhen Xiuxi looked at Yixing with fear in his eyes and his voice trembling. Dark Spirit Spear. However, before Zhen Xiuxi could finish his words, Yixing shouted and performed the ultimate killing move of the Dark Spirit Spear art. The spear shot towards Zhen Xiuxi. So what if he was a pro-disciple? So what if he was the pro-disciple of the Weapon Pavilion Elder Hua Tianshu? In a life and death ring, Yixing would kill him without hesitation. Rip! The air between the two was torn apart in an instant, producing an ear-piercing sound. The purple feather spear carried a terrifying dark aura and an extremely terrifying power as it pierced towards Zhen Xiuxi. The spear's power covered the sky and was unstoppable. Below the life and death ring, many martial saints exclaimed. Yixing's spear was too terrifying. Even though they were not the target of the attack, they could not help but be shocked. Facing Yixing's attack, Zhen Xiuxi did not have time to speak. He only had time to roar. Whoosh! In an instant, a flaming star rushed out from between his eyebrows and hung in the sky. Countless flaming stars fell, increasing Zhen Xiu's star power greatly. Astrology, Flaming Star. Zhen Xiu's astrology was the same as Zishanho's. It was a fire-based astrology, but it was not as good as Zishanho's Earth-Fire Star. However, as a fire-based astrology, it was much more powerful than an ordinary astrology. Zhen Xiu roared and waved the spiritual weapon in his hand. It turned into a flaming saber screen as he defended himself with all his might. Under the support of the star power of the fire astrology, the flaming saber screen was like an impenetrable wall. Zhen Xiu's strength was top-notch among the three-star martial saints. If he defended with all his strength, even the top three-star martial saints would find it difficult to break his defense. As for Yixing, he was merely a two-star martial saint. However, Yixing's strength was not only at the level of a two-star martial saint. In particular, the might of the Dark Spirit Spear that he had unleashed was something that not even a three-star martial saint could compare with. Therefore, even if Zhen Prison Temple defended with all its might, it was futile against Yixing's spear technique. Boom! The tip of the spear collided with the saber screen. With a loud explosion, sparks flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the purple feather spear pierced a large crack in the flaming blade screen. Especially at the tip of the spear, the flaming blade screen shattered and caved in. With the terrifying power of Yixing's spear, it would not take more than 2 or 3 breaths of time for it to be completely penetrated. Once the flaming blade screen was penetrated, Zhen Prison Temple's body would be penetrated by the purple feather spear. Seeing the flaming blade screen shattering and the tip of the spear shattering, all the spectating martial saints felt their hearts jump to their throats. The process of slowly penetrating the spear screen and killing Zhen Prison Temple was even more nerve-wracking and shocking than the instant death of Zhen Prison Temple. "Stop it!" Below the life and death ring, someone shouted. It was the core disciple, Ma Ji. The life of a pro-disciple is protected by the sect rules. Yixing, even if you killed Zhen Prison Temple on the life and death ring, according to the sect rules, you still have to die. Only the disciples of the enlightened being elders were called pro-disciples. Every pro-disciple had an enlightened being master who had a close relationship with the highest level of power in the sect. Therefore, pro-disciples were specially protected by the sect rules. Even if a pro-disciple had violated the sect rules, or even committed a capital offense, he could only be punished by the sect. Ordinary disciples were not allowed to take his life, no matter when or where. It was for this reason that Zhen Prison Temple felt that he was 100% safe before the battle. This was because if he killed Yixing, it would be fine. However, if Yixing killed him, it would be a capital offense. As for his defeat on the life and death ring, according to the rules, his life and death would be decided by Yixing. However, as long as Yixing did not kill him on the life and death ring, he would not die under the protection of Elder Hua Tianshu. However, at this moment, facing Yixing's ferocious attacks, Zhen Prison Temple thought that Yixing would not dare to kill him. However, the fear of death made him lose his composure. Only fear remained. Ma Ji's words did not affect Yixing. Yixing's attacks did not slow down. Like a hot knife through butter, the purple feather spear continued to shatter the flaming blade screen and pierced forward. It was true that personal disciples were protected by the sect rules. However, the fact that personal disciples could not be killed was only relative to ordinary inner disciples. As for Yixing, he was not an ordinary inner disciple. He was also a personal disciple of an elder. Moreover, he was the personal disciple of a Ray Formation Elder Lin Fenghua. When personal disciples fought on the life and death ring, it was natural to determine life and death. As long as there was a chance, they could kill each other. Ma Ji said this because he did not know that Yixing was also a personal disciple. Other than Lin Tongyu, no one else knew this. Therefore, when they heard that Yixing was determined to kill Zhen Prison Temple, they all frowned. This was practically mutual destruction. Although Yixing did not use the power of astrology and was able to defeat Zhen Prison Temple despite being a rare talent, Zhen Prison Temple was the personal disciple of an elder of the Tool Pavilion. Who was Elder Hua Tianshu? She was the wife of the sect master. Yixing had committed such a crime. Therefore, Hua Tianshu would definitely not let Yixing off. In the blink of an eye, 2 to 3 breaths of time had passed while Ma Ji was speaking. After Ma Ji finished speaking, the purple feather spear completely penetrated the flaming saber curtain in the blink of an eye. The purple feather spear carried the power of darkness and continued forward, drowning the flames. In an instant, Zhen Prison Temple's entire body was shrouded in darkness. In the darkness, a shrill scream was heard. Yixing, you are courting death. Ma Ji roared when he saw that Yixing did not respond to his words. The power of darkness dissipated in an instant. Everything that happened on the life and death ring appeared clearly in everyone's eyes. Yixing and Zhen Prison Temple stood half a foot apart. The purple feather spear had penetrated Zhen Prison Temple's chest. The handle of the spear was in Yixing's right hand. Zhen Prison Temple's eyes were wide open. They were filled with fear, disbelief, and pain. His expression was frozen. He was already dead. The life and death battle had ended. Yixing had won without any injuries. Zhen Prison Temple was dead. Below the life and death ring, cries of surprise could be heard. When the battle started, most of the martial sages were on Zhen Prison Temple's side. Obviously, they did not expect this result. He Hongjiao, Ma Ji, Lu Ju, Gu Ming, and the other core disciples looked pale. Some were gritting their teeth. They were all furious. At this moment, Elder Wang Shuyi, who was half a step away from Perfected Person's side, he waved his hand and retrieved the 8 formation flags. The 8-gate formation that covered the life and death ring disappeared. He Hongjiao looked at Ma Ji and nodded. Ma Ji immediately leaped up and rushed onto the life and death ring. The martial sages were in an uproar. What was Ma Ji trying to do? Entering the life and death ring meant that one had to fight to the death. Ma Ji was a core disciple who was superior. There was no reason for him to enter the life and death ring to challenge an inner disciple. This was a matter that would cause others to gossip about and embarrass him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ma Ji was an expert in swordsmanship. While he was in the air, he had already taken out a spiritual weapon. The sword radiance was like the moon. In an instant, he had already attacked 3 times. Each attack was a killing move. He attacked Yixing with the intention of instantly killing Yixing on the life and death ring. Ma Ji was a core disciple. Furthermore, he was one of the best among the 4-star martial sages. Below the life and death ring, the martial sages were all shocked. Facing Ma Ji's killing move, Yixing's gaze turned cold. He shook his purple feather spear and flicked it. Zhen Xiuxi's corpse immediately flew up and flew towards the 3 sword radiances. Ma Ji wanted to kill Yixing with 3 sword strikes. Yixing let Zhen Xiuxi's corpse receive the sword strikes. If these 3 sword strikes hit, Zhen Xiuxi would probably be cut into pieces. Although Zhen Xiuxi was dead, Ma Ji did not dare to damage Zhen Xiuxi's corpse. He could only quickly withdraw his sword and land at the edge of the life and death ring to receive Zhen Xiuxi's corpse. At this moment, Yixing jumped and somersaulted backwards. He got off the life and death ring and shouted, "As a core disciple, you have already lost your dignity by challenging me, an inner disciple. Now that you're on the life and death ring, you did not even challenge me. Instead, you launched a sneak attack on me. Do you have any shame?" Hearing this, the martial sages started to discuss among themselves. Their words were all criticizing Ma Ji. It was easy for a high-level disciple to bully a low-level disciple. Moreover, Ma Ji did not even challenge Yixing on the life and death ring. This made the martial sages very unhappy. If a high-level disciple was like this, how would the inner disciples present have a good life in the future? Wouldn't they become fish on the chopping block? Naturally, they were all full of vigor. Ma Ji stood on the life and death ring. Hearing the discussions of the martial sages, he was unhappy. He snorted coldly and said, "Who said that I wanted to challenge you? Yixing, who do you think you are? You are not worthy of my challenge. Humph. Yixing, you killed Jinxiu Si, a pro-disciple. According to the sect rules, this is a capital offense. As the pro-disciple of the law enforcement elder, I naturally have to arrest you and hand you over to the law enforcement hall. Do you think you can escape after getting off the life and death ring? Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will catch you. As soon as Ma Ji said this, his image immediately changed. Since Ma Ji was enforcing the law, there was nothing more to say. When catching criminals, it didn't matter if your cultivation was low or not. Even if you were just an ordinary warrior, if they wanted to catch you, they would still catch you. Seeing that Ma Ji was about to attack again, Yixing laughed and said, "Who said that I broke the sect rules and committed a capital offense? Zhenxiu Si was a pro-disciple, and so was I, Yixing. What crime is there in killing him on the life and death ring?" Hearing this, the whole place fell silent. Yixing was also a pro-disciple? What kind of joke was this? Ha ha ha. After a while, Ma Ji burst out laughing. You are also a pro-disciple? You don't know how to brag. How long have you been an inner disciple? Who would accept you as a pro-disciple? This is a load of nonsense. Do you think you can escape by making up a lie? Stop talking nonsense and come with me to the law enforcement hall. Thank you, Long Hu Do brothers, for your 10,000 coins. Thank you. Thank you. Lonely is lonely. Wu Yuan Buddha, Midnight Breeze, Fire Music King. Only love you. Apt 5432, Maple Charm, Weasel 22, Dark Night Sorrow, Buried Fairy Tale, and other brothers for their tips. Thank you very much. Chapter 220. Ma Ji did not believe that Yixing was a personal disciple at all. This was because Yixing had only been an inner disciple for a month. During this month, no perfected person had accepted Yixing as a personal disciple. It was a big deal for a perfected person to accept a personal disciple. If it was true, the other people in the Falling Star sect would know about it. Who after Ma Ji laughed. He circulated his star essence, and his sword chi was shocking. He wanted to continue attacking Yixing, looking at his power. If he attacked again, it would be a thunderous attack. He is indeed a personal disciple. However, at this moment, someone spoke up for Yixing. The voice was pleasant. When the martial saints heard it, their eyes lit up. It was Lin Tongyu, one of the two beauties of the Falling Star sect. Lin Tongyu was a new core disciple. She used to be the first in the inner sect. Her father was the only array elder in Felon Fenghua. Her grandfather was the grand elder of Felon Xiuyuan. Her identity and status were not trivial. Her words carried a lot of weight. With Lin Tongyu as a witness, Ma Ji had to stop his attack and stop his surging aura. He said, "Junior Sister Lin, he has only been in the inner sect for a month. Which perfected person elder accepted him as a personal disciple? If he is really a personal disciple, why don't I know about it? Why don't all of you know about it?" Although his words were polite, the questioning in his tone was obvious. When the martial saints heard this, they nodded. They also did not believe that Yixing was a personal disciple. Lin Tongyu said, 1.5 months ago, junior brother Yi found the star crystal vein and blocked the disciples of the East supporting sect with his array to protect the star crystal vein. My father rushed to the star crystal vein and saw that junior brother Yi was very talented in arrays. He accepted junior brother Yi as a personal disciple. I was also there at that time. Can my father's disciple be considered a personal disciple? Everyone was stunned. The martial saints knew how important an array master was. Without an array master, the sect would not be safe. The Falling Star sect was able to pass down its legacy because it had many level 3 arrays. These level 3 arrays were set up and repaired by generations of level 3 array masters. If a sect did not have a formation master, and if there was no successor for the formation Dao, then it would be at risk of being destroyed at any time. The Falling Star sect had Lin Fenghua, a level 3 array master. Even a level 4 sage would not be able to get away with it. Without Lin Fenghua, the array was just a dead array. Although it could resist a level 4 sage for a short period of time, it would not last long. With the strength of the Falling Star sect and its sphere of influence, its enemies were usually only at the level of a 3-star true master. It was extremely rare for it to encounter an enemy at the level of a 4-star true master. Therefore, as long as there was a formation master, the legacy of the sect would never be broken. Array masters were closely related to the legacy of the sect, which showed their importance. Among the elders of the most important one was the array master. The disciple of the formation elder was naturally a personal disciple. Furthermore, he was a personal disciple with a special status. His status was comparable to the personal disciples of the sect leader. He is the direct disciple of the formation elder. Ma Ji asked hoarsely. He found it hard to believe that Yi Xing actually had such an identity. However, Lin Tongyu was also an important person among the Falling Star sect disciples. She could not possibly be lying. Although Ma Ji used a questioning tone, he was actually stating an unbelievable fact. It was not just Ma Ji. He Hongjiao, Lu Ju, Gu Ming, and the other core disciples, all the inner sect disciples, and the other martial sages present were all shocked. They never expected that Yi Xing was also a personal disciple. Furthermore, he was the personal disciple of the formation elder. Countless people in the Falling Star sect wanted to become the formation elder's disciple. Unfortunately, no matter how talented they were, the formation elder would not take a liking to them. He only took disciples based on their talent in formations. In all these years, the formation elder had only taken in one disciple, Lin Tongyu. This was because Lin Tongyu was his daughter. He had never taken in a true disciple before. My father will arrive at the Falling Star sect tomorrow. At that time, he will announce this news. Lin Tongyu's voice rang out, dispelling the doubts of the martial sages who were still in disbelief. Ma Ji stood on the life and death platform, his face ashen and his cheeks burning. Anger burned in his heart. Yi Xing was a personal disciple. Killing Zhen Xiuxi on the life and death platform did not violate the sect's rules. Therefore, Ma Ji did not have the right to arrest Yi Xing. However, he rushed onto the life and death platform and attacked Yi Xing without saying anything. This was a complete joke. As a core disciple, he felt that he had lost all his face. Since you were a personal disciple, why didn't you say so earlier? You purposely hid your identity to embarrass me? Ma Ji flew into a rage out of humiliation. He gritted his teeth and casually found a reason to blame Yi Xing. Yi Xing smiled faintly. Do I have to tell you that I am the formation elder's personal disciple? Do I have to announce it to everyone? As a person, one should not be so ostentatious. Keep a low profile, understand? Ma Ji felt his chest swell. Hot blood almost gushed out of his body. Junior brother Ma, let's go. Below the life and death platform. He Hongjiao waved at Ma Ji and turned to leave. Although Hua Tianchu's order was to kill Yi Xing, there was no reason to find trouble with Yi Xing today. Yi Xing was the formation elder's personal disciple. If he was aggressive and purposely bullied the formation elder, things would get out of hand. Therefore, they could only give up today. Zhen Xiuxi's death would be in vain. Ma Ji stood on the life and death platform and was in a dilemma. He Hongjiao's words gave him a way out. He quickly left the life and death platform and left with He Hongjiao. Lu Ju and Gu Ming followed closely behind. The nearby martial sages made way for them. When He Hongjiao and the other core disciples left, they glanced at Yi Xing. The hatred in their eyes was obvious. Yi Xing had just become an inner disciple for a month, but he had already killed a top 10 inner disciple and offended a few core disciples. This was unprecedented in the Falling Star sect. The martial sages saw this and knew that Yi Xing had made many enemies in the Falling Star sect. Therefore, even though Yi Xing was now one of the top 10 inner disciples, not many inner disciples came to greet him. Most of the inner disciples left quickly, avoiding Yi Xing. They were afraid that others would misunderstand that they were friends with Yi Xing. Soon, the surroundings of the life and death platform were deserted. Only Lin Tongyu was left beside Yi Xing, senior sister Lin. Thank you for being my witness. Otherwise, they would not have let this go. Yi Xing thanked Lin Tongyu. Although he had used his full strength and was not afraid of Ma Ji, he did not want things to escalate to that stage. Otherwise, he would have exposed all his trump cards. Lin Tongyu smiled, faintly like a blooming flower. You were originally my father's disciple, and I was merely speaking the truth. On the other hand, Junior Martial Brother Yi, you're truly surprising. Your heaven's mandate is clearly not high, but your martial talent is so high that it is shocking. Our sect has never seen anyone succeed in cultivating the dark spirit spear art for more than 700 years, and you have even comprehended the power of darkness. In the future, if your cultivation increases, you will have great achievements. Ha! Yixing laughed. His dream was much higher than Lin Tongyu's great achievements. As for the future, there was no need to talk about it. Yixing said, You said that your father will return to the sect tomorrow. Is the situation at the Star Crystal Lode stable? Lin Tongyu nodded yes. The East supporting sect suffered 2 losses in a row and gave up the fight for the Star Crystal Lode. They have retreated. My father has set up many level 3 formations near the lode. The East supporting sect can't take them down. That's good. Yixing was delighted. He was the one who discovered the Star Crystal Lode. He did not expect the East supporting sect to take it away. Now that the Falling Star sect had completely defended the Star Crystal Lode, Yixing was completely relieved. The two chatted for a while and then left. Yixing went to the Elixir Pavilion. He had absorbed the Star Crystal spiritual essence and raised his cultivation to the 2nd level of the Celestial Vortex realm. There was still a lot of pure astral energy left in his body. In the past month, Yixing had been cultivating his archery and spear skills. He had also gradually absorbed the pure astral energy in his body and consolidated his cultivation to the later stage of the Celestial Vortex realm. Now that the pure astral energy in his body was gone, Yixing had some low-grade spiritual herbs with him. He planned to ask an alchemist to refine them into spiritual pills to aid his cultivation. He wanted to break through to the 3rd level of the Celestial Vortex realm as soon as possible. There was only 1 month left before the opening of the Falling Star secret area. Zishanho had instructed Yixing to fight for the opportunity to enter the Falling Star secret area. Otherwise, he would have to wait for another 3 years. With Yixing's current strength, he was confident that he could challenge a core disciple of the 4th level of the Celestial Vortex realm. However, Yixing did not want to reveal his trump card in a public challenge. Therefore, it would be best if he could defeat a core disciple of the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm without using his astrology to enter the Falling Star secret area. It was too difficult to defeat a 4th level Martial Saint without using his astrology when he was only at the 2nd level of the Celestial Vortex realm. However, if he could break through to the 3rd level of the Celestial Vortex realm and become a 3-star Martial Saint, it would be a piece of cake. Elixir Pavilion. Yixing reported his identity as a direct disciple to the Elixir Pavilion's deacon and requested to refine pills. The deacon then brought him to a half-step perfected person elder of the Elixir Pavilion. Coincidentally, the half-step perfected person elder of the Elixir Pavilion was Ganyang Xian, who was in charge of Yixing's entrance into the Falling Star sect. Ganyang Xian, a half-step perfected person, was also a middle-grade alchemist. Yixing had only been in the Falling Star sect for a few months. First, he rose to the top of the outer sanctum. Then, he discovered the Star Crystal Mine in the Green Cloud Mountains and obtained 10,000 contribution points. With the Star Crystal spiritual essence, he broke through to the Celestial Vortex realm and became a Martial Saint. He was promoted to an Inner Sanctum disciple, especially today, when Yixing killed the top 10 Inner Sanctum disciple, Zhen Xiuxi, on the life and death arena. The news spread like wildfire, and then Ganyang Xian had already heard of it. As one of the Outer Sanctum disciples that Ganyang Xian had accepted, Yixing had achieved so much and caused such a big commotion. It was hard for Ganyang Xian not to pay attention to him. Naturally, he recognized Yixing. Ganyang Xian sized up Yixing, and his heart was filled with shock. Yixing had entered the Falling Star sect as the top disciple in the assessment. At that time, Gonyang Xian had never imagined that in just a few months, Yixing would reach such a level. Thank you to Evil Spirits Dance for the 10,000 contribution points. Thank you to Dark Nights, Sorrow, and Wind Walking Under the Heavens for the contribution points. Thank you. There will be a third update tonight, starting from today. Chapter 221. I did not expect you to have such a promising future. Gonyang Xian sighed and said in a shocked tone, Yixing, you have really exceeded this old man's expectations. Yixing smiled faintly. He was not arrogant or boastful. He also did not say anything hypocritical and modest. Instead, he went straight to the main topic. Yixing said, Disciple's fate is low, and I need spirit pills to aid my cultivation. I have some inferior grade spirit herbs with me. Elder Gonyang, please help me refine them. Gonyang Xian nodded. Take out your spirit herbs and let me take a look. It is rare for you to be so promising. As the person in charge of recruiting you, this old man also feels proud. Today, I will refine pills for you for free. There is no need for you to pay me. When one asked an alchemist to refine pills, one had to pay the alchemist 30% of the refined pills as a reward. This was the sect's rule. Furthermore, this was the internal price of the sect. If one was not from Theon, would have to pay 50% of the refined pills as a reward. Hence, being an alchemist was an extremely wealthy profession. Yixing took out all the spirit herbs he had on him. There was a total of 6 stalks. One of them was a clear spirit grass, and the other 5 were holy spirit grass. They were all less than 200 years old and were inferior grade spirit herbs. Clear spirit grass could be used to refine clear spirit pills, which were detoxifying spirit pills. Holy spirit grass could be used to refine holy spirit pills, which were used to raise one's cultivation. Gonyang Xian's expression changed slightly. Spirit herbs were precious herbs that were extremely hard to obtain. Even inferior grade spirit herbs were not easy to obtain. When early-stage martial sages entered the Azure Cloud Mountain range to search for spirit herbs, they would return empty-handed most of the time. If they were lucky, they might find 1 or 2 stalks. If they were even luckier, they might find 3 stalks. Yixing took out 6 inferior grade spirit herbs at once. To an early-stage martial sage, this was a lot of inferior grade spirit herbs. According to Gonyang Xian's expectations, when Yixing asked him to refine pills, he would only ask for 1 holy spirit herb or 2 at most. He did not expect so many. 1 stalk of spirit herb could be used to refine 3 spirit dawn. 6 stalks of spirit herbs could be used to refine 18 spirit dawn. The value of 1 spirit dawn was already very high. 18 low-grade spirit dawn was a relatively large sum of money. If Gonyang Xian took 30% of the reward, he could get 5 low-grade spirit pills. 5 pills were already very precious. However, Gonyang Xian had already said that he would refine pills for free. As a sect elder and a middle-rank alchemist, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word for such a small benefit. 1 clear spirit grass, 3 clear spirit pills, 5 saint spirit grasses, and 15 saint spirit pills. Come to me tomorrow at this time to collect the pills. Gonyang Xian nodded. If it was a low-rank spirit alchemist, the success rate of refining low-rank spirit pills might not be 100%. However, Gonyang Xian was a mid-rank spirit alchemist. Naturally, there would be no mistakes when refining low-rank spirit pills. Thank you, Elder Gonyang. Yixing cupped his fists and bowed to Gonyang Xian to express his gratitude. Yixing wanted to improve his cultivation quickly. The more spirit dawn, the better. It was naturally best that Gonyang Xian didn't take any reward. Yixing wouldn't force it on him. After leaving the Elixir Pavilion, Yixing went to his residence. On the way, he met Chu Jingwei. He and Chu Jingwei hadn't seen each other for a month and a half after parting ways in the Star Crystal Lode. After Yixing returned to Thie, he naturally heard the news about Chu Jingwei. He knew that she had been accepted as a pro-disciple by Hua Tianshu. Yixing was depressed about this for a long time. However, Yixing had already thought it through. Chu Jinghua was just an ordinary 9-star red life disciple. She was at the bottom of the inner disciples. It was her fortune to have an elder accept her as a pro-disciple. Yixing didn't need to take it to heart. Moreover, Hua Tianshu hated him because he came from Zishan Commandery. In Hua Tianshu's heart, he was Zishan Ho's man. Chu Jinghua came from Donghu Commandery and had no grudges with Hua Tianshu. Although he didn't know why Hua Tianshu accepted her as a pro-disciple, he wouldn't harm her. Therefore, Yixing was happy for Chu Jinghua in his heart. However, since Chu Jinghua was already Hua Tianshu's pro-disciple, Yixing had drawn a line in his heart to separate him from Chu Jinghua. After all, their standpoints had changed. In Yixing's opinion, from now on, it was better for him to have less contact with Chu Jinghua. Therefore, after leaving the Yixing didn't plan to meet Chu Jinghua. Now that he suddenly met Chu Jinghua, it was beyond Yixing's expectations. Senior brother Yi. When Chu Jinghua saw Yixing, her eyes suddenly lit up and she was still enthusiastic. In her heart, Yixing had always occupied an extremely important position and had left an indelible mark. Junior sister Chu. With a smile on his face, Yixing nodded at her. When he and Jin Xiu went to the life and death platform just now, he didn't see Chu Jinghua. It could be seen that Chu Jinghua was not there at that time. The life and death battle between him and Jin Xiu had attracted a lot of attention in the Falling Star sect. So many inner disciples, inner deacons, and even core disciples had come to watch the battle, but Chu Jinghua didn't come. It could be seen that she couldn't come at that time, but now she was here. Yixing thought for a moment and guessed that she must have come looking for him for something. Chu Jinghua rushed to Yixing and said excitedly, "Senior brother Yi, you're getting more and more powerful. I heard about the battle between you and senior brother Zhen on the life and death platform. You didn't use astrology or archery, but you defeated senior brother Zhen. You're much stronger than when you were at the Star Crystal Lode." Chu Jinghua didn't have any reaction to Zhen Xiuxi's death. Chu Jinghua was very clear about the grudge between Yixing and Zhen Xiuxi. She had personally witnessed Zhen Xiuxi chasing after Yixing outside the sect. If he hadn't been trapped by Yixing's formation, Yixing would have been in danger last time. Therefore, even though Zhen Xiuxi was now Chu Jinghua's senior brother, in Chu Jinghua's opinion, he deserved to die. However, she didn't know that Zhen Xiuxi and Yixing's battle on the life and death platform was not only because of their grudge, but also because of her master, Hua Tianshu. At that time, I hadn't learned spiritual martial arts. Of course, it can't be compared to now. Yixing smiled faintly and said, "Junior sister Chu, you're here on the orders of the Equipment Pavilion's elder, right?" Chu Jinghua nodded and said, "Yes. After I was accepted as my master's pro-disciple, she taught me martial arts and guided me in my cultivation. I've been cultivating in seclusion under her guidance until something happened to senior brother Zhen. Senior brother Yi, my master is a very good person. She didn't vent her anger on you because senior brother Zhen died in your hands. Instead, she admires your martial arts talent very much and wants to accept you as her disciple. She asked me to tell you that you can learn from the Formation Elder, and you can learn martial arts from her. In the future, she will cultivate you into a pillar of the Falling Star sect." Yixing couldn't help but laugh in his heart. If Hua Tianshu accepted Chu Jinghua as her pro-disciple because Chu Jinghua was his friend and she wanted Chu Jinghua to persuade him, then it would be too ridiculous. Although Yixing found it ridiculous, he naturally wouldn't change his position because of Chu Jinghua's words. However, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. After all, Hua Tianshu didn't know what kind of person Yixing was. Perhaps she thought that he was someone who would easily change his position. Seeing Yixing remain silent, Chu Jinghua asked, "Senior brother Yi, have you thought about it? You have such a high martial arts talent. If you can get my master's help in your cultivation, you will definitely have great achievements in the future." Chu Jinghua didn't know that Yixing had already acknowledged Zishan Ho as his master. She only knew that Yixing was the pro-disciple of the Formation Elder Lin Fenghua. Lin Fenghua would definitely only teach Yi Xing the formation Dao. Therefore, Yi Xing still needed a martial arts master. In Chu Jingyue's opinion, it would be best for Yi Xing to acknowledge Hua Tianshu as his master. In this way, Yi Xing would have someone to help him in his cultivation. Moreover, she and Yi Xing would become true martial brothers and sisters, and their relationship would definitely be closer. Yi Xing smiled faintly and shook his head. Junior Sister Chu, please thank your master for my kindness. Just say that I appreciate it. I have already acknowledged my martial arts master. It's Zi Shanho. In the Falling Stars sect, the Formation Elder is my Formation Dao master, and Zi Shanho is my martial arts master. I will not acknowledge anyone else as my master. Yi Xing knew very well that Hua Tianshu couldn't win him over. There was only one result, and that was to suppress him to death. Therefore, it didn't matter if Hua Tianshu knew that he was Zi Shanho's disciple. After all, they were on opposite sides. Now that Yi Xing's wings had hardened, and he had acknowledged the Formation Elder Lin Fenghua as his master, his status in the Falling Stars sect was extraordinary. With Lin Fenghua's protection, he wasn't afraid of Hua Tianshu, the sect master's wife and the Tool Pavilion's elder. There was no harm in letting Hua Tianshu know that he was Zi Shanho's disciple. Moreover, in this way, Yi Xing would also express his attitude. Not only was he Zi Shanho's man, but he and Zi Shanho were master and disciple. This would cut off Hua Tianshu's thoughts of roping him in. So, Zi Shanho is your master. No wonder he was so anxious when I told him about you that day. Yi Xing's rejection made Chu Jingyue a little absent-minded, and her words suddenly jumped far away. She really wanted to develop a deeper relationship with Yi Xing, but she keenly felt that there was a layer of barrier between the two of them from Yi Xing's words. The smile on Yi Xing's face didn't change, and he said, Junior Sister Chu, pass on my words to the Tool Pavilion's elder. Also, tell her that my master is very good to me. My master's grudge is my grudge, and I will never betray my master and acknowledge someone else as my master. Chu Jingyue pursed her lips and nodded. Since your relationship with Zi Shanho is so deep, then I won't persuade you. Senior Brother Yi, I'll leave first. If you go out to do sect missions in the future, come find me. Yi Xing patted Chu Jingyue's shoulder. I won't go out for the time being, but if there's a chance in the future, I'll come find you. Go. Chu Jingyue left. She naturally couldn't understand the meaning of Yi Xing's words, but as long as she passed on his words to Hua Tianshu would deeply understand the meaning of Yi Xing's words. Zi Shanho's grudge was his grudge. This was Yi Xing's declaration of war. His master's grudge would be settled by him, Yi Xing. Chapter 222.in The Elder Mansion of the Tool Pavilion. Hua Tianshu sat in the main seat with a serene expression, listening to Yi Xing's original words delivered by Chu Jingyue. Master is willing to let bygones be bygones and accept him as a disciple. It's his honor. How dare he refuse? He Hongjiao stood beside Hua Tianshu, looking indignant. She was very dissatisfied with Yi Xing's words. He doesn't know what's good for him. Hua Tianshu was nearly 50 years old, but she looked very young, like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Her skin was as white as snow and as smooth as jade. Her appearance was even more beautiful than her disciple, Yi Hongjiao. Moreover, Hua Tianshu had an indescribable temperament compared to Yi Hongjiao, which was more attractive. Hua Tianshu's mood was much calmer than Yi Hongjiao's. She always had a faint smile on her face. After hearing Chu Jingyue's words, Hua Tianshu laughed and waved to Chu Jingyue. Since he doesn't want to, let's forget about it. Jingyue, go back and continue to practice the marriage beauty skill. Raise your cultivation as soon as possible. Yes, master. I'll go now. Chu Jingyue excused herself and turned to leave. When Chu Jingyue left the hall, the smile on Hua Tianshu's face froze. Instantly, it became livid and gloomy. His master's grudge is Yi Xing's grudge. Humph! This guy is declaring war on me. He wants to seek justice for Zishan Ho and treats me as an enemy. Humph, Hua Tianshu whispered to herself. She snorted twice in one sentence. It could be seen that the smile on her face was just an act. In fact, her heart was burning with anger. He Hongjiao said, Master, you don't have to take it to heart. What can Yi Xing achieve in the future? I heard that his heavenly fate is only a 2-star red fate. This heavenly fate is at the bottom among ordinary warriors. He has only managed to reach his current level of cultivation by relying on opportunities and luck. It is true that his martial arts talent is monstrous, but his heavenly fate has determined that it will be difficult for him to achieve anything in his cultivation. Even if he has another opportunity in the future and is able to become a middle-level martial saint, that would already be heaven-defying. However, in Master's eyes, he is still an ant-like existence. If he dares to make an enemy out of Master, Master can crush him with a flip of his hand. Murderous intent flashed in Hua Tianshu's eyes as she said, He is not a threat, but he must die. He Hongjiao pondered for a moment before she shook her head and said, He's already the personal disciple of the Formation Elder, and the Formation Elder is about to leave the Starfall sect. It won't be easy to eliminate Yi Xing. The corners of Hua Tianshu's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. He won't live for long. It won't be long before everything ends. As she spoke, the smile on Hua Tianshu's face grew wider and wider, and she looked extremely proud. He Hongjiao felt that there was a hidden meaning in Hua Tianshu's words. She didn't know what she meant when she said that everything would come to an end, but she could tell that Hua Tianshu was very happy at the moment. Her anger had already dissipated. After chuckling for a while, Hua Tianshu looked at He Hongjiao and said, Hongjiao, have you learned everything I taught you? He Hongjiao said solemnly, Thank you for your concern, Master. I've learned everything well. Don't worry, Master. Only you and I know what I've learned. I haven't revealed it to anyone else. Hua Tianshu nodded. Work hard. As long as you stay by my side firmly, you'll definitely become a great contributor in the future. You'll get whatever you want. If you leak the news, no one will tolerate you. You'll end up very miserably. He Hongjiao said seriously. I'll remember Master's teachings. The next day, the Formation Elder Lin Fenghua arrived at the Starfall sect. Sect Master Lu Tianyuan and his wife, Hua Tianshu, led many of the sect's higher-ups to the entrance of the sect to welcome the great contributors who had protected the Star Crystal Mine. As Lin Fenghua's disciple and daughter, Yi Xing and Lin Tongyu were naturally also in the welcoming party. This was Yi Xing's first time seeing Sect Master Lu Tianyuan and his wife, Hua Tianshu. Although they were far away, Yi Xing's super eyesight allowed him to see the two of them clearly at a glance. Lu Tianyuan should be around 50 years old. However, he looked very young, like a young man in his mid-20s. In real life, he had a lifespan of 200 years. His appearance was half of his real age. This was normal. As for Hua Tianshu, Yi Xing was a little surprised. She was so young that she looked like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Based on the convention that a real person's appearance was half of their real age, Hua Tianshu was close to 50 years old. She should look like a 24 or 25-year-old. There is still a big difference between a 17 or 18-year-old and a 24 or 25-year-old. Hua Tianshu had obviously cultivated the beauty cultivation technique. Therefore, she looked younger than her real age. As for Yi Xing, Hua Tianshu also glanced at him from afar. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of disdain. The star crystal vein that Yi Xing had discovered was rich in minerals. According to estimates, there were at least 1 million of them. In such a rich vein, it was very likely that there were mid-grade star crystals in the depths. Middle-grade star crystals were 100 times more precious than low-grade star crystals. Arrays that were rank 3 and above required mid-grade star crystals. If this star crystal lode really contained mid-grade star crystals, then it would be a huge treasure trove. Lin Fenghua was the main reason why the Falling Star sect could protect the star crystal vein. If it weren't for Lin Fenghua's level 3 array, the Falling Star sect wouldn't have been able to protect the vein no matter how long Yixing could protect it. Because of Lin Fenghua's contribution, Sect Master Lu Tianyuan had personally come to the sect to welcome him back to show his respect. If it were other enlightened masters, they wouldn't have received such treatment. Not long after, a purple flame eagle appeared on the horizon. Yixing looked into the distance and saw the middle-aged man standing on the back of the purple flame eagle. It was his master, Lin Fenghua. The purple flame eagle grew bigger and bigger in everyone's eyes. Soon, it arrived in front of them and landed on the ground. Lin Fenghua jumped down from the eagle's back. Sect Master Lu Tianyuan greeted him with a smile. "Senior Marshal Brother Lin, you've worked hard." Hua Tianshu followed beside Lu Tianyuan and also smiled. The East supporting sect has been defeated twice. First, it was because of the Grand Elder's strength, and second, it was because of Senior Marshal Brother Lin's powerful array. This time, the sect was able to protect the Star Crystal Vein because of Senior Marshal Brother Lin. The entire sect is grateful. "Welcome, Elder Formation." The other sect members bowed to Lin Fenghua in unison and congratulated her. Smiling, Lin Fenghua walked up to Lu Tianyuan and said, "Sect Master, I don't dare to accept such an honor. As a member of Theet, it is my responsibility to guard the Star Crystal Lode." Lin Fenghua then nodded at Hua Tianshu. "Thank you, Elder Hua." Lin Fenghua was obviously colder to Hua Tianshu than to Lu Tianyuan. Then, Lin Fenghua waved at the other sect members who came to greet him. "Everyone, this is too grand. Please go back." Lu Tianyuan laughed loudly. "Ha! Senior Marshal Brother Lin, I've already arranged a banquet in the Falling Star Hall. When you return, everyone will have gone back. Wouldn't it be too lively for you and me to drink cold wine? Don't go. Let's go to the Falling Star Hall to welcome Elder Lin." Lin Fenghua couldn't refuse, so he called Yixing and Lin Tongyu over and brought them to the Falling Star Hall. In the Falling Star Hall, Lin Fenghua publicly announced that Yixing was his disciple. If it weren't for the life and death battle between Yixing and Zhen Qiuxi yesterday, Lin Fenghua's announcement today would have shocked everyone. However, the news that Yixing was the Array Formation Elder's disciple had spread like the wind throughout the Falling Star sect. By now, there were only a few people who didn't know, so Lin Fenghua's announcement didn't cause much of a stir. At the banquet, the sect's upper echelons all toasted Lin Fenghua. Because of Lin Fenghua's presence, Yixing was also in the limelight at the banquet. Unlike yesterday, when he occupied Jinqiusi, there were many sect disciples today who came to befriend Yixing under the instructions of their elders. In the sect's upper echelon's view, it was necessary to build a good relationship with Yixing and Lin Fenghua. Moreover, since Lin Fenghua had accepted Yixing as his disciple, Yixing must have a high talent in array formations. Perhaps he would have some achievements in array formations in the future. If they were to face difficulties in the future, with the help of an array formation master, they might be able to walk out of the predicament easily. After the banquet, it was already afternoon. Yixing bid farewell to his master, Lin Fenghua, and went to the Elixir Pavilion. He found Elder Gong Yangxian and received 18 low-grade elixirs, 3 clear spirit elixirs, and 15 saint spirit elixirs. Gong Yangxian's alchemy efficiency was indeed very high. When Yixing arrived, he gave all 18 low-grade elixirs to Yixing. Gong Yangxian said, "You picked these spirit herbs from the same place, right? They're very close to each other. The clear spirit herb is more than 170 years old, and the 5 saint spirit herbs are more than 190 years old." Yixing nodded. Gong Yangxian said, "When a spirit herb is more than 200 years old, it is considered a middle-grade spirit herb. Your spirit herbs are all close to 200 years old, especially the saint spirit herb, which is more than 190 years old. Its medicinal properties are very close to that of a middle-grade spirit herb. The saint spirit elixirs refined from it are very effective for cultivation, even for a 4-star or 5-star martial sage. This is an excellent cultivation elixir." "Many thanks, Elder Gong Yang." This time, Elder Gong Yang did not ask for a reward from me. If I obtain more spirit herbs in the future, I will definitely give them to Elder Gong Yang as a token of my gratitude. Yi Xing thanked Gong Yang Xian. 1 month later, he would try to enter the Fallen Star secret realm. This was a sealed space. It was said that there were spirit herbs produced there. Gong Yang Xian refined 18 elixirs for him without asking for a reward. Yi Xing would naturally remember this kindness in his heart. If there was a chance in the future, he would repay Gong Yang Xian. Haha, work hard. Gong Yang Xian smiled slightly and did not say much. After leaving the elixir pavilion, Yi Xing's heart was filled with sweetness. He was very happy. These 15 Saint Spirit elixirs were excellent cultivation elixirs for 4-star or 5-star martial sages. Now that he was only a 2-star martial sage, the effects were naturally better. Now that he was at the late stage of the 2nd-star vortex realm, it seemed that there was a great chance for him to break through to the 3rd-star martial sage realm within a month. Working hard to write, begging for a monthly ticket. Chapter 223. At night. Back mountain, the black hole constellation appeared, and darkness enveloped everything. Yi Xing swallowed an inferior grade Saint Spirit pill and immediately felt a surge of astral power. Yi Xing circulated the pure Yuan skill and absorbed the medicinal energy in his body. At the same time, the black hole constellation produced a terrifying devouring power and absorbed the star origin energy in the universe. With these two factors, Yi Xing's cultivation speed was more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. The black hole constellation blocked all the fluctuations of stellar energy. Even though Yi Xing was absorbing a large amount of stellar energy, no one in the Falling Star sect could sense the fluctuation of stellar energy. Yi Xing cultivated until midnight before he stopped and returned to his residence to rest. During the day, he had to learn Array Dao from Lin Fenghua and cultivate the medium-grade martial spirit heavenly bat steps. He could not stay up all night like when he was cultivating the dark spirit spear art. Array Dao Elder's residence. Yi Xing and Lin Fenghua sat opposite each other. Lin Fenghua took out an array diagram and placed it between the two of them. Today, I will teach you the grade 2 array, copper wall array. Yi Xing was puzzled. Master, I've already learned the coiled snake array. Aren't you going to let me continue to practice the coiled snake array and reach a higher level? Lin Fenghua shook her head and said, Didn't you say that you want to fight for a spot in the Falling Star Secret Land? The Star Hall in the Falling Star Secret Land can only use trapping and defensive arrays. Killing and illusory arrays are prohibited. If you focus on comprehending the copper wall array, it will be helpful for you to break through the Star Hall. The Falling Star Secret Land was an enclosed space. It was vast, and in the middle of it, there was a Star Hall. The Falling Star skill that the founder of the Falling Star sect obtained came from the Star Hall. The Falling Star Secret Land opened once every 3 years, and each time it opened, it would be open for a month. After a month, the Star Hall in the middle of the Falling Star Secret Land would open and martial artists in the Secret Land could enter the Star Hall. According to the records, the Star Hall had a total of 3 levels. Every time one passed a level, one would obtain a corresponding reward. The higher the level, the better the reward. If one failed to pass a level, one would be teleported out of the Star Hall. After passing one level of the Starry Hall, there was still another level. The Starfall sect had been established for more than 700 years, but until now, no one had been able to pass the 3rd level. Therefore, they had all failed in the Starry Hall and were sent out. As for whether or not one would be teleported out after passing the 3rd floor, no one had experienced this before, so no one knew. In the following days, Yi Xing would learn the copper wall formation from Lin Fenghua during the day. Furthermore, every afternoon, he would take some time to practice the middle-tier martial spirit heavenly bat movement technique. At night, the darkness was his world. Yi Xing would sneak into the back of the mountain and use the black hole astrology and the Saint Spirit pill to cultivate quickly. Needless to say, Yi Xing's cultivation speed was 1,000 miles a day. The Saint Spirit Pill was powerful. One Saint Spirit Pill was enough for Yixing to cultivate for more than 3 days. He had 15 Saint Spirit Pills, which was enough for him to cultivate for more than a month. As for learning the Copper Wall formation, Yixing was already a level 2 array master. He had the experience of mastering the level 2 coiling snake formation. In addition, his talent in array formations could be said to be heaven-defying, so his learning speed was extremely fast. As for the Heavenly Bat movement technique, Yixing's talent in martial arts was also very high. With the help of the Super Brain and his understanding of the Wind Force, which was very helpful to his cultivation of Qigong martial arts, his cultivation speed was not slow. Array formations, cultivation, martial arts, in these 3 areas, Yixing was improving rapidly. If anyone knew about this, they would definitely be stunned and would prostrate themselves before him. With the array master Lin Fenghua, Yixing's safety in the Falling Star sect was guaranteed. No one dared to plot against him. What he needed to do every day was to wholeheartedly cultivate. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Yixing's cultivation was the first to break through. He reached the 3rd level of the Celestial Vortex realm and became a 3-star martial saint. With the breakthrough in cultivation, the strength of Yixing's celestial essence increased greatly. His strength also improved greatly. After becoming a 3-star martial saint, Yixing could be said to have a well-thought-out plan to enter the Falling Star secret realm. With his Dark Spirit Spear art at the Small Success realm, since he did not use astrology, he did not fear any of the 4-star martial saints among the core disciples of the Falling Star sect. A few days later, Yixing's cultivation of array formations had also made qualitative progress. He finally succeeded in setting up the Copper Wall formation for the first time, reaching the entry level. Although he had the experience of learning a level 2 array formation, Yixing had learned a level 2 array formation in less than 20 days. This still shocked Lin Fenghua. With Yixing's speed of progress in array formations, it would not take long for him to catch up with his master. There was no end to martial arts. There was no end to array formations. After Yixing became a 3-star martial saint, he continued to cultivate. After learning the Copper Wall formation, he continued to practice array formations. In comparison, the Heavenly Bat movement technique was the last to break through among the 3. After a total of 27 days, Yixing finally reached the entry level of the Heavenly Bat movement technique. The Heavenly Bat movement technique was a middle-grade spiritual martial art. Even at the entry level, its speed was extremely fast. It was equivalent to the large success realm of a lower-grade spiritual martial art. Together with the wind, its speed was even faster. After becoming a martial saint, Yixing's light body technique had become his weakness. In terms of speed, Yixing could only rely on the wind. Without the spiritual martial art light body technique, he could only rely on the wind. Although his speed was not slow, it was not outstanding. And now, speed would be Yixing's greatest strength. Not to mention a beginner martial saint, even a middle-grade martial saint would not be able to compete with Yixing in terms of speed. In 3 days, the Fallen Star secret territory would open. This was a major event that only happened once every 3 years in the Falling Star sect. Although only the core disciples were qualified to enter, it still received the attention of most of the people in the Falling Star sect. As the main characters entering the Fallen Star secret territory, each core disciple was naturally excited as they waited for the day when the Fallen Star secret territory opened. According to the rules of Thief, a disciple was over 25 years old, they would be promoted to a deacon, a noble, or an elder according to their cultivation. Therefore, the core disciples were all under 25 years old. In order to become a core disciple, most of them had to be over 20 years old. Some geniuses were around 18 or 19 years old. Therefore, many core disciples only had 2 chances to enter the Fallen Star secret territory in their lifetime. Only a few geniuses had 3 chances. Therefore, every core disciple placed great importance on entering the Fallen Star secret territory. Time passed quickly, and it was the day before the Fallen Star secret territory opened. Ma Ji had been living a carefree life recently. Since the Fallen Star secret realm was about to open, and he had the qualifications to enter the Fallen Star secret realm, he used the promise of giving each of them a low-grade spirit herb to get 2 good-looking inner court female disciples into his bed. As soon as Ma Ji thought of the 2 female disciples' exquisite figures, he felt extremely satisfied. Today, he had found a 3rd female disciple with good looks. As a core disciple, he was already adored by the female disciples of the inner sect. Coupled with the promise of a low-grade spirit medicine, it was not difficult to get them to sleep with him. Judging from the female disciples' attitude toward him today, it was certain that he would get them into his bed. However, as Ma Ji was on his way to his residence with the female disciple, he was stopped by Yixing. As soon as Ma Ji saw Yixing, his good mood instantly vanished. His face turned cold as he said, "A good dog does not block the way. Get lost." Yixing had made a name for himself among the inner disciples after killing Zhen Xiuxi. In addition, he was the core disciple of the Formation Elder. Thus, the inner disciples were respectful toward him. The female disciple beside Ma Ji did not dare to be arrogant when she saw Yixing. She respectfully greeted him. "Senior brother Yi." Yixing nodded calmly. His gaze landed on Ma Ji as he said, "I challenge you. Do you have the guts to fight with me in the dueling arena?" Ma Ji was stunned. He carefully sized up Yixing and then frowned. "Your cultivation has made another breakthrough. You have become a 3-star martial sage. How is this possible?" Yixing had become a martial sage because of the star crystal spiritual essence. Moreover, he had made consecutive breakthroughs to become a 2-star martial sage. The disciples of the Falling Star sect were envious and jealous of him. Therefore, all the disciples thought that Yixing had become a martial sage because of his good fortune. It would be impossible for him to improve his cultivation in the future. However, how long had it been? Yixing's cultivation had made another breakthrough, and he had become a 3-star martial sage. This, of course, shocked Ma Ji. He could not believe it. The female disciple beside Ma Ji also widened her eyes in disbelief. She looked at Yixing as if she was looking at a monster. Yixing smiled faintly. "Why? Are you afraid that I have become a 3-star martial sage? Aren't you a little too cowardly?" Ma Ji snorted coldly and shouted, "Do you think I am afraid of you? I have wanted to beat you for a long time. Today, you have delivered yourself to me. How can I not beat you up? Let's go to the battle arena." The gap between a 3-star martial sage and a 4-star martial sage was bigger than the gap between a 2-star martial sage and a 3-star martial sage. 2- and 3-star martial sages were beginner martial sages. As for 4-star martial sages, they were intermediate martial sages. There was a gap between 3- and 4-star martial sages in terms of cultivation and strength. Although Yixing had killed Zhen Xiuxi when he was a 2-star martial sage, now that Yixing had become a 3-star martial sage, Ma Ji was not afraid of him. The reason why he was shocked was because Yixing's cultivation had increased too quickly. He was not afraid of Yixing's strength. Yixing had expected Ma Ji to accept the challenge. He curled his lips and revealed a smile of success. Then, he walked toward the inner square. If Yixing wanted to enter the Falling Star secret land, he had to prove that he was not weaker than the core disciples. Therefore, he had to challenge someone. Since he had to challenge someone, Yixing would naturally challenge the person he wanted to beat the most. Among the core disciples, Yixing wanted to beat Ma Ji the most. This was because after Yixing had killed Zhen Xiuxi in the life and death arena, Ma Ji had rushed to the life and death arena and attacked him. Although he did not hurt Yixing physically, he had angered Yixing mentally. That day, Yixing was only a 2-star martial sage and did not want to reveal his astrology. Therefore, he was afraid of Ma Ji. Now, Yixing was a 3-star martial sage and had mastered the heavenly bat steps. His strength was not the same as before. Even if he did not use his astrology, he was confident that he could defeat Ma Ji. Since this was the case, Yixing naturally chose Ma Ji as his opponent. Chapter 224. Not long after, Yixing and Ma Ji arrived at the inner court plaza. Yixing's challenge to Ma Ji was heard by other disciples. It was a big deal for an inner court disciple to challenge a core disciple. The disciples who heard the news quickly ran to the inner court plaza and spread the news. In such a short time, many disciples had already rushed to the inner court plaza. Moreover, it just so happened that two inner court disciples who were not on good terms with each other were dueling on the battle arena. Many inner court disciples had already gathered in the inner court square. When Yixing and Ma Ji arrived, the outcome of the duel had just been decided. When the inner court disciples who were about to leave heard that Yixing and Ma Ji were going to duel on the battle stage, their eyes lit up and they all stopped in their tracks. Not to mention how shocking it was for an inner court disciple to challenge a core disciple. Just the fact that Yixing was going to challenge someone was enough to attract everyone's attention. He was obviously a 2-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivator with low cultivation talent. However, his martial talent was shockingly high. When he first entered he rose to become the first in the outer court. After becoming an inner court disciple for a month, he killed Zhen Xiuxi, one of the top 10 inner court disciples, on the life and death arena. Yixing was recognized as a dark horse by all the disciples of the Falling Star sect. Everything related to him was something that all the disciples were interested in. Moreover, the person Yixing was challenging this time was Ma Ji, a core disciple. Countless disciples were looking forward to this battle. It was a pity that Yixing and Ma Ji went to the battle stage as soon as they arrived at the inner court plaza. If they waited for half an hour, the inner court plaza would be filled with people. The number of people would definitely not be less than when Yixing and Zhen Xiuxi dueled a month ago. It's only been a month. Senior brother Yi is actually challenging a core disciple. Senior brother Ma Ji's cultivation is at the peak of the 4th level of the Celestial Vortex Realm. Among the 4-star martial saints, his strength is first class. Senior brother Yi actually dares to challenge him? Did he take the wrong medicine? Yeah. Senior brother Ma Ji is not like Zhen Xiuxi. A 4-star martial saint is far from being comparable to a 3-star martial saint. This is the difference between an intermediate martial saint and a beginner martial saint. What do you know? Senior brother Yixing's cultivation had already broken through to the 3rd level of the Celestial Vortex Realm. When he was a 2-star martial saint, he had killed Zhen Xiuxi without using his astrology. Now, he was already a 3-star martial saint. With his understanding of the force of darkness and the dark spirit spear technique, how many 4-star martial saints could match him? Don't tell me I'm not qualified to fight senior brother Ma Ji. What? 3rd level of Star Vortex Realm? My God, senior brother Yixing is really a 3-star martial saint. How is this possible? Yes. Didn't senior brother Yixing rely on the astral crystal spiritual essence to become a martial sage? His heavenly fate is only a trashy 2-star scarlet fate. How could he have broken through to become a 3-star martial saint so quickly? Below the duel stage, the inner court disciples were discussing fervently, exclaiming one after another. All the inner sect disciples knew how difficult it was to cultivate in the Star Vortex Realm. Most of them were geniuses in the martial saint heavenly fate realm. In the 9th level of the Star Tempering Realm, their cultivation speed was extremely fast. At a young age, they had already become martial saints, which was a legend to ordinary martial artists. However, after breaking through the Star Vortex Realm and becoming a martial saint, their cultivation speed began to slow down. Most of them could not break through to the next level in 1 or 2 years. They felt that they were very far away from becoming a middle martial saint. As for Yixing, the reason why he had become a martial sacred was because he had absorbed the star crystal spiritual essence, allowing him to reach the heavens in a single bound. As such, the inner disciples of the Falling Star sect looked down on Yixing in the beginning. However, after meeting Yixing, they had a whole new level of respect for Yixing. After becoming an inner sect disciple for only a month, he had killed Zhen Xiuxi one of the top 10 inner sect disciples. All the inner sect disciples were deeply shocked. They no longer dared to look down on Yi Xing. Instead, they were in awe of him. They had thought that although Yi Xing was powerful, his cultivation talent was low. It would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation in the future. Therefore, he could only shine among the inner sect disciples. However, after only a month, Yi Xing's cultivation had broken through, and he had started to challenge the core disciples. This was naturally out of the inner sect disciples' expectations. They were all shocked and could not believe it. In the duel arena, Yi Xing stood with the purple feather spear in his hand. His aura was like a towering mountain. He stood there as if he wanted to hold up the entire sky. On the other hand, Ma Ji held a spiritual weapon in his hand. Its aura was so sharp that it cut in all directions as if it wanted to shatter everything. The auras of the two of them were tit for tat. The spear aura was heavy and the sword aura was sharp. The two of them were engaged in an intense battle. After the two of them entered the duel arena, they did not say a word. Their intense auras collided. The battle between the two of them had already begun. The spear aura was as heavy as a mountain. Even though Ma Ji's sword aura was sharp, it could not break through Yi Xing's aura at all. After only 7 or 8 breaths, Ma Ji gave a loud shout. His sword was like a ray of light as he launched a substantial attack on Yi Xing's human sword. Monarch Sword. The sword technique that Ma Ji practiced was the lower-grade spiritual martial technique, 3-talent sword technique. The 3-talent sword technique was divided into heaven, earth, and human swords. The heavenly Tao was unpredictable. The earth was thick. The human Tao was the king. The monarch sword was the ultimate technique of the human sword, the most powerful sword. Ma Ji's 3-talent sword technique had already been cultivated to the great success stage. All kinds of sword moves, even the ultimate techniques, could be performed smoothly as if the conditions were right. When he stabbed out with his sword, it was as if the monarch was pointing at the mountains and rivers. It was unstoppable and intimidating in all directions. Indeed, Ma Ji hated Yi Xing to the core. His first attack was an ultimate technique. He attacked with all his strength and wanted to use a thunderous method to severely injure Yi Xing. This was not the life and death arena. Naturally, Ma Ji did not dare to kill Yi Xing in a duel. However, the sword had no eyes. It was unavoidable to be injured in a duel. Since Yi Xing had entered the duel arena, he had to leave a deep memory for Yi Xing. Below the duel arena, everyone present were inner disciples. There was not a single core disciple. Their cultivation was lower than Ma Ji's. Facing Ma Ji's monarch sword, they all felt a chill on their necks and in their hearts. However, the true target of this monarch sword, Yi Xing, had a calm expression. He did not show any fear. On the contrary, there seemed to be a faint mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. Yi Xing suddenly stabbed out with his spear. The spear was like a dragon. It was like a needle against an awn as it charged towards Ma Ji. With a piercing sound, a hole was instantly pierced through the air. The purple feather spear carried the power of darkness and contained an extremely terrifying power. It accurately pierced the tip of Ma Ji's spirit weapon sword. Clang! The spear and sword collided and sparks flew. However, Ma Ji could not appreciate the splashing sparks. Instead, he was enveloped by the terrifying power of darkness. Everything in front of him turned black. The spirit weapon sword in his hand trembled, and an extremely terrifying power was transmitted over. Ma Ji's attack instantly collapsed. As if his body had suffered a heavy blow, he was instantly catapulted backwards. In a head-on clash, Ma Ji was defeated in one move. Below the duel arena, a wave of incredulous exclamations came. Previously, there were many disciples who were surprised that Yi Xing dared to challenge Ma Ji. It was obvious that they doubted Yi Xing's strength. Now, it seemed that Yi Xing's strength was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Compared to Ma Ji, in terms of strength, he was even stronger. After all, Ma Ji was a top 4-star martial saint. Not only had he mastered the three-talent sword art, he had also mastered the flying crane steps, an inferior great spirit martial art. He was only half a step away from mastering it. In the blink of an eye, Ma Ji controlled his body while flying backwards. He did not get thrown out of the duel arena by Yi Xing's spear. His body fell and landed steadily on the edge of the duel arena. This is definitely not the entry-level Dark Spirit spear art. Could it be? Your Dark Spirit spear art has reached the small success stage? Ma Ji landed on the ground. He still had a lingering fear from Yi Xing's spear attack. He looked at Yi Xing and exclaimed in disbelief. Dark Spirit spear art, small success stage? Below the duel arena, all the martial saints sucked in a breath of cold air. If they were given any middle-grade spirit martial art, it would be difficult for them to master it to the entry level. However, Yi Xing had mastered it to the small success stage. Furthermore, he had mastered the Dark Spirit spear art that no one in the Falling Star sect had been able to master for more than 700 years. What kind of martial art talent was this? Everyone's hearts trembled. This was simply inconceivable. Pointing the purple feather spear at Ma Ji, Yi Xing still had a faint smile on his face as he said, What? Are you afraid of the small success stage of the Dark Spirit spear art? Do you want to admit defeat? Senior Brother Ma Ji. Yi Xing emphasized the words, Senior Brother Ma Ji. Everyone could hear the meaning behind Yi Xing's words. If Ma Ji admitted defeat because of fear, then, as a core disciple of the Senior Brother, he would lose all his face. Chapter 225. Ma Ji's face turned ashen. He was extremely fearful of the Dark Spirit spear technique at the initial stage. The middle stage spiritual martial force was extremely powerful. It was comparable to the advanced stage of the lower stage. If it was the initial stage of the middle stage, its power would be even more terrifying and would be comparable to the perfect stage of the lower stage. Although the martial arts were only divided into the initial stage, advanced stage, and perfect stage, besides the perfect stage, the first three stages were in fact three stages. Within the same stage, there would be differences in martial arts attainment. Also, the higher the stage, the greater the difference. Under the situation where martial artists were the same in all other aspects, they would all be at the advanced stage of the lower stage. However, those with high attainment could defeat those with low attainment in one move. There was such a huge difference. Yi Xing's Dark Spirit spear technique was comparable to the perfect stage of the lower stage. Ma Ji's three-talent sword technique had only reached the advanced stage. The power was incomparable. Thus, of course, Ma Ji was fearful of Yi Xing's Dark Spirit spear technique. However, with Yi Xing's words, Ma Ji did not have the face to admit defeat. Besides, although Ma Ji had the thought of admitting defeat, it only flashed across his mind. Even without Yi Xing's reminder, as a core disciple, Ma Ji would not admit defeat in front of Yi Xing just because of a slight setback. This was not only related to his dignity as a core disciple, it was also related to the pride in his heart. He would never believe that he would lose to Yi Xing, whom he viewed as dirt. Ma Ji snorted angrily. Admit defeat? The combat power of a martial artist is not only about who has more power, but also techniques and changes. You think you can win against me with the initial stage of the Dark Spirit spear technique? Don't even think about it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Ji's speed was extremely fast, like a crane soaring in the sky. His body floated unpredictably as if he had changed his position. Instantly, many afterimages of Ma Ji appeared on the battle stage. Whoosh! Ma Ji attacked with his sword again, and the sword light was resplendent. Different from the aggressive human sword Emperor sword from before, Ma Ji's sword technique floated unpredictably like his body and was as fast as flowing light. The sword light spat out, and each sword attack came at Yi Xing from unexpected angles. It was the sky sword technique of the three talents sword technique. The Heavenly Dao, the Heavenly Sword, was also known as the Impermanent Sword. Swordsmanship was all about variations and winning by surprise. Between two ordinary people, One only had a strength of 100 gene, while the other had a strength of 200 gene. With such a huge difference in strength, it was obvious that the one with 200 gene of strength was stronger. However, if these two ordinary people were to have a battle of life and death, the one with the strength of 200 pounds would definitely not be the winner. Although he had a high chance of winning, the one with the weaker strength still had a chance of killing the one with the stronger strength. This was true between ordinary people, and it was also true between martial artists. The Dark Spirit spear technique was powerful, but it didn't mean that the stronger the spear, the more one would win. However, a martial artist's reaction speed was thousands of times stronger than an ordinary person's. The gap between them would also be magnified. Those who were powerful were usually stronger in other aspects. Therefore, if a martial artist with weak power wanted to defeat a powerful martial artist, the chances of winning against a powerful martial artist were even smaller than if a normal person had weak power. In the face of Ma Ji's ever-changing sword techniques, Yi Xing held his spear and stood as still as a mountain. Regardless of the opponent's ever-changing moves, I will remain still. No matter how fast Ma Ji's sword techniques were, he had to hit Yi Xing before he could hurt him. However, Xing stopped his attacks by remaining still. He ignored all the tricks from afar. Once an attack came close, he would sweep, stab, flick, or smash with the purple feather spear in his hand. Regardless of whether it was the sword or the sword gleam, they would all be repelled. When he executed the Dark Spirit spear technique, his speed became faster and faster. It turned into a dark spear screen that guarded his surroundings. No matter how Ma Ji attacked, he could not break through. Although the dark spear screen had a defensive effect, it was not the defensive spear technique of the Dark Spirit spear technique. Instead, it was a dark brilliance that Yi Xing formed naturally to block his opponent's attacks. Due to the power of darkness, it looked like a pitch-black screen. At this moment, Yi Xing did not use his super brain to scan his opponent's attacks. He only relied on his reaction speed and martial arts attainments to fight with Ma Ji to improve his fighting instincts. Ma Ji's attacks were like a storm. His sword gleams were endless. However, Yi Xing stood tall like a mountain. He waved the purple feather spear and defended himself from all directions. No matter how Ma Ji's swordsmanship changed, no matter how profound it was, it could not penetrate Yi Xing's defense. Ma Ji's figure and sword gleams were everywhere on the dueling platform. The spectating martial sages could barely see Yi Xing's figure. They could only tell from the blurry figure that Yi Xing had not moved from his original spot. The two of them fought with speed. Before long, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. In the beginning, Ma Ji could not threaten Yi Xing. The more he fought, the angrier he became. However, after more than 10 moves, Ma Ji's heart grew colder. With Yi Xing's defense, even if he practiced the impermanent sword for a year, he would not be able to break through. In this duel, Yi Xing stood on the undefeated side. Moreover, Yi Xing stood still and consumed less celestial essence. When Ma Ji used the impermanent sword, he also used the soaring crane steps, which consumed a lot of celestial essence. If the fight went on for a long time, he would be defeated by Yi Xing's counterattack once his celestial essence was exhausted. After 50 moves, Ma Ji changed his mind and did not want to fight anymore. Now that the two of them were tied, and it seemed that he was suppressing Yi Xing, it was the right time to stop. The minor success of the Dark Spirit spear technique is indeed extraordinary. Yi Xing, it seems that our strength is on par. It will be difficult for me to defeat you today. In the battle, Ma Ji said loudly. He said this to give himself a way out. Then, after 3 to 5 moves, he stopped and ended the fight in a draw. In this way, it would be difficult for Ma Ji to defeat Yi Xing. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to end the fight in a draw. Although others would be shocked by Yi Xing's strength, Ma Ji would not lose face. Ma Ji wanted to end the fight in a draw, but Yi Xing did not think so. When Yi Xing heard Ma Ji's words, he knew what Ma Ji meant. He suddenly laughed. You and I are on par? Ha ha ha. Whoosh while laughing. Yi Xing's figure moved instantly. Middle rank spiritual martial art, heavenly bat steps. Heavenly Bat Steps was a middle-ranked spiritual martial art. Even if it was only at the entry level, its speed was shocking. A low-ranked spiritual martial art needed to be cultivated to the great success realm to have such speed. And Ma Ji's soaring crane steps had not been cultivated to the great success realm. He was only close to it. Naturally, he was slower than Yi Xing's heavenly bat steps. Moreover, when Yi Xing used the heavenly bat steps, he had integrated the wind into it. It was as if the wind was created by the wings, and his speed increased explosively. Ma Ji was using the soaring crane steps. As he moved rapidly, his position kept changing. However, Yi Xing's speed was much faster than his. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him. The purple feather spear carried a dark light and swept over in an instant. Undercurrents surged. This spear did not seem to be fast. In fact, when he reacted, it was already impossible to dodge. Ma Ji was greatly shocked. He had never expected that Yi Xing would have such speed. This meant that if Yi Xing wanted to defeat him, he could do so anytime. In a hurry, a ray of starlight rushed out from between Ma Ji's eyebrows and turned into a green star that floated in the sky. A large amount of star power fell down and enveloped Ma Ji. Under the support of the star power, Ma Ji's strength multiplied. The spiritual weapon sword in his hand exploded with bright starlight and instantly blocked in front of the purple feather spear. Clang! When the spear and sword collided, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The terrifying power of the dark spirit spear art, which was at the small success realm, was fully displayed at this moment. Even if Ma Ji used the star power, he could not block Yi Xing's move. In the explosion, the spiritual weapon sword was almost bent into a crescent shape by the purple feather spear. In an instant, Ma Ji's body was sent flying by the huge force from the sword. After flying for dozens of meters, Ma Ji fell to the ground. He tasted something sweet in his throat, and a mouthful of blood surged up. Fresh blood rushed his mouth, but Ma Ji forcefully swallowed it back. He was a dignified core disciple, yet he was sent flying by a third-level star vortex stage inner disciple spear. This was already a great humiliation. If he were to spit out more blood, it would be even more humiliating. However, even though he swallowed the blood back, there was still a trace of blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. This proved that he was injured. Whether Ma Ji vomited blood or not, the inner disciples no longer paid attention to it. At this moment, they were all dumbfounded. Yi Xing had defeated Ma Ji. Didn't this mean that Yi Xing's strength had surpassed all the inner disciples and was at the same level as the core disciples? Moreover, with Ma Ji's strength as a standard, even among the core disciples, Yi Xing's strength was above average. Chapter 226. Ma Ji got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was flushed red. As a core disciple, Ma Ji was a genius among the geniuses of the Falling Star sect. Furthermore, his older brother, Ma Run, was the personal disciple of the Falling Star sect's sect master. Furthermore, he was the #1 genius of the Falling Star sect's younger generation. With this relationship, Ma Ji's reputation among the Falling Star sect's disciples soared to the sky. Ma Ji, who had always been proud and arrogant, had never been in such a sorry state. At this moment, he wished that there was a crack in the ground for him to crawl into. He no longer had the face to stay here. He glanced at Yi Xing with resentment and quickly left. Yi Xing even dared to declare war against Hua Tianshu. So how could he care less about Ma Ji's malice towards him? The corners of his mouth curled up as he left the arena and quickly left. With a battle record of defeating core disciple Ma Ji and the suggestion of formation elder Lin Fenghua, Yi Xing would definitely obtain a spot to enter the Fallen Star secret realm. It wasn't until Yi Xing and Ma Ji left that the inner disciples recovered from their shock. They looked at the backs of the two and exclaimed, My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Senior brother Ma Ji was really defeated? Oh my God, senior brother Ma Ji is considered to be in the upper middle among the core disciples. He actually lost to senior brother Yixing. How long has it been? Senior brother Yixing's strength has already reached the level of a core disciple and is in the upper middle. Is senior brother Yixing really a 2-star heavenly fate realm? Have you seen such a monstrous 2-star heavenly fate realm? Thinking about senior brother Yixing's rise, it's really shocking. How long has it been since he entered the sect? Including the time he spent in the outer sect, it's only been a few months. It's simply too monstrous for him to achieve such an achievement. Yeah, I'm afraid there's no senior in the Falling Star sect who has such a fast growth speed. Not even the enlightened Heavenly Fate Realm seniors. And senior brother Yixing is only an ordinary Heavenly Fate Realm cultivator. This is really unbelievable. Yixing's rise was indeed unbelievable. In the history of there had never been such a heaven-defying character like him. If he was an enlightened being heaven's mandate genius, then everyone would naturally be able to accept it. However, Yixing was only an ordinary heaven's mandate, and he was at the bottom of ordinary heaven's mandate, a 2-star crimson fate. The Fallen Star Secret Land will open tomorrow. Senior brother Yixing's strength has already surpassed many of the core senior brothers. I wonder if the sect will allow him to enter the Fallen Star Secret Land. After a round of discussion, some disciples discussed whether or not Yixing had entered the Falling Star Mystic Realm, and the answer was yes. After Yixing defeated Ma Ji, he reported to the Formation Elder, Lin Fenghua. Lin Fenghua immediately went to Sect Master Lu Tianyuan and brought up the matter. With a record of defeating a core disciple and a recommendation from the Formation Elder, Lu Tianyuan didn't even hold a meeting with the elders. Instead, he agreed immediately and made an announcement within the sect. On that day, everyone in the Falling Star sect knew that the Fallen Star Mystic Realm would open tomorrow, and an exception would be made for inner disciple Yixing to enter. Furthermore, everyone in the Falling Star sect also knew that Yixing had defeated Ma Ji in the duel arena. And the Yixing's reputation was completely shaken. Whether it was winning first place in the outer sect or defeating Zhanxiu Temple in the inner sect, Yixing's reputation wasn't as resounding as this time. A core disciple was already the highest rank in the Falling Star sect. Yixing had defeated Ma Ji, which meant that he had stepped into the ranks of the strongest disciples in the Falling Star sect. Although he wasn't the strongest disciple, it was enough to earn the respect and worship of all the inner and outer sect disciples. In particular, Yixing had only been in the Falling Star sect for a few months. This added a layer of legendary color to Yixing. Speaking of Yixing's experience in this was simply a legendary story. Only in legends would there be such a monstrous genius who rose so quickly. However, the disciples of the Falling Star sect were very clear that Yixing's heavenly fate realm was very low. He was only a 2-star Crimson Life realm cultivator. This was something that Yixing had passed the test in the Purple Mountain Academy. It was precisely because he was only a 2-star Crimson Life realm cultivator that Yixing's speed of growth was even more legendary. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable things were legendary. This was the difference between legendary and ordinary deeds. Falling Star Sect, Weapon Pavilion Elder's Residence. He Hongjiao reported the news of Yixing defeating Ma Ji and obtaining the qualifications to enter the Falling Star Mystic Realm to Weapon Pavilion Elder Hua Tianshu. Speaking of this, He Hongjiao was incomparably surprised and shocked. Hearing this, Hua Tianshu's gaze changed frequently. She was secretly shocked. Yixing actually became a 3-star martial saint so quickly and even defeated Ma Ji. It was truly unbelievable. Just what kind of luck does this kid have? Or perhaps there was a secret that no one knew about? Otherwise, how could he grow so quickly when his cultivation talent is obviously poor? It's really hard to imagine. Hua Tianshu secretly said to herself, "People with luck will sooner or later spoil things." It seems that the sooner this kid is eliminated, the better. Isn't he going to enter the Falling Star Mystic Realm this time? Thinking of this, Hua Tianshu's expression froze, and the killing intent in her eyes disappeared in a flash. After He Hongjiao finished her report, she stood aside with her head lowered, not daring to speak. Hua Tianshu raised her hand, and a black shuttle half the size of a palm appeared in her hand. She threw it toward He Hongjiao. He Hongjiao caught it with both hands and felt the aura of the black shuttle. She said in surprise, "Master, this is a forbidden weapon?" Hua Tianshu nodded and said, "This is a forbidden weapon equivalent to a middle-grade spiritual weapon. It's called the Soul-Severing Shuttle. Although it's not the best, it has no problem killing a 7-star martial saint." He Hongjiao gasped, and her hands, which were holding the Soul-Severing Shuttle, trembled slightly. A 7-star martial saint was an advanced martial saint who could be conferred the title of Marquis. This little Soul-Severing Shuttle could actually kill a 7-star martial saint? Although He Hongjiao was surprised, she did not doubt it at all. A forbidden weapon equivalent to a middle-grade spiritual weapon could definitely kill a 7-star martial saint. A dim light flashed in He Hongjiao's heart. She said, "Master, you gave the Soul-Severing Shuttle to me because, in the Falling Star Mystic Realm, kill Yixing." Hua Tianshu said resolutely, "This time, there can be no more accidents." Yixing was just a 3-star martial saint. However, Hua Tianshu gave He Hongjiao a forbidden weapon that could kill a 7-star martial saint. It could be seen that she was determined to kill Yixing in the Falling Star Mystic Realm. He Hongjiao put away the Soul-Severing Shuttle and nodded. She said, "Master, don't worry. I will definitely kill Yixing in the Falling Star Mystic Realm. Moreover, I don't need the Soul-Severing Shuttle to kill Yixing. With my strength, it's more than enough to kill him." Hua Tianshu said indifferently, "Hongjiao, don't be arrogant and complacent. Since you want to do something, you must be absolutely sure. Don't forget your junior brother's lesson." He Hongjiao's expression turned solemn. "Yes, Master." The day of the opening of the Falling Star Mystic Realm had arrived. Yixing and the core disciples, led by Sect Master Lu Tianyuan and many senior members of the sect, came to the Falling Star Valley. The Falling Star Valley was located in the central area of among several mountains. It was said that a star fell from the sky and smashed into the valley, so it was called the Falling Star Valley. The Falling Star was in the Falling Star Valley, and the Falling Star Mystic Realm was on top of the Falling Star. There were layers of seals in the Falling Star Valley. Lin Fenghua stepped forward and opened a passage to the depths of the Falling Star Valley, leading to the Falling Star Mystic Realm. When the passage appeared, Sect Master Lu Tianyuan stepped forward and said loudly, "Core disciples, you are the pillars of the sect and the future of the sect. When you enter the Falling Star Mystic Realm, you must pay attention to your safety. Don't act recklessly. If you encounter any difficulties inside, you must help each other and overcome the difficulties together. I hope that you can reach the Starry Hall in a month and return safely. Go in." As soon as Lu Tianyuan finished speaking, a young man of 22 or 23 years old walked out from behind him and waved to the core disciples. "Junior brothers, follow me." The young man was dressed in a silver robe. He was tall and slender, with sword-like eyebrows and square eyes. He looked dignified. He addressed all the core disciples as junior brothers and stood behind Lu Tianyuan. Obviously, he was the sect master's personal disciple, the chief disciple of the Falling Star sect, Ma Run. As Ma Run waved his hand, all the core disciples walked out from behind their master. Yixing also walked out. At this moment, he felt a piercing gaze on him. "Let me tell you, brothers, a piece of good news. Because of my occasional break in updates, the God of Arrows has automatically withdrawn from the payment plan. Brothers, your subscriptions can be reduced by 1 cent per 1,000 words. I will make up for it when I update, but you can save the 1 cent per 1,000 words fee." Chapter 227. The owner of the gaze was the sect leader's wife, Hua Tianshu. Hua Tianshu's gaze flashed past Yixing's body, but even in such a short moment, Yixing could feel the intense killing intent in Hua Tianshu's heart. Feeling Hua Tianshu's killing intent, Yi Xing became vigilant. It seemed like this trip to the Fallen Star's secret territory was not that safe. However, only core disciples could enter the Fallen Star's secret territory. Therefore, Hua Tianshu could not enter the Fallen Star's secret territory herself. If Hua Tianshu wanted to kill Yi Xing, she could only do it through her disciple, He Hongjiao. Yi Xing looked at He Hongjiao, and He Hongjiao happened to look at Yi Xing. When their eyes met, He Hongjiao's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Chief Disciple Ma Run had already taken the lead and entered the passage. The other core disciples followed closely behind him, entering according to their rankings. He Hongjiao was one of the top 10 core disciples, so she quickly entered the passage. As an inner disciple, Yi Xing was naturally the last. There were only about 20 core disciples in total. Not long after, he also entered the Fallen Star Valley, disappearing from the sight of the Fallen Star sect's upper echelons. The passage opened by Lin Fenghua led to the depths of the valley, in front of a huge meteorite. The Fallen Star's secret territory was on this meteorite. When the core disciples approached it, they were directly transported into the secret territory. This was a very vast space like another world. There were many spatial cracks in the void, which showed that this space was not stable. This was the reason why the Fallen Star sect only sent core disciples in. If experts with high cultivation were to enter, the secret territory would not be able to withstand the pressure, and it might collapse faster. Not far behind the core disciples was a dark light world, which was the edge of this world. In front of them was a wide field of vision, but 10 miles away, there were countless flames that covered the horizon. Even if Yi Xing looked into the distance, he could not see the edge of the sea of flames. Ma Ren stood at the front of the group of disciples and pointed at the sea of fire in front of them. In front of us is the sea of fire. After the sea of fire is the desert. After the desert is the ice mountain. After the ice mountain is the area where the stellar hall is located. After passing through the sea of fire, we have to split up and walk separately. After passing through the sea of fire, if you can meet up, then walk together. Finally, everyone will meet at the stellar hall. After pausing for a while, Ma Run continued, "Junior brothers and sisters who are entering the Falling Star secret land for the first time, please take note. Do not stay in the sea of fire for too long. If you stay in one place for too long, it will cause a fire tide. The longer you stay in one place, the stronger the fire tide will be. The strongest fire tide can even incinerate a peak martial sage." In the end, Ma Run reminded, "Also, if you see a spatial rift, don't go around it. That's a dangerous place that can even kill an adept in an instant." These matters were all explained to them by their respective elders and masters. All the disciples were very clear about it. Ma Ren's reminder left a deep impression on them. "Got it, eldest senior brother." Many disciples responded. Ma Ren nodded and said, "With your strength, it should not be a problem for you to pass through the sea of fire, the desert, and the ice mountain to reach the Star Hall. Now let's go. See you at the Star Hall." There was a reason why the Falling Star sect only allowed core disciples to enter the Falling Star secret land. The core disciples were at least 4-star martial sages and had the strength to pass through the 3 dangerous places in the Falling Star secret land. However, the inner disciples could not do so. Even 3-star martial sages had a high chance of dying in the 3 dangerous places. The disciples spread out and headed toward the sea of fire in front of them. From afar, the land of fire looked like a sea of fire. In fact, it was not. 90% of the ground was covered by fire. However, there were some small areas that did not have any fire. These small areas were either connected by roads or were not far apart. Cultivators could forcefully charge through the fire to reach the place. Therefore, they could pass through the land of fire. "Junior brother Yi," Lin Tongyu called out to Yi Xing from afar. She made a gesture to encourage Yi Xing. On Yi Xing's left was Lin Tongyu. The two of them were several hundred meters apart. Yi Xing heard her and waved at Lin Tongyu. Then, Lin Tongyu passed through a path without any fire and rushed into the sea of fire. The core disciple on Yi Xing's right was He Hongjiao. She was very close to Yixing, only 200 meters apart. Yixing knew that He Hongjiao did not have any good intentions by deliberately coming to his side. However, Yixing was not afraid at all. Yixing chose a path and entered the Sea of Fire. He Hongjiao also entered the Sea of Fire. In the Sea of Fire, if there were too many cultivators or if they stayed for too long, it would trigger a tide of fire. Therefore, He Hongjiao did not plan to make a move in the Sea of Fire. The temperature outside the Sea of Fire was already very high. Inside the Sea of Fire, the temperature was even higher. Yixing used his Celestial Essence Astral Shield to protect his body, but he still felt very hot. The cultivation method he cultivated was the pure essence art. His Celestial Essence was extremely dense, no weaker than that of a 4-star Martial Saint. If an ordinary 3-star Martial Saint came here, they would feel as if they were being burned in the Sea of Fire. Yixing used the Heavenly Bat Steps, controlling his speed to the most ordinary level, and went deep into the Sea of Fire. The 3 danger zones of the Fallen Star secret territory, the Sea of Fire, the desert, and the iceberg were very vast. It would take 4 or 5 days to pass through each danger zone, or even longer. Inside, it was not suitable to run fast. One had to keep their consumption to a minimum. In the Sea of Fire, one could not stay for a long time. When resting, one could only rest for an hour at most. Moreover, it would be difficult to find a suitable place to rest for the whole day. If one did not know how to control their Celestial Essence consumption, they would die of exhaustion in the Sea of Fire. After walking for only half an hour, Yixing came to the end of the road. The front was blocked by the Sea of Fire. Yixing knew this as early as when he climbed over a hillside and looked down from above. He had already chosen the next path. Yixing jumped, and his body shot into the sky like a cannonball. He jumped more than 100 meters and landed on a nearby mountain peak. This mountain peak was full of flames. The flames rose more than 10 feet high. Yixing fell into the flames and disappeared instantly. Suddenly, a trace of turbulence appeared on the flames on the mountain peak. It was caused by someone moving quickly in the flames. Yixing had seen the other side of the mountain peak when he was high up on the hillside. As long as he rushed through this small flame area, he would be safe. The flames here were not ordinary. Yixing ran in it and consumed a lot of Celestial Essence. If it were other elementary martial sages, their Celestial Essence would not be able to withstand the burning of the flames. If they entered the flames, they would be burned to ashes in a few breaths. Soon, Yixing crossed the mountain peak. Every time he crossed a certain distance, Yixing would jump out of the Sea of Fire and observe the surroundings to ensure that he was going in the right direction. Yixing saw that he was not far from the area without flames. However, at this time, a roar suddenly came from the flames. A giant beast covered in flames suddenly rushed out. This was a flame beast more than 3 feet long. It had 2 horns on its head and red scales on its body. It could walk in flames. This kind of demonic beast was called the Crystal Fire Beast by the Falling Star sect. It was not seen in the outside world. It could only be found in the Falling Star secret territory. Its body contained fire crystals, which were treasures for cultivating fire-attributed martial arts. This Crystal Fire Beast was equivalent to a peak 3-star martial sage. An ordinary 4-star martial sage would not be able to deal with it if they encountered it in flames. However, for Yixing, this Crystal Fire Beast rushing over was purely courting death. In an instant, the purple feather spear appeared in his hand. Dark Spirit Spear Art, Spiritual Light Flash. The purple feather spear streaked across a dark light. As soon as the Crystal Fire Beast appeared, Yixing's spear pierced its head, killing it instantly. Then, Yixing picked up the Crystal Fire Beast's corpse with his spear and used the Star Essence Astral Shield to protect his body. He continued to walk through the flames. Not long after, he came to another area without flames and put down the Crystal Fire Beast's corpse. Yixing took out a sharp spirit weapon and cut open the Crystal Fire Beast's head, taking out the fire crystals in its head. Then Yixing cut open the crystal fire beast's thick scales and dug out the tender meat in the depths of the scales, putting it into his storage ring. The crystal fire beast's meat was one of the best ingredients. A crystal fire beast was more than 3 feet long and weighed more than 1,000 pounds. However, there was very little tender meat, only about 10 pounds, which was about 1% of its body weight. This was the most valuable part of the crystal fire beast's body. I had something to do yesterday, so I came home very late. I wanted to send a short chapter asking for leave, but I couldn't send it. I made my brothers wait for a long time. Sorry, I owe 2 more chapters. Although the task of paying back my debts is very difficult, I will definitely pay it back. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 228. The tender meat of the crystal fire beast was a priceless treasure. It wasn't that this meat was more valuable than other treasures. In fact, the tender meat of the crystal fire beast had no other uses other than being delicious and replenishing blood. The reason why it was priceless was because it was too difficult to obtain. Every time the fallen star's secret territory opened, the chances of core disciples encountering a crystal fire beast in the Sea of Fire were extremely low. The crystal fire beast lived in the flames. When core disciples crossed the area of fire, they would only want to pass through as quickly as possible. They didn't want to fight the crystal fire beast in the flames. Unless they were martial artists who could kill the crystal fire beast in one move, they would do so. This didn't affect the time it took to cross the area of fire. For example, Yixing, if it were any other 4-star martial saint, or even a 5-star martial saint, it would be difficult for them to kill the crystal fire beast in one move. The Fallen Star Secret Realm only opened once every 3 years, and during that time, core disciples might not be able to kill crystal fire beasts and obtain their meat. Therefore, no matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to eat such delicious food most of the time. Therefore, the tender meat of the crystal fire beast was a priceless treasure. It wasn't that it was incomparably valuable, but that it could only be found by chance. Those who really wanted to eat it were willing to pay a sky-high price for a little bit of the tender meat, or even exchange it with other natural treasures that were helpful for cultivation. For most people, natural treasures that were helpful for cultivation were obviously more valuable. Different pursuits led to different values. Other than the flame crystals and the tender meat, the rest of the crystal fire beast's belongings weren't of much use to him. After taking the flame crystals and the tender meat, Yixing continued to walk along the fire-free tunnel towards the depths of the Falling Star Secret Realm. About an hour later, the flames on the side surged, and a crystal fire beast that was twice as large emerged from the Sea of Fire. This huge crystal fire beast was more than 6 zhang long and 3 zhang tall. It was like a moving house. The big crystal fire beast walked to the small crystal fire beast's corpse and sniffed it. Then, it raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, the big crystal fire beast lowered its head and bowed to the small crystal fire beast's corpse. Then, it turned around and ran in the direction Yixing had gone. What Yixing didn't expect was that the crystal fire beast he killed wasn't a lone demonic beast, but the child of a large crystal fire beast. Although it was already an adult, it was still under the protection of the large crystal fire beast. Although demon beasts were animals, blood relations were still important. This large crystal fire beast had gone through the pain of losing its son and smelled Yixing's scent. Obviously, it was going to seek revenge on Yixing. The fire-free passageway was full of twists and turns. Although Yixing's speed wasn't slow, the distance he covered in a straight line wasn't too far. The giant crystalline fire beast that was chasing after Yixing, on the other hand, was charging straight at Yixing. It didn't take long for it to catch up with Yixing, who was moving forward, suddenly felt the ground shake. He stopped and looked around vigilantly. Soon, the sound of something hitting the ground came from behind him. In the Sea of Fire, flames were rolling. Obviously, a giant beast was running out of the Sea of Fire. Is it a fire crystal beast? Yixing frowned slightly. Lin Fenghua had told him about the situation in the Falling Star Secret Territory. The fire crystal beasts in the Sea of Fire would only attack cultivators in the Sea of Fire. If the cultivators were in the fire-free area, they wouldn't be attacked by the fire crystal beasts. Yixing was in the fire-free area, but he knew that the giant beast that was running towards him had locked onto him. He was the target of the giant beast. Could it be because of the fire crystal beast that I killed earlier? Yixing began to speculate as the thought crossed his mind. Obviously, his guess was right. In the next moment, the giant beast rushed out of the Sea of Fire. It was the giant fire crystal beast that was more than 6 zhang long and 3 zhang tall. Yixing's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. This crystalline fire beast was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint. It was a strong enemy. A 6-star martial saint was the last realm of a middle-rank martial saint. Yixing was only a 3-star martial saint. There was a gap of 3 realms between the two. Before this, although Yixing had defeated Ma Ji was only a 4-star martial saint. Yixing hadn't even fought a 5-star martial saint. Moreover, this crystalline fire beast was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint. This made Yixing feel a lot of pressure. Although the Falling Star Secret Territory wasn't very dangerous, in the history of the many core disciples had died in the Falling Star Secret Territory and never came out again. Being chased by a crystal fire beast that was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint, only the top 3 core disciples, who were all 6-star martial saints, had a fighting chance. The rest of the core disciples were basically dead meat. However, Yixing was an exception, ever since the Yixing hadn't used all his trump cards and battle prowess. Now, facing this crystalline fire beast that was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint, Yixing had used all his trump cards and battle prowess. Whether he could win or not was still unknown. Everything could only be determined after the battle. Yixing was alert. He activated his super brain and scanned the crystalline fire beast's every move and the power in its body. Everything was clearly scanned. This crystalline fire beast was too strong. Yixing had to be on guard. The crystalline fire beast rushed out of the Sea of Fire and looked at Yixing. It snorted and breathed out a hot breath. It sniffed at Yixing, and its eyes burned with anger. Roar! The crystalline fire beast opened its bloody mouth and roared at Yixing. The sound was deafening and shook the earth. Moreover, a torrent of flames was spat out from the crystalline fire beast's bloody mouth. As the sound waves hit him, Yixing's body shook, and he couldn't even stand properly. Immediately, he circulated his celestial essence, causing his physical strength to drop by 10,000 genes. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body. However, the torrent of flames that followed was more than 10 times stronger than the sound wave. Even if he used his celestial essence to protect his body and his physical strength dropped by 10,000 gene, his body was still blasted back dozens of feet by the torrent of flames. He was directly blasted into the fire area. Yixing cultivated the pure Yuan art, and his celestial essence was strong. Even if his body was pushed back dozens of feet, the celestial essence shield protecting his body was still intact and undamaged. However, the endless flames in all directions made him feel incomparably hot. The crystalline fire beast was stronger in flames. Even in the fire area, this crystalline fire beast, which was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint, was a great enemy of Yixing. Now, Yixing's situation was even more dangerous. Whoosh! Yixing's body continued to retreat. With the attack power of the torrent of flames, the speed of Yixing's retreat was extremely fast. In an instant, Yixing adjusted his battle strategy. He opened up the distance and shot with his bow and arrow. He did not want to fight the crystalline fire beast head-on. The purple feather spear in Yixing's hand turned into a spirit pattern bow in the blink of an eye and shot out a blue sandalwood arrow. Whoosh! The arrow broke through the air and tore the air. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the crystalline fire beast. This arrow, which was as fast as flowing light, was enough to kill any 4-star martial saint. Even a 5-star martial saint would not be able to block it. However, in front of the crystalline fire beast, it was nothing. The crystalline fire beast stretched out its claws and slapped. It was like slapping a mosquito. It slapped the arrow to the ground and smashed it into pieces. Roar! The crystalline fire beast roared again. It shook the heavens and the earth. Its body moved and waves surged. It pounced toward Yixing. 4 symbols arrow art, vermilion bird arrow style. Yixing drew his bow again. The arrow left the bowstring, and with endless flames, it turned into a vermilion bird that was formed by flames. It charged toward the crystalline fire beast. The vermilion bird was 10 feet long. It was much bigger than the crystalline fire beast and looked extremely terrifying. The vermilion bird arrow style was a fire-based martial art. It was strong when it came into contact with fire. When it was used in this place of flames, its power would be multiplied. However, the crystalline fire beast was a fire-based demonic beast. It lived in flames and was least afraid of the power of fire. Facing the vermilion bird that was bigger than it, the crystalline fire beast pounced toward it without fear. Rip! The crystalline fire beast waved its claws and tore the vermilion bird apart. The arrow was also knocked away. The vermilion bird arrow style could not hurt it. Maybe Yixing could use the Sagittarius constellation to shoot an arrow that could threaten the crystalline fire beast. However, Yixing did not have the chance to do so. The crystalline fire beast tore the vermilion bird apart. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Yixing. Yixing put away his bow and took out his purple feather spear. In the flames, Yixing could not see the crystalline fire beast from a distance. The bow and arrow required distance. Hence, to fight the crystalline fire beast here, the bow and arrow were not the best weapon. It was better to fight the crystalline fire beast in close combat. There will be 4 updates today. Chapter 229. Undercurrent surged. With the purple feather spear in his hand, Yixing instantly displayed the Dark Spirit Spear art. Yixing's Dark Spirit Spear art, which was at the small success stage, had extraordinary power. As soon as he used this move, Yixing's aura surged, and the surrounding flames retreated. The spear move, which contained the power of darkness, caused Yixing's surroundings to suddenly turn into darkness. Roar! The fire crystal beast roared. No matter what was in the darkness, it stretched out its huge claw and slapped over. Bang! The purple feather spear and the huge claw collided, causing a loud explosion. Yixing only felt a terrifying power passing over. His body involuntarily retreated by more than 10 meters. The Star Origin shield trembled and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The surrounding flames swarmed over. Yixing was unbearably hot, and sweat poured down like rain. As expected of a 6-star martial saint demonic beast, the fire crystal beast's power was terrifying. Even though Yixing's Dark Spirit Spear art had reached the small success stage, he still could not resist. In the blink of an eye, Yixing was pushed back by the fire crystal beast. With a roar, the fire crystal beast pounced over again. Compared to Yixing, the fire crystal beast was not terrifying at all. It only slapped out its huge claw and attacked directly. However, when its power and speed reached a certain level, its direct attacks were the most terrifying. It cannot be blocked. It cannot be dodged. Suddenly, 2 green vortexes appeared in Yixing's eyes. He had displayed the green eyes of the eyes of clear clouds. The eyes of clear clouds was an eye technique that affected one's thinking. Yixing had already cultivated it to an extremely high level. Although it was not as good as Zishanho, it still had a certain influence on the thinking of a 6-star martial saint demonic beast. When the fire crystal beast's eyes met with Yixing's green eyes, its movement slowed. Yixing moved and displayed the heavenly bat steps. He was as fast as a ghost and instantly dodged the claw attack of the fire crystal beast. At the same time, the purple feather spear stabbed out. A flash of inspiration. The purple feather spear carried a ray of dark light and instantly pierced the fire crystal beast's body. The purple feather spear passed through the fire crystal beast's body, causing sparks to fly. The red scales on the fire crystal beast's body were too sturdy. Yixing felt as if he had stabbed a piece of precious iron. The purple feather spear in his hand transmitted a huge rebound force. Other than the wound caused by the first stab of the spear, the subsequent wounds did not break through the fire crystal beast's red scales. To the fire crystal beast's huge body, that little bit of damage was almost negligible. Roar! Roar, roar, roar. Although the fire crystal beast's injuries were light, the pain made the fire crystal beast even angrier. In an instant, it went berserk. Its entire body burned with raging flames, and its power multiplied. Looking at its might, even an ordinary 6-star martial sage would have a 90% chance of dying if they ran into it. Yixing instantly felt threatened. If he continued to fight like this, he would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. He immediately made a decision. Whoosh! A ray of starlight rushed out from the space between Yixing's eyebrows. This was a ray of black starlight. It soared into the sky, and in an instant, the surroundings turned into darkness. Above the darkness, there was a huge dark vortex. Yixing had used the black hole astrology. He had to use his trump card and raise his strength to the strongest state. Only then would he be able to fight the fire crystal beast to the death. The black hole astrology was too heaven-defying. Under the cover of darkness, the surrounding flames lost their light. Yixing's perception spread out in the darkness, and everything around him was clear as the palm of his hand. This included the fire crystal beast, who had fallen into the darkness. The surroundings were suddenly covered in darkness, and this shocked the fire crystal beast. The flames on its body burned even more fiercely, but the light it emitted was extremely weak. It could only illuminate an area of 10 feet around it. Beyond that, it was pitch black. Yixing felt the darkness. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the fire crystal beast was covered in darkness to launch an attack. However, a sudden change shocked Yixing, and he stopped the thought of attacking. The black hole vortex in the sky produced a huge suction force. It swallowed the flames in all directions. The black hole astrology, could actually devour flames? No, it was not flames. Yixing's sense of touch merged with the darkness. He could see all the changes around him. The flames around him did not change, but the power of the flames had changed. The black hole astrology had devoured the essence of the flames, leaving only the shell of the flames. It had turned into the most ordinary flames. Ordinary flames could be easily blocked by a 1-star martial sage with celestial essence. However, the flames in this land of flames could only be blocked by a 4-star martial sage with celestial essence. There was a huge difference between the two. The reason for this difference was the essence of the flames. The Sea of Flames in the Fallen Star Secret Realm had more essence of the flames than ordinary flames. Now that the essence of the flames had been devoured by the black hole astrology, the flames in the Sea of Flames naturally turned into ordinary flames. Not only were the flames around him weakening, but Yixing also felt that the power of the fire crystal beast was also weakening. The fire crystal beast was a demonic beast that lived in flames. Its strength was closely related to the flames. Its body also contained the essence of the flames. However, when the black hole astrology devoured the essence of the flames in the fire crystal beast's body, everything was devoured. As the essence of the flames in the fire crystal beast's body decreased, the power of the fire crystal beast naturally weakened. The black hole astrology actually had such an effect. This was another function that shocked and surprised Yixing. In a moment, Yixing realized the true effect of the black hole astrology devouring the essence of the flames. A ball of fire suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. This ball of fire was located at the edge of the space between his eyebrows. It was very weak. However, as the black hole astrology continued to devour the essence of the flames, this ball of fire was growing stronger. This discovery made Yixing suck in a breath of cold air. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He almost trembled in fear. The space between the eyebrows was the territory of the astrology. What did it mean for a ball of fire to appear in the space between the eyebrows? This meant that Yi Xing was going to have another astrology, the fire astrology. Yi Xing already had the black hole astrology and the Sagittarius astrology. This had already broken his martial arts common sense. Now, he was going to have a third astrology? This was too unbelievable. Moreover, this third astrology was born because of the black hole astrology. This proved that the black hole astrology was heaven-defying. As the black hole astrology absorbed more and more essence of the flames, the fire in the space between Yi Xing's eyebrows became brighter and stronger. It slowly moved from the edge of the space to the center. Roar! A beast's roar interrupted Yi Xing's surprise. Although the fire crystal beast could not see the surrounding darkness, it could still feel Yi Xing's breath. It had locked onto Yi Xing's position. The surrounding darkness only surprised it for a short while before it launched an attack on Yi Xing. The fire crystal beast had fought with Yi Xing before. It knew that Yi Xing's strength was weaker than it. Therefore, even though the surrounding darkness confused it, it did not affect its decision to kill Yi Xing. Yi Xing knew everything in the darkness like the back of his hand. As soon as the fire crystal beast moved, Yi Xing reacted. He used the heavenly bat steps and suddenly changed his position. Although the fire crystal beast could sense Yi Xing's breath in the darkness and lock onto Yi Xing's position, it was not as agile as using its eyes. As soon as Yi Xing changed his position, the fire crystal beast accurately locked onto Yi Xing's position again. It needed some time. At this time, Yi Xing had already launched a fatal attack on the fire crystal beast. Dark Spirit Spear. Yi Xing pushed his celestial essence to the limit. His strength erupted as he displayed the ultimate technique of the Dark Spirit Spear art. The purple feather spear brought out a shiny black spear light, shattering all the airflow. In an instant, it arrived beside the fire crystal beast and stabbed towards its head from the side. The spear thrust had a strong penetrating power. Coupled with the terrifying power of this move, even if the fire crystal beast had amazing defensive power, it could not withstand the attack of this spear. The purple feather spear stabbed out as fast as lightning. The fire crystal beast accurately locked onto Yi Xing's position and simply could not dodge. In the nick of time, the fire crystal beast tilted its head, avoiding its vital points. The purple feather spear with a dark light instantly stabbed into the fire crystal beast's stomach. Blood spurted and sparks flew. The purple feather spear stabbed into the fire crystal beast's neck. The entire spearhead was buried under the red scales, reaching a depth of a few inches. Yi Xing immediately retracted his stab. He was not greedy for temporary benefits. The purple feather spear rotated and suddenly created a fist-sized bloody hole in the fire crystal beast's neck. Yi Xing held the spear and retreated like lightning. Second watch. Chapter 230. The fire crystal beast's injuries were not fatal and did not affect its life. Its combat power did not decrease, but the injury on its neck made it even more furious. It went completely berserk. The fire crystal beast pounced on Yi Xing with all its might. If Yi Xing had not pulled back decisively, he would have been pounced on by the fire crystal beast if he had been a little slower. He would have had to fight it head-on again. With the fire crystal beast's berserk power, Yi Xing would definitely be at a disadvantage if he fought it head-on. Yi Xing retreated and immediately used the sky bat steps. He moved quickly and constantly changed his position. By the time the fire crystal beast confirmed Yi Xing's position, Yi Xing was already dozens of feet away. This caused the fire crystal beast's attack to miss. The black hole continued to devour the fire essence. With every second that passed, the fire essence in the fire crystal beast's body was reduced by a little and its power decreased by a little. Yi Xing did not plan to fight the fire crystal beast in close combat. He wanted to keep a distance and weaken the fire crystal beast's power. Yi Xing also had ways to attack the fire crystal beast, even if he didn't fight it at close range. He put away the purple feather spear and took out the spiritual pattern bow again. At this time, another ray of starlight shot out from Yi Xing's forehead. It turned into a huge bow of starlight and stood side by side with the black hole vortex. When the two stars were used at the same time, Yixing used all his trump cards. In an instant, he drew the bow and shot an arrow. The green sandalwood arrow carried the light of darkness and instantly shot towards the fire crystal beast's fatal spot. This arrow was enhanced by the power of the Sagittarius constellation. In terms of power, it was not inferior to the Dark Spirit Spear's ultimate move, the Dark Spirit Spear. This arrow not only contained the power of darkness, but also the power of wind. In terms of speed, it was even faster than the Dark Spirit Spear. The arrow was like a meteor and disappeared in a flash. The Fire Crystal Beast had just noticed the arrow's existence and wanted to block it when the arrow had already hit its fatal spot. Roar! The Fire Crystal Beast immediately fell forward onto the ground. Its vital point had been hit by the arrow. This time, the Fire Crystal Beast had suffered a huge injury. The injury was fatal. However, the Fire Crystal Beast's powerful vitality allowed it to crawl back up. Even though it was injured, it was unable to completely kill it in a short period of time. Whoosh! Yixing drew his bow, and another arrow shot out from the darkness. The Fire Crystal Beast was seriously injured. Regardless of whether it was its reaction speed or its defense, it was greatly reduced. This arrow had penetrated deeply, directly piercing through its heart. With a loud boom, the Fire Crystal Beast, which had just struggled to get up, fell to the ground again. Even though the Fire Crystal Beast had a strong life force, it was still unable to get up after being severely injured twice in a row. Its life force was rapidly draining away. The Fire Crystal Beast had lost its ability to resist, and the fire essence in its body was quickly drained away by the black hole astral form. Moreover, as the fire essence was drained away, the Fire Crystal Beast's strength became weaker and weaker, and it died even faster. In about 10 breaths, the Fire Crystal Beast was completely dead. Yixing kept the Sagittarius constellation astral form and continued to maintain the black hole astral form. He walked to the side of the Fire Crystal Beast, opened its head, and took out the fire crystal. This fire crystal was the size of a bowl. It was of a much higher grade than the fist-sized fire crystal from before, and it contained more fire energy. Immediately, Yixing cut open the Fire Crystal Beast's body and cut off its tender meat. This Fire Crystal Beast weighed at least 3,000 pounds, and the tender meat on its body was more than 30 pounds. The weight of the tender meat was almost 3 times that of the small Fire Crystal Beast from before. Yixing was naturally happy and kept it all in his storage ring. In his previous life on Earth, Yixing was a foodie who loved delicious food. After coming to the Star Continent, his interest did not change. In his opinion, the tender meat of the Fire Crystal Beast was a priceless ingredient. Now, Yixing was no longer afraid of the flames and the sea of fire. Under the devouring of the black hole astral form, the surrounding flames lost a lot of their essence and almost became ordinary flames. They were no longer a threat to Yixing. Yixing scanned the space between his eyebrows. The little flame had already condensed into a small fireball. Compared to the Sagittarius constellation astral form in the space between his eyebrows, it was very small. Obviously, as an astral form, the little flame between Yixing's eyebrows was not qualified. He had to continue absorbing the essence of the flames. Therefore, Yixing changed his plan of going along the fire-free passage. Instead, he deliberately walked in the sea of fire, using the black hole astral form to absorb the essence of the flames in the sea of fire. In this way, the fire astral form in the space between his eyebrows gradually grew stronger. Moreover, Yixing's understanding of the flames also increased. When the first day passed, Yixing's understanding of the flames had made qualitative progress. Not only could he feel the flames shrouded in darkness, but he could also feel the flames further away. Yixing had also comprehended a new worldly momentum, the fire momentum. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, these 5 attributes were the foundation of the heavens and earth. They were known as the 5 elements. These 5 worldly momentum were also the most basic worldly momentum and were the easiest to comprehend. As long as the conditions were good, a martial sage with outstanding perception could comprehend the 5 basic worldly momentum. The black hole astral form directly devoured the essence of the flames and turned it into Yi Xing's comprehension. This was the best condition, and Yi Xing had excellent perception. Therefore, it only took him a day to comprehend the fire momentum. It could be said that when the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. There was no difficulty at all. After comprehending the fire momentum, Yi Xing was like a flame messenger. He was not afraid of flames. Even if there was no celestial essence defense and no black hole astral form to absorb the essence of the flames, Yi Xing could still walk through this sea of flames. Now, with the black hole astral form absorbing the essence of the flames, Yi Xing walked through the sea of flames as if he was taking a stroll in the park. There was no power or pressure at all. Although Yi Xing moved forward in a straight line in the sea of flames, because he had to absorb the essence of the flames, Yi Xing had to stop for a while every time he moved forward. It was not until he had absorbed almost all the essence of the flames around him that he continued to move forward. Therefore, after a day, Yi Xing's distance was not far. Perhaps it was not as far as the distance that the other disciples had to travel in a straight line in the fire-free area. However, Yi Xing did not mind that his speed was slow. Being able to comprehend one more astral form was more precious than any harvest. Therefore, improving the fire astral form was the most important thing. Everything else could be put aside first. After comprehending the fire momentum, Yi Xing put away the black hole astral form and rested for half an hour. He had a large number of low-rank celestial crystals given to him by Lin Fenghua, which allowed him to recover his celestial essence very quickly. In half an hour, he had recovered all the celestial essence he had consumed. Moreover, after half an hour of quiet cultivation, his fatigue had also been greatly alleviated. Yi Xing continued on his journey. A martial sage's body was very muscular. They could go days and nights without eating or sleeping. Yi Xing's body was particularly strong. He had only broken through to the martial sage realm after cultivating a top-grade body, refining cultivation method to perfection. In terms of physical strength, Yi Xing was stronger than most martial sages. His body recovered very quickly. Therefore, half an hour of rest was more than enough. After walking for another day, he rested for half an hour before continuing on his journey. At the end of the 3rd day, Yi Xing found that the fire astral form in his glabella space had been fixed. No matter how much the black hole astral form absorbed the fire essence, the fire astral form remained the size of an egg. The fire essence in the sea of fire did not decrease, and the fire astral form was no longer strengthened. This could only mean one thing. The strength of the fire essence here was limited. The fire astral form formed by the fire essence could only reach its current state. The size of an egg was only the relative size of the fire astral form in the glabella space. Compared to the Sagittarius constellation astral form and the black hole astral form, it was obviously very small. However, when Yi Xing released his fire celestial aspect, it turned into a mountain-sized star in the sky. This was already stronger than the ordinary celestial aspects of many martial saints. It was even comparable to Zi Shanho's Earth Fire Star aspect. The Earth Fire Astral Form was already a high-grade astral form. It could be seen that Yi Xing's Fire Astral Form was actually very strong. It was just that the Sagittarius constellation astral form and the black hole astral form were too strong. Therefore, it seems so small in comparison. Yi Xing put away his black hole astral avatar. Now that he had comprehended the fire force and also possessed the flame astral avatar, even if he didn't use his celestial essence to defend himself, he could still walk through the sea of flames. The flames here couldn't harm him. Therefore, he sped up and rushed through the sea of flames towards the depths of the falling star mystic territory. In 3 days, Yi Xing's distance was not far. He should have fallen behind the other disciples. If he was fast, he would be able to cross the sea of fire in 1 or 2 days. However, Yixing's current distance was only about 1/3 of the Sea of Fire. Chapter 231. Yixing had to increase his speed to catch up. With his speed, the distance he could cover in one day was equivalent to several days for others. Even if he was the last, Yixing still had a very high chance of being the first to pass through the Sea of Flames. Not only could one travel in a straight line through the Sea of Flames, which greatly shortened the distance, there was another benefit. The chances of encountering crystal fire beasts were higher. Both the fire crystals and the meat of the crystal fire beasts were good stuff. When Yixing encountered crystal fire beasts, he naturally did not fear them and killed all of them. In the past 3 days, aside from the 2 crystal fire beasts he encountered earlier, he encountered 5 more. Yixing obtained a total of 7 fire crystals and 50 kilograms of meat. Of the 7 fire crystals, the smallest one came from the crystal fire beast, equivalent to a 3-star martial sage. The largest one came from the crystal fire beast, equivalent to a 6-star martial sage. As for the other 5 crystal fire beasts, 4 were equivalent to 4-star martial sages, and 1 was equivalent to a 5-star martial sage. It could be seen that the crystal fire beasts in the Sea of Flames were equivalent to 4-star martial sages. There were more of them. On the 4th day, Yixing increased his speed. The number of crystal fire beasts he encountered in the Sea of Flames increased. In just 2 hours, Yixing encountered 2 crystal fire beasts equivalent to 4-star martial sages. Yixing killed both of them and obtained the fire crystals and meat. At this rate, Yixing would probably encounter more than 10 crystal fire beasts after walking through the Sea of Flames for the entire day. If he could kill them all, just the flame crystals and tender meat he would obtain would be a huge fortune. However, after killing the 2nd crystal fire beast, Yixing walked forward for less than a quarter of an hour before he stopped and changed his direction, heading to the right. Yixing had comprehended the power of fire and was extremely sensitive to flames. Not far to the left, Yixing sensed the aura of a special flame. The reason why it was special was because the aura of this flame was completely different from the flames in the Sea of Fire. It was purer and hotter, as if it was of a higher grade. Yixing's flame astral aspect still had room for improvement. It was just that the level of the flames in the Sea of Fire was too low. Now that Yixing had sensed a higher level of flames, he naturally had to go and take a look. If the black hole astral form could devour its fire essence and increase the strength of the fire astral form, that would be a great thing. Yixing sensed the source of the special flame after moving forward for several dozen kilometers. It was already in his line of sight. After comprehending the power of fire, the effect of fire on Yixing's eyesight was greatly reduced. Several miles in front of him, there was a mountain of fire that was several thousand meters tall. The special flame he sensed was at the peak of that mountain. However, Yixing's gaze was far away. After breaking through the layers of flames, he did not see the special flame. Instead, he saw a large number of crystal fire beasts on the mountain peak. There were several hundred crystal fire beasts. The weak ones were equivalent to 2 or 3-star martial sages, while the strong ones were equivalent to 5 or 6-star martial sages. These were only a small number, about 1/10 of the total. In particular, the crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 2-star and 6-star martial sages were even rarer. There were only 5 of them that were equivalent to 2-star martial sages and 3 that were equivalent to 6-star martial sages. Most of the crystal fire beasts were equivalent to 4-star martial sages, accounting for 90% of the total. If Yixing wanted to obtain the special flame, he would have to climb this mountain. However, once he did, he would definitely be discovered by these crystal fire beasts. In a one-on-one fight, although Yixing had killed crystal fire beasts equivalent to 6-star martial sages, he was definitely not a match for these several hundred crystal fire beasts. Each crystal fire beast could stomp Yixing into meat paste with one stomp. However, Yixing was unwilling to retreat just like that. What was that special flame? Why was its aura so much stronger than the other flames? Yixing really wanted to know. He wanted to get to the bottom of this. Furthermore, he had some suspicions in his heart. Could that flame, with an extraordinary aura, be a fire seed? A flame seed was the source of all flames. A flame without a source would be extinguished after its fuel was used up. A flame seed, on the other hand, did not need fuel and would never be extinguished. Every flame seed was extremely rare and had a close relationship with the origin of all flames. It was said that any flame seed, when promoted to the peak, could become the origin of all flames. It was because of this that a flame seed was called the origin of all flames. The tender meat of the crystal fire beasts was a priceless treasure, but that was only relative. A flame seed was truly a priceless treasure that everyone wanted. If one could obtain a flame seed, it would be an unimaginable gain. In the entire Qingyun district, there were countless cultivators and more than 10 sections. However, there might not even be a single flame seed. In the Qingyun district, a flame seed was a legend. Yixing had comprehended the power of fire. His perception of fire was different from that of ordinary people. Although he had never seen a flame seed before, he had a strong feeling that the special flame on the mountain peak was a flame seed. Especially as he approached the mountain peak, the feeling became even stronger. First, Yixing could feel that the special flame was not large. If it was a certain type of flame, it should be very large. Just like the flames around Yixing, they were connected into a sea of fire. It was impossible for a single type of flame to only burn in a small cluster. This was not normal. Second, Yixing could feel that the special flame had an aura of vicissitudes. It was not like a flame that constantly burned, but more like an eternal flame seed. Whether or not it is a flame seed, I have to go up the mountain and take a look. I have to obtain this special flame. Yixing thought to himself. Although there were several hundred crystal fire beasts on the mountain, Yixing was not completely helpless. He was not only a martial artist, but also an array master. When he was still 1,000 meters away from the mountain peak, Yixing began to arrange the array. After comprehending the power of fire, Yixing turned the flame into energy and used the flame to inscribe the array patterns. The array he arranged would not be damaged by the flame. Moreover, the power of the array would be strengthened by the flame. Yixing used half of his celestial essence to guide the flame and inscribe the array patterns, and the other half used low-grade celestial crystals to guide the flame. The arrangement speed was very fast. In half an hour, he had arranged a coiling snake array. Yixing's coiling snake array had not reached the small success stage. It was more than enough to deal with a beginner martial sage. However, it was not enough to deal with a mid-level martial sage. However, if one was not enough, what about 2, 3, or even 10? If he could chain one layer after another to form a chain array, even if it was an ordinary coiling snake array, under the control of the array master, it would have the power to kill a 4-star martial sage. As long as the coiling snake array had the power to kill a 4-star martial sage, Yixing planned to harvest this group of crystal fire beasts. The crystal fire beasts were equivalent to 5-star or 6-star martial sages. He could completely rely on the array and his own strength to deal with them. Soon, 2 coiling snake arrays were arranged. At this time, the surrounding flames surged in one direction like waves, forming a flame tide. Yixing had been here for 2 hours. The flame tide contained a strong impact force. Even a 4-star martial sage would find it difficult to resist. However, it was not a threat to Yixing. Yixing could withstand the flame tide with just his celestial essence defense. Moreover, Yixing had the flame astral aspect and comprehended the power of fire. The power of ordinary flames could not hurt him. There was no need to defend at all. Even in the middle of the flame tide, Yixing continued to arrange the array. One coiling snake array after another was successfully arranged by Yixing. When the 4th flame tide passed, Yixing had already arranged 8 coiling snake arrays. The 8 coiling snake arrays were connected head to tail. The arrays were layered one after another. With Yi Xing, the array master, the power of the array was at its strongest state. Killing a 4-star martial sage would be a piece of cake. After doing all this, Yi Xing adjusted his breath for a while and restored his celestial essence to the peak. Then, he began to attack the crystal fire beasts on the mountain peak. He stood in the array 1,000 meters away from the mountain peak. He was also a few thousand meters away from the crystal fire beasts on the mountain peak. This distance was not far compared to the range of his bow and arrow. 2 rays of starlight shot out from Yi Xing's glabella. One turned into a dark vortex, and the other turned into a starry arrow. The surroundings were suddenly shrouded in darkness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Xing took out 3 blue sandalwood arrows and shot them at the same time. The arrows, which contained the power of the Sagittarius constellation, the power of wind, the power of darkness, and the power of fire, instantly left the bowstring and shot toward a 6-star crystal fire beast. A 6-star crystal fire beast was not easy to deal with, especially when there were 3 of them. Yi Xing would have a hard time dealing with them. Therefore, taking advantage of the sneak attack, Yi Xing wanted to get rid of the strongest crystal fire beast first. After being attacked by Yi Xing, the crystal fire beast instantly fell into darkness. It felt as if the world had turned dark. At this time, 3 arrows were shot at 3 of its vital points. The crystal fire beast was suddenly attacked. Before it could react, 3 of its vital points were hit by the arrows. It immediately let out a shrill scream and fell to the ground, twitching. This crystal fire beast was one of the 3 strongest crystal fire beasts. When it was suddenly ambushed and shot by an arrow, it was fatally wounded. This gave the other crystal fire beasts a fright. Some of the crystal fire beasts were so frightened that they scattered. Only the other 2 strongest crystal fire beasts were slightly calmer. However, they also revealed expressions of fear. They immediately looked in Yi Xing's direction. This result was out of Yi Xing's expectations. Yi Xing thought that after killing one of the crystal fire beasts, the other crystal fire beasts would swarm toward him. He did not expect that after killing the strongest crystal fire beast, the other crystal fire beasts would be intimidated. A portion of them even fled. Nearly a third of the crystal fire beasts fled. There were a total of 150 to 60 crystal fire beasts. With so many crystal fire beasts fleeing, the pressure on Yi Xing lessened by a lot. These several hundred crystal fire beasts were not a complete group. In fact, they were made up of 3 small groups. Each crystal fire beast was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint and was the leader of a small group. Yi Xing had killed a crystal fire beast that was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint, which meant that he had killed a leader. With the leader killed, the group of crystal fire beasts that the crystal fire beast ruled over was naturally frightened and scattered. Roar, roar! In the blink of an eye, the other 2 strongest crystal fire beasts roared. They had discovered Yi Xing's position and ordered the group of crystal fire beasts to attack Yi Xing. Chapter 232. At the same time, the 2 leaders hid behind the other crystal fire beasts to guard against Yi Xing's hidden arrows. Rumble. Apart from the dozen or so crystal fire beasts that stay behind to guard the 2 leaders, the remaining 300 or so crystal fire beasts rushed down the mountain at the same time. Diving toward Yi Xing, Yi Xing took out 3 blue sandalwood arrows again. Using 2 kinds of astrology at the same time, 3 kinds of worldly momentum were added to the arrows at the same time, and they were instantly shot out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 arrows were shot at 3 crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 5-star martial sages. Whoever Yi Xing attacked will be affected by the black hole astrology and fall into a world of darkness. The 3 crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 5-star martial sages fell into darkness in an instant. The sudden change made them suddenly panic. At this time, the 3 arrows pierced through the air like flowing lights. Naturally, they did not have time to dodge and were all hid in their vital points. In an instant, The 3 crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 5-star martial sages screamed at the same time and fell to the ground. Although they had strong vitality and would not die immediately, their vital points had been seriously injured. It was a fatal injury. They would not live for long. Moreover, they did not have the strength to fight anymore. The crystal fire beasts were extremely fast. After Yi Xing had killed 3 of them, the group of crystal fire beasts had already rushed down the mountain for more than 1,000 meters. At this speed, the group of crystal fire beasts would reach Yi Xing in a dozen breaths at most. Yi Xing took a deep breath. Circulating his star essence, he continued to shoot the crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 5-star martial sages in the group of crystal fire beasts. The 8-layered coiling snake array could kill 4-star martial sages, but could not kill 5-star martial sages. 5-star martial sages had great destructive power against the coiling snake array. Therefore, Yi Xing wanted to kill as many crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 5-star martial sages as possible to prevent them from destroying the array. Without the array, more than 300 crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 4-star martial sages would rush up and trample Yi Xing into meat paste. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Every time, Yi Xing was fully focused. Whether it was celestial essence, heaven and earth's grand momentum, or celestial image's power, everything was pushed to the limit to launch the strongest and sharpest attack. In such a state, the crystal fire beasts, which were equivalent to 5-star martial saints, naturally fell to Yi Xing's arrows one after another. Every one of them was hit in a vital spot, suffering fatal injuries. Originally, there were only 10-odd crystal fire beasts equivalent to 5-star martial sages. When Yi Xing fired 3 arrows, he attacked 3 crystal fire beasts at once. After a few rounds, the crystal fire beasts equivalent to 5-star martial sages all fell while charging. Although they had strong vitality and did not die instantly, death was only a matter of time. After falling to the ground, it was difficult for them to get up again. Roar, 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 with 2 crystal fire beast leaders commanding them. Even though Yi Xing had killed many powerful crystal fire beasts, the other crystal fire beasts were not afraid. They roared and charged at Yi Xing kill. Yi Xing put away the spirit pattern bow. Looking at more than 300 crystal fire beasts charging at him, he pushed his hands forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 giant flame serpents more than 10 feet long rushed out of each coiling snake formation. There were a total of 24 of them. 24 giant flame serpents rushed out at the same time. The momentum was so great that it made all the crystal fire beasts pause and their hearts tremble. The giant flame serpents danced in the air like dragons soaring to the 9 heavens. They made crackling sounds, and their power shook the sky. The fire crystal fire beasts only paused for a blink of an eye before they rushed over again. Under the command of their leaders, they had no choice but to advance. Moreover, the crystal fire beasts were fire-type demonic beasts and were least afraid of fire. Therefore, although the giant flame serpents were powerful, the crystal fire beasts were only shocked for a moment and were no longer afraid. Boom, 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 boom. A large number of crystal fire beasts collided with the 24 giant flame serpents. Even more crystal fire beasts rushed directly into the barrier of the coiling snake formation. The crystal fire beasts that collided with the giant flame serpents immediately let out shrill screams. The power of the coiling snake formation was not only the power of fire, but also the power of the formation. It was only because it was set up in a land of fire, and Yi Xing had set it up with fire-type patterns that the formation integrated the power of fire from the surrounding environment. Even without the power of fire, the power of the coiling snake formation chain was still terrifying. It was enough to kill a 4-star martial saint. Some of the crystal fire beasts were forced to retreat by the giant flame serpents. Among them, more than 20 of them were directly sent flying dozens of meters away. Blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. They got up and rushed a few steps before falling to the ground again. They had already suffered serious injuries. Under the control of the Formation Master, the full power of the 8-layered coiling snake formation chain was very powerful. The crystal fire beasts that collided with it were, of course, seriously injured in an instant. However, there were too many crystal fire beasts. When they swarmed together, their attack power was also very frightening. With a cracking sound, one of the coiling snake formation chains was instantly destroyed by the crystal fire beasts in the first wave of attacks. The 8-layered coiling snake formation chain became a 7-layered coiling snake formation chain. In the blink of an eye, the second wave of attacks from the crystal fire beasts came like a storm. Yixing waved his hand. This time, 21 giant flame serpents rushed out of the coiling snake formation chain. Although they were still powerful, they were still slightly weaker than the 24 giant flame serpents. In a coiling snake formation chain, each additional layer would increase its power. The 7-layered coiling snake formation chain was obviously not comparable to the 8-layered coiling snake formation chain. However, it still had no problem killing a 4-star martial saint. In the fierce collision, many more crystal fire beasts were injured. About 20 of them were seriously injured and were directly sent flying. At the same time, another coiling snake formation chain was destroyed. If there were less than 4 coiling snake formations chain, the threat to 4-star martial saints would be greatly reduced. Now, there were only 6 coiling snake formations chain left. If this continued, 2 more of the coiling snake formations chain would be destroyed, and they would not be able to kill 4-star martial saints. Even if he could still injure 40 crystal fire beasts, there were still a lot of uninjured crystal fire beasts. There were as many as 200 of them. Yixing still could not defeat them. Not to mention, there were still 2 crystal fire beast leaders on the mountain peak who were equivalent to a 6-star martial saint. There were also more than 10 crystal fire beast guards beside them. If he wanted to defeat these crystal fire beasts, he had to protect the formation. The purple plume spear instantly appeared in Yixing's hand. Yixing began to attack the crystal fire beasts that were attacking the formation at close range. Undercurrents surged. A flash of light. Dark Spirit Spear. Yixing performed the Dark Spirit Spear Art 1 move after another. Any crystal fire beast that was attacked by him fell into the dark world of the black hole astral facade. They felt that everything around them was pitch black, and they were terrified. Yixing attacked the crystal fire beasts that were charging at the very front. Since they were trapped in the dark world, they naturally could not continue to attack the formation. As for the crystal fire beasts at the back, because of the crystal fire beasts at the front, they could not attack the formation. As a result, the number of attacks that the coiling snake formation chain received was greatly reduced. Only a portion of the crystal fire beasts attacked the formation's barrier. The 6 coiling snake formations were connected to each other. The attacks that they received were unable to break through any of the coiling snake formations. Instead, it was the crystal fire beasts that were trapped in the dark world that received Yixing's fatal attacks. Every thrust of Yixing's spear contained the power of 3 heavens and earth. Coupled with his small success in the Dark Spirit Spear art, the might of his spear was astonishing. Against the crystal fire beasts that were equivalent to 4-star martial sages, he was able to kill them with a single thrust. With the coiling snake formation chain behind him, Yixing had nothing to worry about. He only needed to face the crystal fire beasts at the front. Coupled with the dark shroud of the black hole astral facade, Yixing fought with the crystal fire beasts at the edge of the formation. It was almost as if he was in an unstoppable state. The lives of the crystal fire beasts were taken by him one after another. Yixing's sense of darkness was his sense of touch. He could sense everything around him. When he was faced with too many attacks, he would retreat into the coiling snake formation chain. Most of the time, his spear was like a dragon. Every thrust of his spear took the life of a crystal fire beast. The crystal fire beasts were terrified, and their corpses were everywhere. Not long after, A large number of Crystal Fire Beast corpses were piled up outside the coiling snake formation chain, like a wall of flesh. When more than half of the Crystal Fire Beasts were killed, the rest of the Crystal Fire Beasts were finally frightened and retreated. On the mountain peak, the two Crystal Fire Beast leaders roared angrily and rushed towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing took out the spirit pattern bow again. Blue sandalwood arrow. Essence, chi, and soul is one. His aura, celestial essence, and the power of the astral facade were added to the arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows were shot at the same time. The arrows were like meteors piercing through the sky. One of the Crystal Fire Beast leaders fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. Trapped in the world of darkness, it could not guard against the sudden burst of arrows that were as fast as meteors. Yi Xing had shot the bow continuously before. Later, he fought with the Crystal Fire Beasts and killed hundreds of them. Now, he had once again unleashed his strength to the limit and shot the Crystal Fire Beast leader. Yi Xing's celestial essence was almost exhausted. His body was also extremely tired, and his condition was greatly reduced. At this time, he could no longer shoot the same killing arrow as before. Even his close combat strength was greatly reduced. The remaining Crystal Fire Beast leader was a huge threat to him. However, things did not develop as Yi Xing expected. The remaining Crystal Fire Beast leader did not continue to rush towards him. Instead, it was scared out of its wits by Yi Xing's arrow. It immediately turned around and ran towards the back of the mountain peak. The first Crystal Fire Beast leader had been killed, so it was already afraid. Now that the second Crystal Fire Beast leader had died under Yi Xing's arrow, it certainly did not dare to attack Yi Xing again. It was deeply afraid of Yi Xing's archery. What it did not know was that Yi Xing could no longer kill it. With one Crystal Fire Beast leader dead and another Crystal Fire Beast leader running away, the remaining 100 or so Crystal Fire Beasts did not dare to stay. They all ran away with the last Crystal Fire Beast leader. Soon, they crossed the mountain peak and disappeared from Yi Xing's sight. When all the Crystal Fire Beasts disappeared, Yi Xing returned to the array formation and sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. He quickly took out low-rank star crystals and adjusted his breathing to restore his celestial essence. At the same time, he also withdrew his astrology and calmed his mind. 4 more chapters for today. Today's monthly votes are very poor. Brothers, it's not easy to get 4 chapters a day. Please give me some monthly votes to support me. I need a breath to write. Your support is the most important. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.